Welcome back, everybody. I'm F6, and this is the Prime Championship Circuit. The top 16 round was quite eventful, but even though we have our top 8, let's take a look at how we got here. In the initial round, the doctors attended Burger Flip Incorporated. After further examination, though, they're diagnosed with an L.
It is going to be the doctors who give the enemy team in Burger Flip a prescription, an L, and take down the court.
Round number 2, we had a thrilling match between Space Cadets and Nightshade. At the end, though, Space Cadets ultimately came out on top with the win.
Nightshade have taken the Fangtooth, but they might be taking a spill as well. All 4 members go down. The Space Cadets.
In round number 3, Bad Timing challenged Top Physique, who ended up giving Bad Timing an even worse time.
Hold on to Oba, most likely with the power of the Vengeance stack / Pyrex as well, cleaning up Pablo. They're losing every single member available to them over on Bad Timing.
Advancing to the subsequent rounds, Dirty Lake and the boys clashed against the Doctors.
Skirmishes that I think D-Lab is taking their advantage and running away with it.
But Dirty Lake and the boys let them know that they are back for another championship.
Stun ball immediately into the rest of the CC lockdown. Down goes Mav as well. D-Lab once again collapsing here, but man, Toasty is putting on a clinic.
Finally, round number 5, Top Physique competed against VP Salesman. VP Salesman, though, had a lot to lose if they did not win. They were fighting for their spot into the top 8, but ultimately, Top Physique was unwavering and got the dub and moved themselves on into our top 8.
Exit frags, November starting to go low and lower and lower, and Top Physique are the ones to come out on top.
Hello everyone and welcome to Prime Championship Circuit 8 Quarterfinals action, where we look to crown the successor of Predecessor Glory. I'm D'Lo, your host for today, and joined here with me is Joe, yours truly, and Lance. We got Choice Plays as the man behind the curtain, and we hope you're looking forward to the sets we got cooking for you today. Lads, how we feeling?
I am so excited, D'Lo. I have been waiting 2 weeks since our Switch finished for this. I don't even want to talk. I just want to get right into it.
I'm feeling the same exact way too. I'm super stoked to see all the intense matches that we're going to be getting this weekend right here on the PCC8.
Indeed, it's a lot of stuff to be excited for, but hold your horses, Lance. We still got some time to set up some stuff before we can get into all the fun and fight. First matchup we have for you guys here today is certainly one to talk about. It's D-Lab versus Bad Timing. It's the defending champions versus the scrappy underdogs. What are our thoughts on this matchup?
So, Bad Timing is an underdog, but the question really is how much of an underdog are they? They've been putting in a lot of work. They've been kind of shifting the meta up a little bit. Blub's been in my DMs a lot. Their offlaner talking about, hey, I'm playing ADC offlane. Nobody's ready for it. We're wasting enemies' bans because they have to ban out Grim because I'm playing it so much. I do think if any team can counter it, it's our defending champions in D-Lab, though.
Yeah, this is what's going to get really interesting because, of course, we're going to see some of the more normal kind of meta picks, but especially in the PCC8, we see a lot of like off-meta picks from time to time. Like at one point, we have like dual lane playing mid, and that was kind of like so-and-so. But for this PCC, we kind of have Blub, as you said, kind of avoiding the ADC and the off-lane. And I think there's one or two other teams actually doing the same thing too, where it just seems like ADCs with a lot of like peel for themselves, like the Grim or even Decker off-lane, is really just putting in some serious work, and it's really hard for a lot of teams to seem to find a way to break through that strategy they're doing.
Hard to break through the machine that is going to be on either side. I mean, D-Lab, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are synergetic. They are cohesive. They have damn near been together through it all. Their comp has remained consistent with all of this entire year since last April, I believe. So you know they have those comms on lock, but BT, they have a weapon of their own, and their name begins with a P, ends with an Oblo.
Pablo's insane. Pablo hasn't really been putting the grind in to stay at the top of this, but there was a long time throughout the history of Predecessor that it was 1A, 1B with him and Neft from EU. Pablo has won 3 Prime Championship circuits, the most of any player all time, and Vecron has been a support for a large portion of his success as well. The players and the experience that are on Bad Timing, the roster has a lot of pedigree to it, but so does the D-Lab one.
Yeah, as much as hype we're putting on this team right here, we have to recognize that this is D-Lab. We're talking about the last reigning champions of the PCC. We got Lava, Import, Abby, Tosi, Lake Native, and a lot of those people have been grinding ranks seriously super hard. So they're like really ready to just go after for the consecutive wave run here.
And we're talking about accolades here. Let's just get into the hard, cold data, the facts. Stats coming at you here in a second on screen. And it's just going to show the, like you said, Lance, pedigree that is shown on each team. I mean, walk me through it. Look at these KDAs. Those things are skyrocketing. Can't tell if I'm on Wall Street or from covering PCC. Those are some high stats.
So the thing that impresses me the most about these stats is the objective secures for Dirty Lake and the boys. 5.4, almost 5.5 objectives on average every game. That means that they're almost always getting to that third Fangtooth. That provides those extra stats to your damage and to your defenses. Makes you that much harder to kill and makes it easier to kill the enemies when you're in team fights.
Another important thing to kind of point out is the fact that the KDA, the reason why it's so high on D-Lab, because D-Lab has been very well known to be a very team-centric kind of like in those mid to late game team fights. They're all really great individual players, but a lot of those kills they're gonna get those kills in team fights. So that's something that's gonna be very important that BT has to recognize, that they have to really step up in those big team fights, or they're gonna get won over by D-Lab.
When you see stats like that with such a big disparity in the KDA, you have to wonder, like you just said, Joe, a lot of team fights, a lot of scrapping. Does Bad Timing need to try to step up their aggression, or during that early game, are you just going to take your hands off the wheel and say, hey, we're not trying to fight until we get to those later stages?
It's going to be something we're going to have to tell. I think that these stats show a little bit of a favor towards D-Lab, of course, with what you're seeing on the numbers. But it also has to do with the fact that D-Lab was winning most of their games. They only dropped 1 in all of Swiss. Bad Timing did take a couple of L's throughout that portion. But as anybody who's followed the competitive scene of Predecessor or of Paragon the Overprime knows, Bad Timing known to take it a little bit easy in the entry rounds and really hype themselves up and get grinding right before the main event starts.
I think one last important stat we can take from this is the most banned heroes on both sides, because D-Lab, as I said, it's very they want to work together as a team in those big team fights, and Gadget is someone that can really disrupt that whole team strategy deploying west. But BT, they like to ban Miri a lot because they hate having the support that's always going to be at every single team fight. They don't want to deal with that. They want to go for the more smaller team fights and all that kind of good stuff. So you can really tell a lot about the kind of strategies and what each team wants to do coming into this tournament.
So we understand what the team wants to do as far as their strategies on the field, but the question is, we wait for this draft to pop up here. What are they going to do for their P's and B's? And it's worth noting here, guys, Terra, she's been freed. She is unshackled. She could not terrorize the Swiss stage, but she will not be saved from that any longer, and that could be an awfully scary thing on either side.
And I think that that's very important in this matchup specifically. We know how much Lauber loves his Sevarog. There really hasn't been that hard of a late game counter to Sevarog in the game until the release of Terra, because you used to be able to just Colossal Blow whatever the threat was away from you. Now Terra pops that ult, gets that CC immunity. You can't peel the Terra away from your ADC. You can't peel it away from yourself. So we'll have to see how that impacts the picks and bans, and if Bad Timing decides to go that route to try to stop Lauber a little bit.
Even outside of that kind of matchup in the set, Terra is just someone that's gonna really disrupt a lot of comfort strategy by teams. Well, a lot of teams like to focus their CC and kind of combo chain on the CC so they can really get some really easy picks. But Terra kind of just ignores all of that. So if as soon as she is top on your ADC, there's nothing you can really do besides maybe trying to do Decker Cage, Zeus Cage. But if you don't have those cages and walls to kind of block up the Terra, Terra's gonna do some really big disrupting in the back lines. That's gonna really shake up how the teams need to change up the strategies coming into this tournament.
Well, luckily we don't need to wait any longer to find out if we're going to be using those weapons on our side or banning them out. P's and B's coming at you right away. And I just got to wonder, Lance, what are we looking for the first half?
I hate to say it, but I think that Dirty Lake and the boys has to either ban Grim or Terra, and it looks like they are going to go the route of the Grim.
Yeah, as we kind of touched on earlier, Blub has been playing a lot of ADCs offlane, and the one ADC he has the most success in offlane is Grim. And I know this is like the PCC, you want to do the best strategies for your teams, but come on, I see ADC offlane, I kind of cry myself to sleep. Why? I just don't want to see ADCs offlane, I want to see man-to-man, melee-to-melee kind of action right here. But doing the Grim ban does mean that D-Lob won't be able to ban out the Terror that Lobber wants to go, and we see the Sailors ban right there. They kind of show off some of the picking strategies, like the import on the Sailors kind of pick right there. So the question for D-Lab, they just first pick Terror, or they want to get Lobber on the Sevlog?
And that's always an interesting question when you know that a certain pick could really counter out one of your favorites. Do you decide to wield that for yourself? Indeed, that question is going to be immediately answered with the Terra top pick. D-Lab are not playing around.
And it makes me wonder if now Bad Timing decides to pick that Sevarog up to take it away from Lobber, because if they're able to lock in Terra and Sevarog on that side, it would be quite the front line for Dirty Lake and the boys. Looks like they are going to go with the Argus, which is the flex pick, can go into the support role for Vecron, or it can go into the mid lane with Fox here. Second pick should be coming in just a second. That might provide a little bit more clarity, but I would expect this to be their offlane pick that comes in. Actually, it's going to be the Drongo, which might be the offlane pick.
Yeah, that's gonna really kind of throwing the wrench in D-Lab's kind of strategy, because you don't know, like usually you see ADC pick like, okay, yes, ADC, but you know Blood plays Drongo offlane, so it's like, okay, is that gonna be a Drongo offlane? Is it gonna be a Drongo ADC? But either way, the Drongo is a very strong ADC pick at the moment, so there's nothing wrong with picking that up in this first half, but we're gonna see Aurora being actually picked right here, which is very like un-D-Lab like, because every time they see Sevlog up for grabs, especially when there's no hard counter, they love to pick up the Sevlog, but maybe they're actually scared of that Drongo offlane potential pick, and they maybe see that, hey, Sevlog's gonna really struggle in this matchup, let's put someone a little bit better into Drongo, maybe like a Terra or Aurora in this case.
Twin Bast locked in there for D-Lab, trying to just round things out. Bad Timing have clearly opted for damage and aggression to start out. What do we think is the logic behind that? Why are we not really opting for frontline and instead just going full blast here?
So they're going full blast, and with picking up the Muriel, it does reveal that that's going to be a Argus mid lane. Because D-Lab's already got their frontline more or less selected here, Zarus is off the table, Tara's already selected, Aurora already selected. D-Lab's probably not going to go that direction. I wouldn't be surprised to see Bad Timing now continue to target... Oh, actually, never mind. They're not going to target the ADC pool because the Twin Blast was already picked. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them target this mid lane or the support record. And we do see the Decker ban coming through. That is good. Decker feels pretty good into Muriel. So next ban should be coming through in just a second here.
Yeah, very good smart ban for them to take away the Decker in that case. And I was gonna say, D-Lab wants to ban frontliners because it's very obvious that Bad Time is lacking frontliners, and one of the best picks that BT can pick up right now is Quan, but he's banned away. So now that frontline roster is gonna get even more pinched right here. So the question of BT is what exactly they're gonna put in the offlane and the jungle, right? Because both Quan, Saris has been banned, Terra and the world have been picked already. That kind of roster is very like pinched right now, and they're going to get some very top meta picks in the offlane jungle. But here we are, Murdoch ADC, and that highly means we have an actual ADC offlane.
Ooh, sorry to hear that for you, Joe. Gonna be hanging your head in shame, unfortunately. But you know what? Hey, maybe it'll pay off. D-Lab, I'm hoping, have done their homework. I know they've been scrimming. I know they've been scrapping. So you got to imagine they're ready for these antics from Bad Timing. And we're talking about waiting for that jungle pick here. Bad Timing, obviously, again, they have that weapon in Pablo's howitzers locked in. The question is, what can they do to enable it? But that howitzer pick is going to be nice for that mid lane.
It is going to be nice for them. And Appy Picker is a howitzer God, I've never seen Appy Picker not perform well, specifically in PCCs on this howitzer. He played it pretty much all of the last finals, had very, very large impacts on it. Also going to pick the Narbash up, try to mitigate some of that DPS that will be coming out from the double ADC comp on the side of bad timing.
Yeah, very smart choice by Hauser too, especially because he brings some very heavy single target damage, and you're looking at a double AC comp with Milia. You want to bring that single target damage because you have to like eliminate the backline as fast as possible. You cannot frontline because you're going to be taking so much damage from both ADCs and the August just holding down R&B right there. I almost wanted to see a different support pick other than Narbash, just because you really want to like go for picks backline. I think a Victor support can have been really good right here, but we're going to see the Rampage being picked right here. I think all the options in the jungle right now for BT having just only one frontline, I think Rampage is probably the best pickup, and I think he's going to really round out this team comp surprisingly.
And yeah, rounded out these two team comps are, guys, just looking from our bird's eye view here in the booth, what do we think is the identity of each of these teams? What are they looking to achieve to get first game success?
Well, BT is looking to brawl. You don't lock in two ADCs. You don't put an ADC in the spot that you're supposed to have a tanker, a frontliner, or an engager at if you're not just looking to team fight and scrap the entire game. I'm glad we're seeing this. Blub has been teasing to me that they're playing ADC offlane all week, and I'm glad he wasn't bluffing.
Yeah, looking at both these teams, I feel like if D-Lab doesn't come together in those team fights especially, I feel like they're just going to get really overwhelmed by the double ADCs. So I think in this game, we have to really pay attention to both the Terror and the Wall from D-Lab. Terror for her dive potential, but then the Wall has a very nice wall, and she can really like block off certain team fights if she uses correctly. And if you can get that wall between the ADCs and the front line, I think that's going to be golden and what D-Lab needs to do to win this game.
Well, there you have it from the mouths of the analyst experts themselves, but we don't have to wait any longer to see the action play out. Game 1, Team Glory of D-Lab versus individual achievement of BT. Regimented practice and machine-like accuracy versus raw talent. We're going to toss it off to our casters, Shift AC and Tang. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dilo and Des there. It's TJ, DJ, and Tang here for game number 1 of the PCC main event. And man, I don't know, Tang, there's just something special about PCC main event weekends. Holy, what a game we've got to look forward to here, Tang.
Yeah, D-Lab versus BT, I think that is definitely one of the best matchups we could have hoped for the first time, especially with sort of the meta shift that we've observed in scrims behind the scenes, with those ranged offlaners being picked up more and more since Blub made the sort of rotation over to the offlane, formerly the mid laner of BT, now pilots all those weird sort of ranged picks in the offlane. This time, it's gonna be the Murdoch.
It must be kind of fantastic as well for a team coming into main event. You're going up against the defending champions of the PCC in D-Lab, and it's almost like you have bent the meta to your will almost. What seemed to be a bit of a fringe pick kind of popped up here and there, all of a sudden became a massive question mark to a lot of teams to come up with answers here, right? And as you say, that Murdoch going in towards the off lane, it looks like going up against Lorba on that Terror pick as well. Another new hero now unleashed on towards the battleground for PCC8 main event here. There's a couple of question marks, Tang here, but do D-Lab have the answers to that double ADC?
Yeah, I mean, if I knew that, then I don't think we would have to look at this game. Honestly, it's like whenever the topic of a ranged offlaner comes up, there's always like two things, okay? So you can permagank it, and then hopefully it's useless. You can also like try to manage your waves correctly, where the sort of ranged offlaner has to step up in order to get farm, and then like obviously combine that with step 1, and you have an easy game on your hands. The big question is, it sounds easy. It's not as easy in practice. Like BT have quite a decent record piloting those ranged offlaners in the solo lane, and I'm definitely expecting them to keep it up, especially against D-Lab that haven't really faced against it so far. I think in sort of scrims behind the scenes, we don't really see those two teams face off against each other due to them facing off here on the PCC main stage today.
Well, absolutely here, with that preparation as well, we know that Bad Timing have been pumping a lot of work into the scrims in the last couple of days as well, just to get ready for this matchup against D-Lab, as you say. Already starting to feel the pressure coming out from Blub on that offlane Murdoch. Lorber currently still waiting on that level 2 to take over. Just having a look at his XP bar, it's only a third of the way. He just got completely locked away from his lane. It's going to be a bit of a miserable old time, as Joey says. Maybe a Lorber crying himself to sleep to deal with that offlane Murdoch here. But D-Lab, as you say, could just go for the full gank. I mean, they've got import on that jungle, and he know how proactive he can be.
Yeah, already starting blue side, rotating over to the right hand side. Is gonna meet up in the mid lane first though. Fox blink forward by Epic is not gonna connect with the mine. Just a bit of damage. Big misplay by Epic. That's the blink down.
It's a misplay, but at the same time gives you such a statement of intent from Zerdzlake and the boys. You wouldn't think it'd be the howitzer blinking, looking for that landmine to knock Fox back towards the howitzer, with import waiting in the wings. He's going to wait on the right hand side for the river camps. Both of these going to be picked up by your side on Dawn as well. So far so good for D-Lab when we look at everything apart from that right hand side. So let's switch our focus time. Let's have a look over towards the left with two absolutely stellar dual lanes here with Pablo Vecron versus Lakeinator and Toasty.
Yeah, I think if you only wanted to watch a dual lane, I think it's definitely those two dual lanes facing off against each other. We heard it on the cast before. Pablo already winning 3 PCCs. Backrom, a former PCC winner as well. So is Toasty and Lakeinator. All of them have the experience. All of them have the skill. But again, on the solo lane, Lorber and Import fighting a 2v2 in a second. Oba waiting in the shadows.
Just going to see who blinks first. Who is going to step forward? Import back towards this river, maybe looking for a different angle towards a free camp on the left here. They're going to know that Oba has now recalled it, so Blub's in danger, especially with that Hoarfrost land from Import. Going to avoid the hurl, avoid the roots here, and Blub gets enough distance to at least get away from the gank cleanly here.
Yeah, so he does play safe, knows that something is up. Oba also not over forcing his hand, even if he's on the right hand side. They know that the jungler pathing is gonna be over there in the solo lane, so neither team really oversteps. Now Lorber is able to crash the wave with the assistance of Imports, and it's gonna be a reset lane state. Lorber is gonna get a few more items and is gonna do pretty well in that solo lane. He just needs to scale up a bit. Once he gets that level 6, the knockback from Murdoch is not gonna do anything to him anymore. The traps neither, so I think that is sort of the breaking point he's hoping for. But now on the left hand side, Oba again making his presence known. It's just gonna lurk in the shadows though.
Thankfully for Lakeinator and Toasty underneath the tier 1 tower, so Oba doesn't really have the setup from his dual lane. Of course, not having something like that Decker, not having something like the Richter or the Steel this time, going to be having the Muriel. I mean, we know the value that Muriel can bring in the mid-game when we get towards the skirmishes, when that level 6 comes online here. But I'm having a look here at Oba's real options for setup here, and he's not really got much. I think that mid lane might be his best bet.
Honestly, for the Rampage at the moment, yes, mid lane, he can chain those hard CCs with that Argus Orb. He can also just be a Rampage in a sort of a comp where he has double ADC threats and just be the big frontliner, right? He doesn't need to do too much, nothing fancy. He's just going to throw some rocks in the mid lane, but with Howie just having a bit of a good sidestep there, dodging out on a few of those stuns is going to be fine. But what I wanted to say is that that Rampage is just going to be sort of the body that is going to absorb so much pressure that his dual lane and his offlaner are hopefully going to dish out a lot of damage. Fang already started up by D-Lab.
Very early one as well. We're not even at the 6-minute mark. Oba's got the boulder toss ready, trying to stun up onto Import, gonna land. But Oba just being zoned out of the pit here. Very clean play coming out from Deslake and the boys, and everyone up the escalator, over the wall, and back to safety. Easy as you like for the first neutral of the day.
Yeah, Fangtooth claimed no answer for the mini prime possible. You mentioned it, 6 minutes in, mini prime has not spawned yet, so can't really do anything about that. Lorber against Blub on that side. Honestly, Lorber did get a few good trades into Blub, is a level down, but with the big wave pushing into him, he should be doing fine. Now ticks over to level 6 as well, and that was the breaking point that I was mentioning before. That gives him the unstoppable ultimate. That's gonna give him sort of the outplay potential to that Murdoch. It's gonna disable all the hard CC that Murdoch has in his kit with the static trap and the pushback with the shotgun possible to be ignored.
You mentioned about that ultimate. I believe it's 6 to 8 seconds of CC immunity. Just flat out, no CC can hit you. Slows, stuns, roots, whatever, just running through it here. And I'm just wondering, of course, on the first day of the main event, also the first game as well, to showcase the Terror into this particular comp here, Tang. I mean, what do you think about Terror at the moment? Is this a good angle for that pick?
I think before we talk about that, Epi pick in the mid lane is going to get caught by Fox there for a second. Epi picker does have the ultimate up, but is going to take a big chunk, half HP. But back to the point, TJ, I think the Terror pick is actually pretty good. Muriel doesn't have any hard CC. It's not going to matter against that, but against the Argus, against the Rampage, and also the knockback by Blub, it's going to do wonders in that composition.
Especially when Lorber is able to just run down these picks. You have to feel that that is the mission objective for him as well. But we have to get to that point. He's been doing pretty well against that offlane. I'm just looking at the health of the towers at the moment here. Still relatively unhurted. There's going to be a little bit of chip damage, maybe a little bit more towards that other side. Fox, though, in the river. Lorber is now sniffing around. That's to make it rain. Going to force out the blink from Fox already. Lorber looking for the hole. Going to avoid it there. Goes in with the Reckless Assault. Going to get the damage. Going to get the first blood underneath the tier 1 tower. Vecron is there, but cannot save his Argus.
So big reversal of fortune used there as well. So on the dual lane, they're gonna suffer a tiny bit because of that as well. Big Muriel ultimate is only gonna trade out for that flash on that Terror. So it's gonna give a bit more survivability to that Murdoch on that offlane. But all in all, still first blood going over to D-Lab 8 minutes into the game. Honestly, one of the latest first bloods we've seen in the PCC. So we can definitely see both teams being completely locked in. Don't want to do any mistakes. But honestly, this one seemed like more like not an unforced error, but just a really good Howie mine by Epi Picker, setting that one up, and then with the Lorber rotation, getting the kill for D-Lab.
And doesn't even need that blink into the landmine to knock back Fox in towards the waiting arms there. And also, of course, Lorber making a rotation was an import on the gank here. Starting to see maybe some of the set plays coming out from Dirty Lake and the boys. And it gives him a good opportunity, as import shows on our right-hand side, to start up that mini prime as well. And at the moment, Blob is just not really in a position. He's got to clear that tier 1 tower of the minions before he can really try and contest this mini prime here. And it looks like there's going to be 2 unanswered neutral objectives going the way of your defending champions.
And that's pretty illegal, honestly. Looking at the cooldown timers of those ultimates, Lorber, no ult up, Howitzer, no ult up. In theory, you gotta think that the BT team fighting is stronger at the moment, but they're always late to the party. Imports instantly pouncing on that mini prime, securing the second small objective of the game for his team. And with that one being secured on herself, it kind of shows me that the Aurora wants to be involved in the action even more, wants to push out some lanes with that mini prime active. Now in the mid lane though, Epi Picker.
Well, Ober's the one that wants to be active. Hasn't really made any ganks. We're going to force out the blink from Happy Picker. Goes into the Make It Rain. So now to obliterate it. Who shoots first? It's going to be the Rockets. It's going to be strength of volume over the 3 shots coming out from Fox on that Argus pick here. But 2 kills. Going to be finding their way into Dead Snake and the boys' pockets. Both of them in that mid lane.
And if you gotta think that the flash play before from Epi Picker could be nerfs, I think he's definitely redeemed himself at this point. Both kills being happening in the mid lane, Epi Picker being a big part of them in either one. And now with that ultimate of Howitzer used to dish out the last ticks of damage, Behemoth also used by the Rampage, trying to assist his Argus any way he could, but in the end it's just wasted resources and the kill going over to the side of D-Lab.
Just having a little look at the scoreboard at this point. Of course, the 2 kills, one in Epi Picker's pocket, one going to be the first blood picked up by Lorber here. CS scores across the board going to be a relatively even, about 10 across the map here. And the main difference, of course, is going to be in those neutrals. Just having a little look across the top of your screens at the levels. Unsurprising, Blub has the level lead over Lorber on this Terror, but with this grouping up for the second Fangtooth here, Ober's finding himself walled up by Import. The reversal comes down, knock up on towards Import. Fox trying to find damage on that angle towards right side, trying to pincer as well. They do at least get the jungler, but Lorber is really unhealthy, having to get away. Might not be able to be in this fight for much longer. Now, what can Pablo and Vecron do? But D-Lab just grouping up. Safety in numbers. A Dreadnova connects on towards that Howitzer, and it is enough to at least force them away from the pick here, but they have lost their jungler. Lorber is still too low to really go for the frontlining play. Import, another glacial charge, trying to get a pick on towards Vecron, goes to the blink, goes towards a Hawk, on towards Blob. Import just loses his life, and Vecron is the one who confirms that one. Neither jungler is going to be here for now. Around that pit as both teams still dancing around, but it looks like BT with Ober on the way might look towards his Fangtooth or simply back away.
And the big thing there, TJ, that I wanted to highlight is the Nabash healing coming through for the side of D-Lab, just keeping everyone topped off. So honestly, I think if Import doesn't blink in there, I think they're totally fine. They're healing up by the second. Nabash providing so much sustain in those longer fights, in those longer engages. And honestly, even Lorba was already back to a quarter HP. So I think if they just waited a bit, played their cooldowns, played a bit more conservative, they would have gotten it in the end. Now it's all back to square one. We see Behemoth being up for Ober. He's going to walk into the pit, but D-Lab lay climb to it.
Toasty hits him with the phone, but Ober walking towards that Fangtooth. All eyes on the objective as Ober goes for the pounce, goes for it, but Import's Hunt is going to find it. But now what about the exit frags? The make it rain from Happy Picker gets some damage down, but it's still caught within the pit. The glacial charge will be used to wall off, but they have taken down Ober. Fox in that Synaptic Obliterator, but just leaves Blob with no way to get away from Import on that Aurora. And now bad timing, really have got some bad timing right now. They need to get out of the river, they need to get back, but through their spawn, that's probably not what they had in mind. Fangtooth goes to D-Lab, and they're going to take 3 kills off the back.
Yeah, that's just a disaster play for BT. I think they need to be the ones scaling early. With those Rangers in those off lanes, you can get a pretty decent CS lead, but even if you consider that ADC scale usually pretty well, you just don't have the front line in order to really utilize them. So they need to get the leads early. With D-Lab already picking up their third objective, with them being at a 6-1 scoreline. And also, honestly, with Lorba just playing really phenomenal on that off lane. Didn't really drop too many CS, even with all of those rotations impacting the mid lane, being there for every objective fight. I think he was only like 20 CS down last time I checked. And honestly, getting that frag in the mid lane pretty much equalizes that already. Meanwhile, Blub not really finding too much impact on that Murdoch pick.
Well, maybe for bad timing, what they need to look at, as you say, is going to be that scaling. Need to have something to cling on to here, because at the moment the writing on the wall is a little bit dire for them. 6 kills to 1 down, no neutrals being picked up by them, no towers also being picked up on that minimap either. So whatever they're trying on the map, it just isn't working for them. Blub making a move over towards the mid lane, just trying to sense an opportunity, maybe trying to catch on towards Import in that jungle here. But D-Lab playing very restrained here, not really giving an opportunity for BT to find a pick.
Yeah, honestly, maybe a bit too slow. Lorba changes that though instantly, gets a really good trade onto Blub. I think that was the reversal of fortune also forced, so a lot of cooldowns being used there, and Import still has his cryosism up, so I'm expecting him to actually look for something soon as well, with almost all blinks being down from that previous fight. Pablo in that offlane.
He's just sharp cutting straight into the wall though, but Ober's got that Behemoth, starting to get some damage down, but Pablo's got to be careful because Lakenator still got damage, goes for the Ventilate, goes for the kill. Lakenator takes down Penta Pablo in this left-hand side. Now Happy Picker with the rotation, looking towards Ober to make it rain, to rain on his parade. Can't find a killing blow with his R2000. The basic will have to do. That is yet another kill going their way. Tosido tanking up this tower, able to get away from the final shot, but a Synaptic Obliterator comes out, and that's Toasty down, as Fox is still causing problems here, but D-Lab are the ones feeling much happier about that.
So dual lane goes as well as it could have for D-Lab, but on the other side, a bit of a botch dive onto the Murdoch. Blub getting the outplay, 1 versus 2, Lorba and Import not able to make anything happen against the Murdoch. Import also going down with that ultimate of his up. So a bit of a misplay there, but the more important fight on the left-hand side goes straight in favor of D-Lab, and they pick themselves up a few more frags, also secure that tier 1 tower at least on that right-hand side for the Terror.
And just wondering as well, I mean, not that Lorba needs any excuse to get more involved. I mean, this is a player that we have known, of course, from EU, now joining over towards NA to take part for Dirty Lake and the boys. That, likes to rotate. We saw that, I mean, with the first blood play right in the mid lane as well. Probably even caught me off guard as well. And I'm the one in the cloud watching this map, very nice a happy little Cloud, completely avoiding all of the damage. That's why I'm not playing, by the way, here. But 16 minutes in, Mini Prime is currently on the board. It's the only neutral objective that's currently available to play here. Fox and Import just having a bit of a dance around the terrain on that right-hand side. But there's not really much up here aside from that Mini Prime here. And it looks like D-Lab, again, are in a bit of a pole position to start that one up.
Blob might be in a bad spot though. Lorber is there under turret, is gonna try to dive the tier 2, but is gonna give that up in a second. Knows that he can't really impact it with Ober close by as well. Import just getting so much farm though in the jungle of Ober. It does have a decent CS XP lead. Is gonna be a level up over that Rampage. Honestly, it's not as bad at the moment, but once the Aurora ticks over to level 11, that's when you see those big differences. When that ultimate is a level further down than the opposite junglers, it makes those fights infinitely harder to play. Talking about those fights, Fangtooth is gonna spawn in a second, so I'm definitely expecting there to be a big team fight again. This is gonna mean that it would be the third Fangtooth for D-Lab if they manage to secure it.
Well, all eyes gotta be on the side of bad timing just to make up for the 70 minutes previously of this game, but Import already starting up the Fangtooth, definitely understanding the mission objective for the side, but bad timing, of course, are going to be here. Blob is still in base at the moment, but can get involved with the long arm of the law. Fangtooth dropping down to about 3k HP as Lorber, Lake Nation Toasty starting to zone Ober away. No chance of the steal here. Deslake and the boys going to pick up themselves a free Fangtooth Monty, permanent scaling towards their physical and their attacks and defenses as well. But BT is still sticking around. Import goes for the glacial charge, trying to split the fight, but can't quite find the angle. It never make it rain, but a good stun comes out from the Dreadnova. Cancels out the ultimate. It looks like everyone's just going to back away from this one, but D-Lab getting their third Fangtooth.
Almost looks like the confidence is not really there for Ober anymore as well. Uses the BMF but just stands there with that Razorback activated as well. Does not even try to go for the steal. Is giving over the third Fangtooth of the game over to D-Lab. So that is a lot of permanent buffs now on the side of D-Lab's members. It's going to be 8% to armor and to the power as well. Both physical and magical. And now that is going to make the life so much harder for the side of BT. So if those fights were hard before, they're definitely harder now. Ober is going to go to the dual lane.
He's looking for an opportunity. Toasty with the Crash Bang Boom already channeling. Going to be hit by the boulder toss, but the knockup does come through, and just that Narbash being piloted by Toasty is enough to dissuade the gank. Ober just cannot get anything done on this map.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing. And those are like a very questionable sort of plays there as well. Uses that rock in sort of a weird position and then just uses it on the Narbash that does have the true silver. So all in all, a pretty botched sort of gank. Probably couldn't have been better anyways with the dual lane of BT being forced under turret. No follow-up there as well with that Muriel, only providing a little bit of soft CC, no stuns to be heard of. So it's definitely hard for the Rampage to find anything at this stage of the game. So I think his best bet is to just try to chain something together with that Murdoch, together with that Argus as well, and let them be the damage. Him just being the lockdown should be enough to get rid of some of those squishier members of D-Lab.
You got to really start to worry as well for the side of bad timing as well, because as the desk highlighted with this Rampage, it's the only actual front line that they have in this composition, with them deciding to go for the ADC in the offlane as well. But Ober, Owen Frey, I'm not meaning to harp on that Rampage at all, man, but you know, just really not finding the value in that pick at all. And Deslake and the boys more than happy to just start to group up here, trying to deny those pick opportunities. Tang, that you mentioned that bad timing are almost kind of banking on just to get themselves back in this game.
Definitely, yeah, but the map is getting smaller and smaller for BT at this point. Like, it is just really hard for them to contest the sides as well. Howitzer and Terra both are really strong in those 1v1s, really hard to catch as well. Lorber is never gonna fall to Pablo in that isolated 1v1, but the second Pablo oversteps, it can't be the same the other way around. On the mid lane, Blub in a bad spot is gonna get a lot of damage done by Toasty, and Lakenator is gonna use the cleanse to disengage, but you can already see all across the map, it's just the members of BT routing D-Lab completely in control, running the game.
They're just closing in on all sides. Lorba is level 14 in the left-hand side, cannot be answered by anyone on the side of Bad Timing. They're going to finally take down the mid tier 1. They're going to look towards the tier 2 tower in the right-hand side as well. That will soon fall, and Lorba split pushing on the left. It's classic 1-3-1 at the moment here, and with all Prime on the table as well, very dangerous for Bad Timing as well. Should Dead Like Boys decide to pull the trigger, looks like they're going to move around, maybe get some wards down, not jumping onto it just yet. So you have to imagine that with the way that Dead Like Boys have been playing, one more reset and they're going to be straight on that objective.
Yeah, so far Lorba just getting something on the left-hand side, so they don't really feel the need to go for that objective early, especially if they're already so far in the lead that they don't wanna risk anything. They just wanna go for those 90 to 100% plays, don't wanna overstep, don't wanna overforce their hand. Instead, they're gonna scale up a bit more, look for those level 16 breakpoints, look for that Primal Fang to also be up, and then could potentially even look for something where you can trade the Primal Fang for that Prime, but now on the right-hand side, Blub no cleanse, and the side of D-Lab knows.
Vecron does have Reverse the Fortune if he needs it. Blub going to use his blink to get away from the funk from Toasty, just completely giving Dirty and the boys an avenue in towards his right hand side. Pablo is trying to hold off Lorba on the left. Lakenator going to be hit by the Dread Nova, and a good Ether Crystal comes down. A bit of chip damage, but Toasty on that Narbash really going to start to see the value of the healing just keep on getting more effective as this game goes on. And Bad Time, already on a bit of a timer right now. Just know that there's going to be a point where Toasty is going to be causing so many problems, just too much sustain almost.
Yeah, and those team fights in Narbash is just so strong, I think. For the side of BT though, with that Muriel being picked up by Vecron, it also helps them as Lakenator has to pop the cleanse to escape. That Muriel also helps the Drango to actually be pretty aggressive on the left-hand side. Does not need to worry too much about the isolated 1v1, because there's always the Angel in the backlines waiting for her chance to help her carries out. So that is one thing that D-Lab needs to keep in mind. Lorba shouldn't try to overforce his hand on the left hand side either. Pablo usually has Vecron around trying to help him out.
You can already see that Pablo is dealing damage towards Lorba as well. There is about a third chunked off of the Terra picked piloted by Lorba on the left-hand side, but still holding on towards a tier 1 tower as well. And it seems that that's what Bad Timing have decided, to commit Pablo over towards the left and maybe just try to group up, as you say. They have got the Reversal of Fortune should they need to get Vecron into any other position here. Funk lands on towards Oba. A bit of poke coming out here because Primal Fangtooth is spawning, either he's about to spawn or he's about to spawn, shall I say, with the grouping up here. Let's say Vecron still can join the fight at any point. Import being quite far forward here as well on top of that Glacial Charge, using the Hoarfrost, rooting up 2 members as well. Complete control here of the Bad Timing Red Jungle, and now Lorba and now Import blinking in with the Crisis. We're going to take down Blub. They're going to also look towards Oba. Dreadnova going to land here. Oba's a little bit tanking the Behemoth, but he's got to retreat. The Blink's coming out. Import going to go for the follow, and Import's going to get the kill, but they've also lost Pablo, and they're also going to lose Fox as well. Oba the only one left as D-Lab completely routs this side of the Red Jungle.
And that fight, honestly, I don't even know if I can call it a fight or if it was just a one-sided beatdown with D-Lab instantly recognizing, hey, that Blub guy, no blink, no cleanse, no life, no hope, instantly pounces, instantly gets the criticism from Import together with the Aurora in front of him as well. And with those two getting caught out, it's just a matter of time for the rest of BT to also share the same fate. Now, Primal Fang has been secured, 4th Fangtooth of the game for D-Lab. Doesn't give them any sort of temporary buffs, but does give them that big, doesn't give them permanent buffs, but does give them that big temporary team fighting buff. They're instantly gonna use that to try to get that Prime over. The only one in the vicinity could be going for the steal, but instead looks like he's getting chased around by Lorba.
Lorba trying to go for the zone. Oba's going to jump in towards the pit. All eyes towards where that purple hue is going to go. And it is going to fall the way of Dirty Lake and the boys. Oba will be dropped in the pit. Went for the attempt. Went for the Hail Mary. And now Blob is going to pay for it. Another Hoarfrost. Another Glacial Charge. And here come the ultimates. Here come the damage. Here come the burn from that Primordial Blaze. One falls into the other, make that 4, make that 5. Dirty Lake and the boys are running riot in game number 1.
So, like, if you're watching this and you're like, why didn't D-Lab press the advantage further when they had the chance before? Well, I mean, the reason is because they didn't have to, right? Like, they just had to wait for one overstep by BT, and then suddenly it just explodes. The game, not even close. D-Lab just running over BT at that point, and with that Primal Fang, with that Prime, they're instantly going for the siege. Rampage is gonna spawn in a second, but honestly, too little, too late. Core is gonna drop.
What a victory here in game number 1 from Dertek and the boys, your defending champions of PCC, in a very clean game of Predecessor in their first game against Bad Timing. But of course, for Bad Timing as well, it is a best of 3. They do get another chance here. But honestly, looking at how this game went, Tang, you have to say though, for Bad Timing, might need to go back to the drawing board. Clearly, the range ADC didn't work.
Didn't work this time. Honestly, I wouldn't like instantly throw everything overboard and completely get rid of all the strategies that they have cooked up. I think there's still some promise, right? Like the problem is just that against the Terra, it feels pretty hard for the Murdoch to play, honestly. Like I think that is probably one of the worst matchups I could imagine. Usually, like you want to play against something that has less engage, less lockdown. Like Terra has both, right? She has Unstoppable, can run through everything from the Murdoch, can also root up from a distance, can also stun with her dash. So definitely not an easy matchup to play, and definitely Lorber showing off in that game. Just definitely stellar performance by him, being everywhere on the map and sort of exposing Blub in that one game. But still, Blub known more for his Grim, so I think if he gets the chance to show off in the second time, maybe if D-Lab are a bit overconfident after this game, maybe they can still show us something.
Well, as the desk highlighted, this was a game that was going to be just regimented team fighting cohesion versus raw talent. And it looks like Bad Timing might need to rely on that raw talent to carry them over. They got to do it the hard way against your defending champions. But whilst they think about it and go to game 2, it's back to D'Lo in the desk for the game breakdown.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. The machine is in motion. The defending champs are ramping into action. Lake and the boys are in the lab and playing out of their minds. Lance, Joe, run me through what we saw in that game.
So what I saw in that game, I know everybody wants to focus on what was going on with the double ADCs. I don't care what's going on with the double ADCs. Pay attention to Appy Picker when he's on the map. He had 100% kill participation up until like the 16-17 minute mark.
Gross.
Very good performance on that howitzer. Wouldn't be terribly surprised to see that potentially taken away or picked away from him in our second draft when it's time for it.
Yeah, D-Lab definitely putting out all the stuff, doing really good in those team fights, but I see a lot of like mistakes by BT. A lot of like Rampage using ultimate and standing there, not menacingly, just standing there, not doing anything. A lot of like miscoordination, it seems like, in the last 2 team fights, especially where someone got caught out and the ADC that get caught out just die immediately, and then your whole just team comp just falls apart, right? I do really think that like D-Lab can of course keep doing what they're doing from that first game, but BT really need to step up in those like mid to late game team fights, because right now they're getting diff really hard in those when those team fights matter.
It's exactly what we saw at the stat board, man. Those KD ratios are up for a reason, and D-Lab are proving that they are not just a fluke championship team. They're trying to make it happen again. They're trying to break records here. And, I mean, BT, yeah, they didn't quite come up with a W. It was rough. They had some bumps. What did we like about their Game 1 performance?
I liked the early game that Blub had against Lauber. Had a little bit of an advantage early, as you would expect for a Murdoch to have into a melee offlaner. But as soon as that level 6 hits, it gets tough for him. You know, Lauber no longer susceptible to the CC. I liked what I saw out of their duo lane as well. I need to see a different jungle pick, though. I don't think if you're going to run that comp Rampage is what you're looking for. You need some sort of engage that's guaranteed, not reliant on hitting a rock.
Yeah, it's like I just said, that Rampage doesn't seem like a comfort pick. Even though that's the more ideal pick for the WC comp, it doesn't seem like it's a comfort pick, and what really matters a whole ton, especially in competitive play, is getting your comfort picks. Don't try to force good team comps if you're going for a mediocre pick on your kind of side, right? So I think what BT really need to do is they gotta draft better and get the more comfort picks, especially going against D-Lab.
games can be won and lost in the drafting board. It's unfortunate when that happens, and I don't necessarily think it was here. There were moments, obviously BT did scale better. They had a moment there, we were huddled around the fire saying, oh, hold on, game ain't over just yet. There's a moment of hope, but unfortunately, those embers of revolt were stamped out. But there's still more games to play here. If you're BT, if you're in their comms, what are you saying to bolster our energy, to get our heads back in the game? What's our attitude got to be coming into 2?
I know BT has zero shortage of confidence. They need to not get discouraged by what they had. I don't expect them to get discouraged by what had just happened. Blub's not the type of person to remember the last game. He's going to lock in an ADC offlane next game. He's going to try it again.
Yeah, I think BT still has a fair chance of having like a very solid second game. As long as their mental is intact and they come up with a better strategy, now they're seeing that D-Lab is responding to the offlane ADC very well. I think BT can give D-Lab a harder time going to the second game.
And going into the second game, we will, but not before just a short break. Don't you dare go anywhere. We got more Pred action coming at you in just a second. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. PCC8 quarterfinals action, game 2 on the horizon here between D-Lab and BT. It's D-Lo, it's Lance, it's Joe. It's the only choice when it comes to your production for your predecessor needs. Thanks for all your help there, Choice, as well. Guys, momentum is on the mind here. These are teams that are really going to be affected by what we just saw. The wave started here in game 1. Obviously, D-Lab with their pedigree, they're feeling good. They have the wind behind their sails. What do we need to see here for a different outcome?
I think that it still comes back to like what I said in the post-game analysis. I think that comp can work with a different jungler who has more of a guaranteed engage. Something like a Chimera that can just right-click onto the ADC of D-Lab or onto Appy Picker, get back there, push R on him, use the call of the call, CC him for a good period of time, allow the rest of your players to be able to focus that DPS and that burst damage down onto it, take out that high priority target, and then let the extra damage that your dual ADC composition has within it.
Yeah, exactly as you say, Lance. It really just comes down to execution at the end of the day. D-Lab always have that consistent, very high level execution. And so if BT wants to get ahead and win the second game, they have to get as close as they can to match that. And definitely gotta get those comfort picks. Don't pick a rampage just because it's good for your team card. Pick someone that you know you're comfortable about getting aggressive, because you need to show that aggressiveness against the really aggressive D-Lab team right here.
Your backs are against the wall here. You are looking at potential elimination from the bracket. And with just how much damage their damage core is outputting on the side of D-Lab, you got reason to be worried here. But like we said, it's not just about the P's and B's, though they are certainly important. We're hoping for some better stuff here when it comes to these picks. It's also how you execute on field. And so far, all eyes as far as who's been executing, it's Appy all day.
Executing and executing the enemies Appy has been. Made it rain as if it was hurricane season in Florida in that last one. Like we said, 100% kill participation up until like the 15-16 minute mark, which is kind of nuts if you're the mid laner. Yeah, you've got the potential to get to either side, but that's a stat you expect to see from a jungler. That type of kill participation, kind of nuts for a mid laner. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Appy prioritized within these picks and drafts on the side of bad timing to try to take some stuff away from him, although his bag runs deep.
Yeah, Appy Picker is just really feasting, especially in that first game with the house to pick against double ADC, just having that really high single target burst damage. So I think right now the strategy, the execution of D-Lab is just pretty dang good. Now BT, they have to bring it together to match that execution coming to game 2.
Well, draft is upon us. It's on the horizon. This is our chance for BT to find some answers to the questions we're posing for them. Tara, will it be first pick again, or will it be first ban off the mark? What are our expectations here for these first wave bans?
I think it kind of depends on who's got the first pick here. If it is D-Lab on the first pick again, I expect to see Grim get taken away. I don't know if that's what the problem was. Actually, it looks like it's going to be a Muriel ban out of bad timing, or out of Dirty Lake and the boys. I'm a little surprised by that. What do you think?
Yeah, I didn't really see Mayo doing like a super whole ton in that last game, but that's probably due to the fact that BT didn't really have the best execution with the Mayo in those team fights. But I guess D-Lab still don't like the Mario pick. They don't want BT to just get that Mario pick again, because I think what D-Lab is already thinking is BT is going to work out a better draft that Mario can perform like 10 times better in, and D-Lab's like, yeah, let's take Mario away. I don't want to deal with that whole mess right there. But it's going to be interesting to see what BT is going to ban, and they do ban the Howitzer. So both teams are kind of looking at each other, looking at the last game. They're like, Mirror's the problem, let's ban her. Howitzer, Appy is the big problem. Let's get rid of that pick right there.
Appy says, put some respect on my name. You can't blame him. Absolutely terrifying to see such great kill participation so late into the game. But you know what that leaves open? Terra. She's back. She's diving you. She's terrorizing your back line.
The way that I see this is D-Lab is prepared for this ADC offlane. You get rid of the Muriel, who's got the ways to add extra damage with her passive onto the double ADCs, has the ability to get to one from across the side of the map, really enhances what an ADC can do. That's why she's such a popular support. Terra very good into an offlane ADC as well, so it looks like they are ready for this. Bad Timing going to pick up the Zarus, which usually very, very contested. We saw it banned in our last one. I expect that to go to Oba in the jungle. That gives him somebody he can do an engagement on. Point and click engagement on the Colosseum for his ultimate. Like to see that at a Bad Timing, listening to Lance, taking his advice.
Yeah, I'm very happy that BT is prioritizing the jungle pick because seeing that Oba on that Rampage pick, very uncomfortable, can't really do much, but the Sarah is very more straightforward, a lot more comfortable pick. So I think if BT wants to execute the WAC strategy, well, now you have a jungler that can actually show that aggression. But we're seeing Twin Blast pick up right here, which is kind of like a normal pick, except when considering the fact that Grim is not banned at all, and Blub on BT loves to play Grim offlane. But if he's not picking up Grim right now, he's probably like hesitant to pick the ADC again on offlane after that first game right there.
Drongo going to be the pick up here for D-Lab, as well as Decker, who was second wave banned in the last game. So D-Lab going to take advantage of that, take that one off the market before Bad Timing can snatch it back.
And Decker, Toasty, very, very known for playing this Decker. Probably his best support, the one he's the most comfortable on. Expect these long-range stun balls to land because Toasty, he's got that Steph Curry accuracy he ain't missing.
And we see August being the last pick to round out BT's come. So kind of like the similar pick from last game, except it won't be August against the Howitzer again. It's going to be a different mid lane matchup. So I guess the question is going to really come down to the second wave of bans and picks, because D-Lab is looking very, very strong right now with the Terror and also the Drongo Dagger, which is looking to be like the best performing duo in this tournament so far. Just both providing so much burst damage, so much crowd control, so much like everything just going so well when you have Drongo Deck in the same lane, and it's gonna be really, really hard to match that. And I'm not sure if I'm seeing this right, but I've seen BT ban out the Grim, which is kind of puzzling a little bit for the fact that that's kind of taken away that comfort pick from Blood. But at the same time, Grim is actually pretty popular in the mid lane in the right hands. I think Abby actually likes to play Grim mid, so I think they're sort of having that foresight of like, hey, this could be a Abby or not. So a little bit hiccup in the draft, but either way, I think that makes a lot more sense. Yep, that makes sense. Grim being banned from D-Lab and then the Wall being banned from BT. The BT still kind of lacking that like second front line or jungle kind of pick, right? So it's kind of surprising to see them take away the Wall, but I think they respecting the import pick more than anything on that.
It seems that both sides have really respected the comps that we've got last time with that Aurora being taken off the map. Don't want to deal with those walls no longer. You know who that opens up though? Gideon joins the side here of Bad Timing. Also joined by Gideon on D-Lab. We got some interesting doppelganger action here. It's actually going to be Richter slotted in here for Bad Time. I'm about to say double mid. Interesting. And that's going to be firmly in the hands of Appy. I'm scared.
Appy's real good on Howitzer, really good on Gideon. There is an answer on the side of Bad Timing, though. The Dreadnova and the pull from the Richter both able to take out that black hole, so a little bit of counterplay there. I'm sure that we will see the True Silver Bracelet being built on Appy Picker with this Gideon here. We do see Bad Timing rounded out with the Murdoch after the Grim is banned, so once again, probably going to see the Murdoch into the Terror matchup. Maybe Blub's learned in the last 5 minutes and can press that early game lead if he's able to get it. We will round out the composition with Kwong for Dirty Lake and the boys as well.
Yeah, D-Lab is looking very, very scary. If I were to come up with a dream team comp coming into the PCC, this is exactly the kind of team comp I want to see coming from D-Lab, and it feels like BT is running WAC again, which, yeah, that's a strategy they've been working on, but it's looking a little bit rougher compared to the first game. Not having like a super solid like frontliner with the Rampage, or not having the Mirio to really kind of support this WAC playstyle.
Is this the moment to push all your chips in the center on this double ADC comp, or is it just Bad Timing? Lads, comp for comp, we've got it all lined up for a potential ending to this first quarterfinals. Who do we favor for the comps?
I got to pair it what Joe said here. I think that if you are trying to pick a perfect composition, D-Lab basically has it here. I don't feel confident for Bad Timing here, and I hate it because I wanted the series to be close.
Yeah, unfortunately, the one point we bring across the last draft is like, hey, BT needs to step up the draft game, especially if they want to win the WACs. But it feels like it just gotten worse. Sure, you got the jungle on the comfort pick, but I'm like looking at BT's comp, and it's just like, how do you just even get in when you're going against this monster of a team comp that D-Lab is having? But game 2 is going to be coming here in just a sec, so I guess have to wait and see.
They got options. Bad timing might be able to pull this one away. We hope the scrappy underdogs have got some bite to bite back with. That being said, we don't gotta wait to see it. Game 2, potential ending to this first quarterfinals coming at ya. TJ, DJ, and Tang, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dilo. And honestly, I gotta tip my hat over towards bad timing, especially with how game number 1 went, with how clean D-Lab were playing across the map with the micro, with the macro plays as well. BT just decided, you know what? We're gonna try again. With everything on the line, this is our comp, and we're going to throw it at you one more time. TJ here, Tang alongside me for this one. And honestly, Tang, were we expecting BT to just basically run back the comp again?
Honestly, I kind of was, to be completely honest with you. I think one small setback should not be enough for you to throw your entire game plan away. Yes, last game was a bit rough. Yes, Dealer played really well around that ranged offlaner, sort of making him pretty invisible in that game. But honestly, like, they have played quite a few games of this, so they are not too disheartened. I think they still want to keep going. Again, this time it's going to be the Murdoch again on that offlane. TB piloted by Pablo in the dual lane, and this time with that Richter support and that Sarah's in the jungle. They're hoping to have a bit more frontline as well, have a bit more setup, and allow those ADCs to pump out the damage.
Giving over something like the Zarus as well, probably going to have a lot more impact than that Rampage in game number 1. That's certainly what bad timing are hoping for as well. I do like this Richter pick coming out here as well. I'd say just give them another option, another large body to walk in towards those narrow choke points and try and push D-Lab away from those objectives here. Blub, much like game number 1, is going to push Lubba all the way back towards the tower. I'm going to drop the spray in the exact same position as well. Fair play, my friend. That is how you really go for it here.
And this time we can also see that the junglers both start in the right-hand side. So Kwang is gonna clear over towards the side of Blab. Meanwhile, the Ceres is clearing away from him. So this time Oba might not be there for the level 3, might not be there when those ranged offlaners are gonna be a big problem. But I think I also want to talk about something else, TJ, because the desk was mentioning a lot. We maybe weren't quite as much, but Epi Picker in that mid lane was putting on a clinic last game on that howitzer. This time on the Gideon, definitely expect him to do something similar, but Oba, while I'm finishing my thought, is going for the vertical, so is gonna shadow the offlane of Blub.
Just going to make sure as well that Blub does have that safety as well. We just want to make sure, of course, that the Murdoch offlane can be allowed to thrive, can be allowed to punish here. But then again, you have to think back to game number 1. If Lorba's just going to roam towards that mid lane as well, I've got to be careful. Vectron hitting a Riplash on towards Lakenator, going for the damage. Pablo being poked down low, but Lakenator's got to deal with his Richter in his face. Drops down, blinks over the ledge, and will keep himself alive. But that's a blink down on that left-hand side.
No blink on Drongo. Also wave pushing into the side of D-Lab. Slow push, and Drongo can't really contest it. Now Import and Oba are fighting in the river, but it's just about river control. Nothing too much happening. 3 camp was stolen away by Oba before. Import having to run away. Fox there as well, but dash out with the surge is gonna get the Kwang to safety. Even the rotation from Blab happening in the mid lane, forcing out the blink.
Ooh, and I do like this from bad timing as well. It just feels that the gloves are off. You know, it's all or nothing on those plays in the mid lane as well. Trying to catch on towards Appy. I'm going to force out a blink as well on a very elusive Gideon pick, it has to be said as well. Just hopping it back over towards the left-hand side. Of course, Lakenator and Tosi have both reset. Vecron just got to catch this wave as it crashes here as well. Just with the opening exchanges, very much like game number 1 as well. It took 8 minutes for First Blood to even drop here. That's going to be a very creative use of the wall there just to hit Pablo on his shoulder. Tosi's feeling very good about this Decker pick as well.
Definitely is, and I think staggering the recoil there is going to mean that Pablo is behind in tempo. I think if D-Lab wants to go for an early sort of Fangtooth play again, I think they have good chances with the two lane being desync in their backs. So that could be an angle to play for. But now I see Import on that right-hand side go for a bit of a cheeky gank through the lane towards Blub.
Just going to be on that Cyan camp as well, but Import is a bit low, so doesn't really want to get involved here, but I don't think Blub is going to be aware here. He's going to think about dropping the ward down, but it looks like it just caught on that column as well. So that Cyan buff does get taken down. Import does get a little bit of health regen from it, but doesn't seem to be enough. Just a bit of a stare down on his right-hand side. Blub knows something's up, but Import's channeling that recall. He's going to stop it as well. Looks like Blub was ahead of the game all along. That ward was just a distraction play.
Yeah, so no kill happening. Blub playing safe again, not really getting caught out there as last game. Now Orba starting up that Fangtooth with the dual lane already having first move as well. Should be a pretty safe sort of play for them. Toasty ganking the mid lane, forcing out the blink from Argus. Not up anymore for him, but is gonna mean Fangtooth secured.
Already, bad timing. Seems that, just changing that jungle pick has just completely changed everything here. You might be forgiven for thinking that we got the overlays the wrong way around here, but no, that is bad timing, picking up their first Fangtooth objective 10 seconds before D-Lab did in that game number 1 already. So just the smallest of victories going their way, but again, bad timing. They got to play all or nothing. This is their elimination game if they do fall down. Import looks for the gank, not going to find it. Tether misses that stasis bomb, not going to find the mark on towards Pablo either here, but Import's going to quickly know that that Fangtooth has already been taken down. Bad timing. Let's be a bit more improved here as Lorber's going to go for a bit of a ring around the rosy on this tier 1 tower, trying to get the pick on towards Blob. That bookshot connects. Lorber does walk out underneath tower. But there we go. Much like game number 1, it's the same way that solo lane's falling.
Yeah, so Lorber again with the level 6, able to just do whatever he wants to Blub, but still blink up on the Murdoch. Means the tower dive is not as easy even with that unstoppable. So Lorber respected, just goes back, just baits Blub into a bit of a safety, and then maybe strike afterwards again. But dual lane, Pablo and Vecron so far playing pretty well, not getting caught at all, using the priority that they did get in lane to transition that into the Fangtooth that couldn't be answered again with the mini prime because it just hasn't spawned yet. Another minute for that to actually happen. Both teams not really playing for those kills so far, TJ. Very different to sort of the games that we are used to this time. Both teams really want to focus on those objectives instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we think back to the Swiss phases, how bloodthirsty these games were, it was not uncommon that before the 10-minute mark we had 6, 7, maybe 8 kills, just over a kill a minute here. But right now, both these teams playing a lot more restrained, a lot more disciplined as well. Certainly, in the case of bad timing as well, to pick up that first Fangtooth does give you an indication. Of course, with D-Lab, with their composition, the strength that Lance was highlighting as well, called it one of the perfect comps you're looking to draft here. It's still on BT to show up and try and find an answer here. So they're going to start with the mini prime. There's like the boys getting their first neutral.
Yeah, honestly, Oba just kind of running Import at the moment, just there for every objective. Import not really finding any of the ganks either. So all in all, while Oba is not really getting the most farm, he's getting those objectives. And with that, he is getting global XP as well. Mini Prime on the Murdoch is going to make it really hard. Richter, though, in a bad spot, not even has time to blink. Lakenator picks that one up with the ultimate.
Black Hole coming out here from Appy Picker on towards Fox. A bit of a DPS battle as a Particle Shredder and a Sonatic Obliterator. But Fox is just standing still and Appy drops a rock on his head. They're taking the boys. Lose 2 neutrals. They pick up 2 kills, including that first blood in the left-hand side here for bad timing. Losing a little bit of that momentum. But I'm looking towards the mini-map here. Looking at a rotation coming out here from bad timing as Blood with the long arm of the law helps over get the kill on towards Appy Picker. So BT able to at least answer back in the kills.
So they get assist onto Mother, kill with the Colosseum stacks onto that Ceres of Oba. So good sequence of plays by them, but it was previously answered with 2 carries of D-Lab's own. Still, every objective so far has been claimed by BT. I think the only thing I wish I could see a bit more of for the side of BT is for over to actually group together with the Murdoch and try to get something in terms of structures. They do have the first mini prime. You really want to transition that into some tier 1 damage. Fox though checking the shadow wall, but Lorba is there.
You just see the damage coming out for that ruthless assault. Lorba still has the hurl available. The Ether Crystal jumps up Fox. Going to have a tower helping out a little bit here. Lorba going down to about a quarter HP, but Fox can't really push this advantage too much. Blub is on the scene. Import also arriving on the mini-map as well, so Fox able to get out of dodge there as he bumped into Lorba on that right-hand side. A couple of resets being picked up here. Toasty on the roam here as well, linking it with Appy Picker. A bit of damage on towards that structure as well, but not really seeing a flashpoint for now for that next team fight.
Yeah, neither team really wants to overplay their hands. We also see pretty much every blink up. The only ones missing is that Argus in the mid lane for BT. But I think both teams know that they want to keep those cooldowns for that big fight that's going to happen around the Fangtooth Pit, if I am to be believed. Because both of those teams have shown that they want to focus on those early Fangtooth objectives. But Lorba is having a few problems wave clearing against Blub on that right-hand side that still has the mini prime for a bit longer.
So just causing problems, but now Lorba is just going to jump on top of Blub, able to get away from the bookshot, just dealing the damage. The Highland Hurl goes wide, the Ruthless Assault comes down, that's a blink. Good bookshot from Blub. Blub with the outplay, solo bolo onto Lorba, and there is the Murdoch off lane.
Spray on the ground. Murdoch gets the big outplay. Blub schooling Lorba right there. Secures the tier 1 off the back end of it as well. And what a clean sequence of play. Blink away, waits for the blink follow, insta buckshot away, and then just the cold execute with that long arm of the law that honestly didn't need to be that long anyways in close range. Picking that one up. The over prime mechanics still there for Blub, but now Vecron in a bad spot. Fangtooth has been started up by D-Lab.
This Lake and the boys wanting to respond with this second Fangtooth. Going to be their first picked up for their side. Taking a little bit of chip damage as Appy and Import jumping forward, looking for an opportunity. Appy Picker goes to the black hole, goes to the combination, and look at the health bars drop. Dirty Lake and the boys pounce on the members of Bad Timing, and they've got to run. Pablo can't get to safety. Appy Picker rocks his world just like that. D-Lab find 4.
Yeah, and it's just so dry, isn't it? It's just a big black hole from Appy Picker just completely dominating the side of BT. 4 members falling, Blub with the outplay in the offlane. But honestly, after this fight, it only looks half as impressive as before. Scoreline 2-6. CS scores pretty even. And all in all, Fangtooth also claimed by D-Lab in the process. So big comeback from them. And honestly, I think it is still sort of the same scenario as the last game. I'm really hoping for BT to actually get ahead early, because I don't really have too much hope in the late game for them. Lakenator getting outboxed by Blub. That does have the ultimate up. Lakenator needs to be careful.
Blub just feels like a completely different beast now with that solo kill. It's got long on the law, but Lakenator does not drop. It's not enough damage. That's going to be a Lakenator forced onto the recall here as well. Just BT again coming out swinging, and it was just that last team fight that just kind of dampens a little bit of what BT were able to do there, Tang. But honestly, much more improved from that early game in game number 1 here, and it seems that they do not want to give up that pressure. Oba and Fox here in the mid lane. Dreadnova going to land on towards Toasty. But Opa's not thinking about a dive. Vecron with the pincer. This will be a 3 versus 2. Also got Pablo on the move as well. So now to obliterate on towards Appy Picker. Colosseum able to block one, but a Torn Space comes through. Good follow through. Vecron can't find the Riplash. Dreadnova does land. Opa's got a dive. He's got a jump. He's got a dodge, duck, dip, and dive those skill shots. But he still takes the Iron Strike. He's going to have to back away, but still signs of life from Bad Timing.
Signs of life, but maybe not the signs I want to see. Oba using the Colosseum on a Gideon that does have the Torn Space up. Pretty questionable stuff going on there. And that is shortly before that mini prime is gonna spawn. Now Blub in the offlane in a bad spot. Lorba popping the ultimate early, and Toasty is there as well. This time Blub, it just looks like you are the target. Falling in the 1 versus 3 and opening up the map for D-Lab to exploit. Tier 1 in the offlane. Mini prime about to spawn as well, and D-Lab is feasting.
And that kill felt personal, I feel, on that right-hand side as well, especially with Dirty Lake and the boys of how they're playing as well. Seems they have started to turn this game up yet another notch, matching the aggression coming out of Bad Timing, and they are rewarded with the mini prime going over to Lorber this time, so it's not going to be on the hands of Blub just yet, and a reset coming out here, 2 kills to 7. Both of these teams are definitely not pulling their punches, Tang.
Yeah, I think from like after minute 7, I think this game exploded. So much action happening everywhere. It's just that D-Lab has been getting the better of it after that short, sort of shaky early game where they were forced to give over each and every objective that we did see. But honestly, for BT, the shining light still on that offlane. Blub explaining why BT invests so much of the draft resources into getting Blub a good matchup, into getting that ranged offlaners that we don't usually see teams go for, but now again Lorber in that offlane against Blub.
He's going to try and run him down. Another Highland Hurl lands, but Appy Picker is here just to lend a little bit more damage. There is the sprays coming out from Appy and Lorber. The disrespect from Dirty Lake and the boys. Again, this is getting spicy, Tang, and I'm all here for it.
This looked so personal. Honestly, like half of this is probably my fault as well. Caster cursing Blub out of existence there, but the double spray really tells the entire story, I think. Epi Picker on that Gideon. Usually, like that is one of the things that we usually expect from the Gideon as well. Just perma rotates. Now Pablo might be the one that is caught though. Lorber trying to go for the dive. Pablo getting the reversal of fortune. Lorber going under the turret. Getting chased now by that TB. Reversal of fortune was actually stopped with a stun coming out. Pablo still on the chase. Lorber running.
He's got to try and get away from the grenades. The slows that come out. The Highland Hurl will land. It's going to be one slow on towards Pablo. He's got the rocket boots, but stats. Piercing shot will land. Another grenade. Another Dreadnova. Lorber is just trying to dodge as much as he can, but it was truly inevitable. This time Pablo gets to pick on towards Lorber, but that is a lot of time, a lot of resources used on towards the right-hand side, and immediately Deslake and the boys are going to respond because the third Fang Tooth of the game has spawned, and they instantly pounce on it.
Yeah, they get the Fang Tooth. The Muriel was only in my imagination there as well. By the way, that was the cleanse coming out of the TB, of course, that Pablo was piloting. But yeah, all in all, they get the Terror on the right-hand side. They also get the mini prime off the side of D-Lab, but they have to trade it against the Fang Tooth being taken by D-Lab now. 8-3 the scoreline, 17 minutes in. Fang Tooths, at least compared to last game, at least BT got the first one, so they could stop the sort of winning condition with the 3 Fang Teeth. But honestly, Lorber on that offlane has been just running at all of those ADCs, and BT so far not really finding an answer against the Terror.
Well, it seems that the only answer they have kind of found really is just 3 members ganking 1 versus 3. I'm just pointing down because, as I say, even though Blub had that quite ridiculous outplay as well, going to need a little bit more. But that's what we wanted to see from Bad Timing as well, seeing their aggression, seeing these outplays coming down, seeing a blink coming out from Toasty, looking towards Pablo. Vecron misses that Impale, and now Pablo is called out. He's not got away out this one. Import is going to run him down. Lakenator getting the kill, and now they take down Vecron as well. Disaster in the left-hand side as once again D-Lab pounce.
BT is like, we can overload the side lanes, and D-Lab strikes back, doing it better than them. Now Fox in the mid lane, Import and Epi Picker on top of him. Black Hole used, blink away by Fox, using their ultimate to try to get a bit more damage, but Import on top of him, securing the kill. Now Colosseum used by Oba.
Oba wanting to re-engage, but he's on his lonesome at the moment. He's split from the rest of his team, and he's taking a lot of damage. One more stasis bomb will be the death. Appy Picker torn spaces forward. Oba knows that his demise is going to be quick, and it's going to be here, and it's going to have Appy Picker's name written all over for it. Blub going to blink away, throws. He's currently lining up that long arm of the law and takes down Lakenator with that ultimate. Goes for the reset as well. I mean, Blub is certainly having fun in this game as well, but man, this game, as Satang, it's just turned up yet another notch here between these two teams.
Yeah, Blub not missing his long arms off the law before, also hitting Lakenator, but barely missing the execute this time. It was enough though, really good on those ultimates, hitting those snipes from a distance, using the blink beforehand though to escape the tether of imports. At the moment, nothing really to fight for, TJ. I think both objectives are down. 19 minutes in the game, 1 minute for the Big Prime to spawn, and Primal Fangtooth will spawn shortly afterwards. I think one thing I really want to mention though is the CS core. Usually as the team with a ranged offlaner, you want to get those leads early and transition them into the mid to late game. Blub has been playing stellar, has been playing really good, but is even in terms of CS to the Terra on the offlane, 150 CS each. And that is definitely not a sight you want to see for BT coming into that mid to late game.
No, and as you say as well, like it's kind of what the plan was to put Lorber behind, make sure Blob is ahead, just use the range versus melee matchup in Blob's favor, get him ahead, get him rotating. He is definitely rotating here, but the fact is that Lorber has been doing such a good job of keeping even here. Lakenator walks in towards this jungle. Fox going for the flank here with a Blast Flower. Lakenator uses his blink, able to get away from the Dreadnova, but can he escape the Synaptic Obliterator? Lorber should be able to body block. Highland Hurl does land, stuns on towards Fox, and now the Arg's got to get away. He used his blink to get up the wall, and that is going to cost him. Lorber just runs down the Args in the mid lane, and Bad Timing are having to run, having to flee from Dirty Lake and the boys, continuing this onslaught. Blub and Fox are going to lose their lives for it.
Yeah, both Blub and the Fox, the two damage dealers, falling there is not a good sign. But again, no objectives on the left-hand side up, but the Prime has spawned in the meanwhile, and Import instantly goes for that one. Gideon and Drongo toasty there as well. Zeros knows something is up, but the big question is, can they actually walk in? It's only a 3 versus 5. Richter and TB still a bit further away. Prime drops to 8k.
Ober is here. Gonna be stuck by that containment fence, gonna be stunned, gonna be rooted up. CC City, Ober's just got nowhere to go, and Ober is back to his spawn, and this means Dirty Lake and the boys are able to get a very easily secured or prime, but there was the synergy coming out from your reigning champions, locking Ober, preventing him from even playing the game.
Yeah, that is just rough. Drongo silence also just making it a mess for Ober to actually do anything there, and the lockdown with the tether together with the root that Terra has, and the Decker boys coming in from Toasty just makes it so hard for Ober to even face check this, especially with Richter and TB being a bit delayed. Now Prime again secured at around the 22 minutes mark as in the first game, and now Primal is also on the board for either team to take it. With the Prime secured, D-Lab feels very confident stepping into the blue side, but we see BT does not want to give this up. They are around. Vecra needs to hit a good hook though.
A good hook, a good Colosseum, a catch, anything for Bad Timing to latch onto, and maybe Appy Picker might be the one they were going to look to pick off here as Appy Picker just gets taken out. Blub hitting them shots, and that is going to be one All Prime buff off the menu here, and also a massive team fight ult over on the left hand side should the Primal Fangtooth be started. But keep your eyes on the minimap, my friends, because Lorber is split pushing on the right hand side, taking down the tier 2 tower, has got to force a response here because he has the All Prime buff as well. Now what do Bad Timing do? Do they stick or do they twist? It looks like they're going to stick. They're going to try and burn through the Primal Fangtooth, but that just leaves Lorber able to keep up the pressure here. D-Lab, if they can stop the recalls, if they can cause something here, this might just be the end of the game. Primal Fangtooth down towards 2k. It is going to go the way of Bad Timing here, and they're just going to try and collapse on towards Impulse, but they just need to stop the backs. Look at the core, look at the HP underneath Bad Timing, down to 40, down to 30. Lorber is just going to end the game. He doesn't even care. Blinks in the air for celebration as the back door is complete. Dirty Lake and the boys advance to the semi-finals.
Yeah, who doesn't know? It's trading the Primal Fangtooth for the core. BT, one of the worst trade deals in existence, at least what I've seen. The core easily exposed to Lorber with that big Prime. Just honestly pretty anticlimactic end to a really banger series. Honestly, BT was... like, they found the fights they were looking for. They were getting those frags. Their eyes just a bit too big for their own good. And they just give up the entire base for Lorber to just end the game dry as that.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I agree with that. Anticlimactic. I mean, with how the team fights were going around those objectives, I was expecting another big 5v5, but I just see Lorba split pushing, and it's just like, you're there saying, surely not. No. He's going to take, okay, he's going to take the second, he's going to take tier 2, and he's going to back away. Okay, Inhib, maybe going to trade. No, he's got the all prime buff. He's going to end. Bad timing. You got to respond to it. And unfortunately, well, we know what happens there, but congratulations to Dirty Lake and the boys. Some clean play, and they still bring it out when it matters. Commiserations to bad timing as well. But, this title defense here for Dirty Lake and the boys, just off that first set, though, is looking pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. There's D-Lab in a sort of position where they are definitely the favorites coming into this tournament. I think they are not only the title defenders, but also heavy favorites winning this game. Honestly, a few people were saying that BT with their sort of off-lane strats could pull out a victory, but I think D-Lab showed that with smart wave control, with decent picks, with good drafting, they can just roll over BT, and that's exactly what they did. Also, like BT, I mean, lane assignments maybe wasn't their strong suit, at least in the end of the game, of course, with Lorba finishing the game, finishing the series 2-0 for D-Lab.
Well, I think we could all definitely agree that Bad Timing put on a show as well. That game number 2, some of those outplays, some of the highlights, real moments as well. The sprays, it had the BM, it had the disrespect, but it also had the core dropping as well. I'm going to go back to the desk for the post-set breakdown.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the post-wrap desk. BT, they don't move on to semis, but they do have job offers at GameStop, because boy, do they love making some unfortunately bad trades. Guys, looking at that set loss there, D-Lab move on. Our thoughts?
I love it from D-Lab. Don't sleep on how good of a team Bad Timing was. Yes, they just got 2-0'd. It didn't look fantastic. There was some macro mistakes within it, but this was a very tough first round opponent in a lot of people's eyes. Lauber really standing on his head, much like Lance, a big fan of the back door.
Yeah, I really do think that D-Lab is going to be one of the toughest teams to go against, in favor to, at least by the fans, to win this tournament again. But again, the big thing we're pointing out from the previous set, BT really needs to step up the macro game. They need to come together in those team fights. And we saw right there towards the end, they didn't communicate at all, didn't respect the lobber split push to end the call right there. Like, you just cannot let those mistakes happen at all.
Man, this set had everything. It had tragedy. It had comedy there with that sprays. We were seeing some nice solo dolo action back and forth, some heat being traded here. But at the end of the day, the machine wins it. This is the unfortunate alternate ending of Terminator. And, I got to give, once again, credit to Appy. That amazing black hole we saw around the Fangtooth pit, that was something to behold.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure what was going on with BT, why they were hanging out in that choke point right there. It looks like maybe they were a little worried about the engagement or trying to flip that Fangtooth, but they set themselves up into a position where Gideon can just black hole on top of you, and either you're blinking or you're dying, and the health bars were already so low, there just wasn't much for them to do. But that's the strengths of Dirty Lake and the boys. They're a seasoned veteran team. Yeah, they had to replace their jungler, but they replaced it with a dev of the game, with somebody who's been playing this game years longer than anybody else has because of their access. Dirty Lake and the boys look primed to repeat.
Yeah. It's good to be cautious, especially when you're going against good teams, but there's a problem of being too overly cautious, too scared to just go in and do what you need to do. Because obviously, the jungler got the more comfort pick, they got the comfort picks all around, but they're still too scared to just go do team fights kind of stuff, right? And you cannot be scared if you want to get that trophy again for the PCC.
End of the day, the result is the same. D-Lab, congratulations. You're moving on to tomorrow. BT, hang up your hats. You put up a good fight, but maybe Joe is right. Double ADC just might not be the move. That being said, next set coming up here in just a bit. Rogue versus Flow State. Hopefully they can get in their flow. Don't go anywhere. More PCC action coming at you after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the desk. PCC8 quarterfinals, but 100% of the fun. I'm D-Lo here with Lance and Joe, yours truly. And we've got back-to-back action here. This time, Rogue versus Flow State. Gonna be an interesting one. Eyes on that dual lane.
Eyes on the dual lane for sure. There was speculation that Rogue was going to swap their ADCs, have Haru play main event instead of Neft. Instead, they're going to go with say it with me here. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6-time Fang Booth champion and Neft in the duo lane. This entire Rogue team is playing on ping. Their only NA player is Wangle, who is in NA West, another strong NA West mid laner, just like we saw from Appy Picker in our first series of the day. But I think that the dual lanes are obviously going to be the highlight of this. Neft and Penguin, they've won a couple of Fang Booths together. Neft has won every single Fang Booth but one of them, and that's kind of what I think that this matchup is going to come down to.
Yeah, all eyes are definitely on the dual lane. And on the side of Flow State, we have Jay and Guerci, and these two have played together for a very, very long time, and they're very consistent, they're very strong duo. You ever see them in your NA games, you're not going to have a good time at all. However, they haven't really never made it to the finals yet in the PCC. They always made it to semifinals, but then they lose the semis right here. So if they want to have the shot at being in the finals for the PCC for the very first time, they have to beat this EU duo menace that is Neft and Penguin.
What better way to make it to finals other than some momentum behind you? But that being said, we've been focusing on this dual lane. Let's zoom out a little bit, take a look at the head-to-head team stats and see what story it tells us. And what a story it is. Look at that. Nearly double that slash line there for KDA. Seems like overall Flow State certainly have got their chakras online.
I think that the stats are a little skewed here. We need to remember Flow State did forfeit 3 of their Swiss round games, so the ones that they played, they kind of kicked some butt in, so that's gonna skew it. They forfeited a couple of games they were definitely 50-50 on, I would say, against some of the better teams, just because of players not being available or this or that happening to get in the way of that. So the KDAs look a little bit different. We also have to remember Rogue had that one game against Hive. They were down 3 Fang Teeth, like 16 kills. They knew that they just needed to sit around and wait and outscale, so that's definitely affecting what their KDA looks like on average.
So on that point, I think what's going to be very telling for both teams is the most banned and most picked heroes, because obviously both teams are very dual lane centric. Rogue will ban out the Decker the most because Decker is probably the hardest support to go against for any dual lane. If you want to dominate the dual lane, you either pick Decker or you ban her. In the case for Rogue, they hate to go against Decker. And on the side for Flow State, they're a little bit more overall they hate the Aurora, don't want to deal with her shenanigans in offlane or jungle. So I really think that it's going to really come down to the drafts on how it's going to be well executed by both teams to get the comfort picks, but also trying to form the game plans.
Curious to see how it's going to affect. So far, we've only seen historically all Terra first picks all day, but given that we have different focus nowadays, it might be just a bit different. Now, the real question is, when you have, we're going to keep talking about it because it's important, this dual lane focus, where does the jungler go? Does the offlaner get any love, or are they just playing Farmville over there for 20 minutes?
I wouldn't expect the junglers to get a lot of love, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the mid laners still be impacted by this. I know Guessi's got a little bit of a crush on Wangle. He likes to go over and spend some extra time with Wangle, so there's a good chance that this mid lane matchup, which we haven't even gotten to yet, which will be very tight with Wangle into Bry here, gets some attention from it as well, and as a lead starts to develop in the duo lane, that they move that to the center of the map and try to get that early tier 1 tower down. But I wouldn't expect the offlaners to get a lot of love or attention. It might just be a solo fest over there for them.
Yeah, and Bonjour and Peak are very aggressive, very good offlaners on their own. They're probably going to be focusing more on trying to get the solo kill, trying to see who is actually truly the better off laner between the two. I think what's going to be interesting going to the draft is probably going to see how the mid lane pool is going to be picked, but because both Bry and Wango love the Iggy pick a whole lot, and whenever you see an Iggy lover, you always want to ban that kind of pick, but both teams want the Iggy pick, so it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to ban the Iggy because they're afraid that the team's going to get it, or they're going to do some mind game kind of shuffle in the draft to try and see if they can secure it for themselves.
The classic kindergartner strategy, if I can't play with this toy, I'm just going to break it, or in this case, ban it. Certainly could be an effective way. We've, again, put a lot of attention on top of Neft specifically. It's one of their prime players, and Neft, even if you put attention on them, you try to get them down and out, Neft is just going to Neft their way through the game no matter what. Given that state, Lance, do we expect to see the first pick going to their ADC, or can you feel confident that no matter what I toss Neft's way, they're just going to do their thing?
I think you can put Neft on damn near anything. I think that he really likes the Wraith when he's playing EU. Can't necessarily play that on the ping coming all of the way from France to wherever the Eastern servers are. I expect Iggy to be the contestant in this draft, personally. I think that both of these ADCs can play whatever the heck that they want. I think Wango can play whatever he wants in the mid lane as well, but I think Bry specifically really looking towards getting Iggy. He plays in Spanish League tournaments as well. Really slamming Iggy and Sconch over there in those. So I believe that's going to be the spot where the draft hinges on, but there's only really one way to find out.
Yeah, exactly as you say. I don't think they have to prioritize ADCs because most ADCs besides Revenant and Waze are doing very good in the meta. I think besides like the mid lane roster, they also have to try to pick their junglers before it's too late, because we saw in the kind of first game we had today where the junglers roster got pinched so much to the point that it made for some awkward picks. And I feel like if you want to like execute the game plan that you want with your dual lane, you gotta make sure junglers get their comfort pick to execute their game plans.
Gonna have to find out if it's gonna be more jungle top blocks or if the story plays differently this time. P's and B's coming at you in just a second. Let's see what they're looking for here. It's gonna be interesting because, again, it's the question of, does Iggy go to one side or does no one get to have their fun with them?
I also wouldn't be surprised to see an Aurora be targeted early on both sides of this. Conte really does like that champion, the jungler for Rogue here. It looks like they are going to be on this first ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see potentially Decker targeted, but it looks like they're going to pull the Gadget out first. Wango really likes Gadget. I'm a little surprised by this.
Yeah, Wango loved the Gadget pick for sure, but also Bry loved the Gadget pick too. So even if you pick up Iggy first pick, Flow State's probably going to respond for the Gadget pick. So they might actually first pick Iggy right here. You took away the very comfortable pick of Gadget from Bry. So now it's like, okay, I'm going to take Iggy, and now we're going to put Flow State in a little bit awkward spot, but instead, they're actually going to go for a Sarah's first pick. This is quite interesting decision. I really thought that there's going to be an Iggy first pick if they're going to ban out the Gadget, but it seems like they want to prioritize the Sarah's, which is not a bad first pick, but you're literally going to give up Iggy to Flow State, and then now Wango doesn't have his comfort pick of the Gadget or Iggy in his favor.
Gonna be a Decker first pick here for Flow State, so they're focusing on their strengths. It's gonna be that dual lane, whereas Eris, I guess it's like also what you said though, Joe. Potentially getting your jungler on a comfortable pick could be a nice way to enable the rest. Terra is going to be the second lock-in. Iggy's still available here, guys.
Iggy is still available. I want to focus on the Terra pick. They already had shown the Zarus, so we talk about it all the time. Terra's got that CC immunity. One of the only things you can really do to stop her is put something in front of her that she can't walk through. Decker's the main thing for that because of the wall that she's got. Zarus also has that as well on a longer cooldown with the ultimate. We will see the Grim come through. Probably going to go over to Neft, as I don't expect to see Wango playing that in the mid lane, and I don't believe Bondra has been practicing the ADC offlane unless Blub has gotten super infectious on everybody, which I don't necessarily think. And then there's going to be the Gideon for the Wangle Dangler.
Yeah, kind of interesting choices. Really thought that Iggy's going to be priority pick, but it seems like both teams are a little hesitant to pick him up and instead focusing on other picks, which Terra, again, very solid pick, but he's going against the Sarah, so that's going to be a tougher time for that. And then on top of that, now you're going against a Gideon mid, and he's going to really disrupt teamfight as a whole lot, because even if Terra can get in the back line on the ADCs, well, Gideon just black hole straight in the middle of the teamfight, and he just causes so much mayhem and damage across the board.
Howitzer lock there for Flow State gives them their mid to slot up against the Gideon, and we've certainly seen what both of those mid picks are capable of just in our first set, so maybe they were taking some notes, can't quite blame them. Now second ban's coming on here. Iggy still available. We do have already Neft locked in potentially on that Grim, imagining that it's going to be in that ADC, and it seems that Flow State are going to continue to leave that Iggy option on the board.
Iggy's definitely not going to be played in this game. We got both Howitzer and Gideon locked up unless somebody gets real spicy with it and plays one of those in an off lane or some other role which you just wouldn't expect to see. We do see the Drongo come out banned for Rogue, which does indicate that that Grim is going to be played in his traditional role, that ADC spot. Muriel comes off the board for Flow State to target that support pool since they already have that Decker locked in for themselves as well. We are getting down to the end of this draft. I'm very curious who they're going to put on Jay for the side of Flow State.
Yeah, and like I said, there's a lot of good options. Jay's very well known for Q, especially. He loves to play Q all the time in solo Q, so I wouldn't be surprised if Flow State picks up Q for the Jay pick right there. But I'm very curious about what support you're going to pair up with Grim, because Grim and Mayo are very deadly duos, so that's why Flow State kind of got rid of the Mayo in that case. But instead of Kira, we are going to see Jay Twin Blast. I would say between like Kira and Twin Blast, I think he kind of favors the Kira a little bit more, but I think he wants to get a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more elusive with the Twin Blast, especially since you're going against like a Gideon, Saris. Like, you really want to kind of take team fights out slowly, trying to space all that out.
Rogue locked in their Richter. Both teams now waiting to just round out their comps with their final picks, but we do know that our dual lane matchup is going to be there. Sarath is going to be Rogue's final pick. Their comp's been complete.
Spicy for Bondred here. Is picking it into the Terra. I think that is one of the better picks you can pick into Terra. Personally, I'm not an offlane connoisseur. That's what Joe Yours truly is here for, so I'm not going to speak too much about how that matchup goes. I do like this Richter with the Grim. I am a tiny bit surprised to not see something like the Narbash or something that can enhance the Grim, make him a little bit stronger, maybe a phase to keep him a little safer as well. But they must be feeling confident. Penguin on the ping Richter hooks. Gonna round it off on the side of Flow State with the Quang. What's this about?
Yeah, I think both of these comps are actually looking very, very good. I'm actually a big fan of having Quan and Terra on the same team because both can like frontline decently well, but also their dive potential is super, super deadly. But on the side for Rogue, I kind of liking the two frontlines too, with the Saris Cage and the Saris just going in and trying to find her single target picks. So I think more than anything, you gotta keep an eye on the offlane jungle because these are some really kind of spicy matches going into this game right here.
And saying keep an eye on the off lane is such a difficult thing to tear your eyes away from the real duo clash we've all been waiting for. Real quick, guys, before we get into game here, comp for comp, who do we favor?
I like the comp of Rogue significantly more personally. I think that I might be biased towards what I know about the players and the strength of the players as well. But if I was going for something, I'm looking for this Coliseum into this black hole, into the skewer by the Richter. I can't choose against Wangle either. I'm trying to keep my mod privileges within his stream, so I've got Rogue here.
Valid.
Yeah, this is actually kind of tough for me. I'm going to say I'm going to lean a little bit towards Flow State, only because I feel like what really kind of like rounds out the team comp for Rogue is the Gideon. If Gideon is dead or he gets disrupted immediately in his ultimate, I feel like the team fight kind of falls apart very quickly. So Rogue really needs Gideon to kind of step up in this game, because if not, I think Flow State with their kind of picks are going to run over theirs.
Split desk here as far as the support, and there's only one way to find out who's right and who's wrong. Ego, F6, take it away, guys.
Gamers! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You got the E squared combo with you today within the casting booth. On one side is your boy, Ego, always rocking with you, never rocking alone. And alongside me, I got the man, the myth, the legend, F6. How are we feeling today, man?
Dude, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pumped, man. Game number 1 of this second set. I just cannot wait. I know you're a big fan of Rogue going into this, so I want to see what they can do. But at my end, though, F8 has been looking clean since PCC7.
They have been looking so good, and exponentially they've just gotten better. It's like a heartbeat. They just spike upwards if they can get a little momentum. And when they do, you can see them start to dance to the beat of their own drums while keeping the other team on their toes. But I can't deny, man, I'm a big fan of this Rogue draft. But on the other side as well, both of these teams in Flow State and Rogue just look absolutely cracked, F6.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of strengths and they have a lot of weaknesses in both of these draft comps. Like Joey pointed out on the desk, that Gideon is going to be the key factor in that team comp going over towards the side of Rogue. I mean, within the other end, though, they do have that Decker. We've seen Guasione a bunch of times to be able to facilitate for his team. So we're going to have to see how that goes, because that Decker is going to be allowed to roam, put pressure on the mid lane, put pressure on Wangle to be able to deteriorate him from being able to do what he wants to do with that Gideon.
I couldn't say it any better, as well as what the desk said earlier. It is going to be a spotlight, a hotlight, if you will, on that duel lane. The combination of Jay as well as Neft, decided Rogue, all playing on ping, just with the exception of Wangle, but it's never really bothered them before. I have to predict that this is going to be decided in the duel lane. I'm assuming both of these solo laners, both so very competent, are going to be able to hold their own. So I'm expecting to see the junglers migrate on over to the duel lane, as we are going to migrate our way into Game 1 F6.
Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, the rosters are set, the players are ready, and this is where they fight for themselves to be into the top 4, going into another day of some Predecessor to potentially contest for the crown.
And isn't that what it's all about, the crown? Stepping up to the Kings and D-Lab, who have won out their first set, and now this match is going to decide, or this set, better said, is going to decide who is going to be going up against them in day 2 of the finals weekend.
Starting out, nice little 5-point set here. You're seeing both teams being respectful towards each other. They're not trying to get any deep wars. They're not trying to be a little bit invasive. They know with both of these teams are going to be contesting towards getting to the next game. They don't want to make an early mistake going into the first minute.
I don't anticipate either one of these teams making an early mistake. I think we're going to see very much so a mirror of what we have seen at this high caliber of play. Both teams playing a little bit cautiously, being meticulous about their positioning, as well as any extensions they make onto the other side's jungle or rotations onto these ganks. I'm going to just throw out a guess here, and this could be a little bit of a preemptive caster's curse, that we're not going to see any smoke, any real action until at least the 5-6 minute mark. And until then, both of these teams are going to be getting a feel for each other.
That's what we saw from the first set there between D-Lab versus PT. They took a long time before anybody was able to really initiate that first of blood. But once it did happen, though, that was the button to go, go, go. And we saw these teams start to hype it up. But we're definitely have to see how F8 and Rogue are going to temper into this, how they're going to play it out. Because we know Penguin is one of those gamers towards Neft that allows Neft to be comfortable inside here.
Yeah, man, and Neft a lot of the time just feels like he's infinitely comfortable. Give him a 2-man, a 3-man rotation. Even then, he is going to be able to relax and possibly make a play, even if he is going to be on the downswing gas. Now, within the solo lane, we're going to see what solo laners do. It's going to be a little bit of a conflict of action, and those HP pulls aren't going to get dangerously low on either side, but both are very willing to fight.
Gunball does go out, does not hit, though. Neft is going to be able to be safe, and Penguin as well, but they have this wave pushing towards them, and I want to break down a little bit on this dual lane matchup, how it kind of is going to go throughout the rest of this game. Penguin's going to be able to try and look for these Richter Riplashes to try and position out one of these dual lane members, and if he's able to land that, that is going to allow them to be definitive. Neft's going to be able to get a lot of damage off and be able to thrive through this. But on the other hand, though, we do have the opposing Decker, which is a huge counter towards the Richter. If he misses and he stalls, it's going to be bad. But that Richter is going to lock in and forces the blink on Guasi, and that's going to be the first blood. Put them on the board, and they come out strong for Rogue. And now Matt Corporeal, though, looking over onto the side of the off lane. Conte's in a bad spot. He still just have the opportunity, though, but is he going to be able to escape? No, he's not. And that's going to be a trade kill back in the end, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 on the opposite side. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. We're seeing both of these teams get active. We talked about how they are going to be trying to wait for that 5 to 6 minute mark, but they are not able to do that. Within 3 minutes, they were going to be able to start this fire, start this game.
I mean, I kind of predicted it on the misprediction there, too. A miscalculation of the caster curse, as Penguin is going to get a big pull here onto the TB in Jay, who's going to get absolutely shredded in. The dual lane is now going to be forced to utilize the blink, as that's going to be a very valuable resource down. But Mad Corporeal on the rotation is going to be a little bit behind, as Penguin and Neft are going to be able to get close to that T1.
And oh man, they were definitely a bad spot. But Matt Corporeal says he's trying to get something here, and he forces the blink out on Penguin. Nothing is going to be left, though, as they now enforce that retreat, looking for the blue side.
100%, man. A little bit of a blink for a blink there within the duo, and this is kind of what we anticipated seeing, right? Matt Corporeal having to show face within this duo lane, very aware that either one of these carries is also very capable of running away with the game as Bry. It's going to take a little bit of poke damage coming out of Wangle on the Gideon.
That's what he's going to kind of be able to do, right? Slowing it back down here. Howie against this Gideon, he's going to be able to just poke from a distance, but as well, though, the Gideon has a lot of burst damage. If he's able to hit his combo, it's going to be a lot there. So if he's able to get in the distance and be able to lock that down. So it's definitely a pretty even matchup, kind of depending on what you're trying to do and trying to accomplish, determined based off your jungler's gank. So we're going to have to see how this rides out, because we know that Gideon has that verticality into play, but Bry's going to be able to make it rain, even though it's on single target.
And speaking of the Gideon, I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do, Wangle, on this pick, scaling into the late game when we start seeing some team fights around the objectives. Gideon by himself, good. Gideon with the Coliseum to help him do setup on maybe a black hole for the ulti around a Fangtooth, or even just a minor Whiplash coming out of the Richter becomes oh so very great. As now we're going to see Conte making a rotation despite this team being relatively close to the tier 1. No ult is going to be available here, so it's just going to be a bit of damage and then more than likely a reset.
They need to crash this wave in, because they can make a couple plays out of this if they're able to crash. They're able to possibly go over towards the Fangtooth. We are past that 5-minute mark, and they are going to be able to contest that if they're able to get this lockdown in. But with that little bit of a low HP on the side of Penguin, looks like they're going to actually push back towards this gold buff and look to start clearing some camps and get a reset here.
Man, that's the smart play, right? I know me personally, I'd be tempted to look for the smoke as we're going to see within the solo lane a little bit of damage here coming out of the Seraph as she's then going to reset under tower. But with the tower shot, the ultimate sixth man making itself apparent, the kill potential on Peak skyrockets as these HPs are just about even.
Peak doing Peak things. He was looking for that kill 1 second on the cooldown, looking for his level 6 to possibly be able to turn down the Thunderstorm, but was unable to get it. Just a little bit of bad time on his part, and Sarah's almost able to capitalize on that kill.
I think one more tower shot and we would have seen Seraph full committed on there for a kill that wouldn't have been oh so very more difficult, considering the HP bar on Kwang would have basically been non-existent. But as you said, Peak doing Peak things is going to aggro, take a shot, and then immediately get a disengage, knowing that the kill potential for the Seraph is going to skyrocket if he just decides to linger under the tower.
Picking this off lane, though, is one of those characters that if you allow him to just win this lane, he is going to take control of this game. But Bondrude as well is also another factor on this side of the thing. These two kind of compare with each other. If they're just allowed to just be the better person in that lane, they just make this game easier for their team. But with Fangtooth being lit up with these wards, Bryce searching for a possible rotation if Penguin or Neff search outs here, it's going to be very impactful for him. But he needs to get back to this mid lane when it's going to be coming to connect.
You don't want to miss out on any of that farm, especially when you have Gideon, who's going to be able to quickly and efficiently just push that farm underneath tower and apply a little bit of damage, as the damage is going to be applied onto the TB off of a successful Riplash. Now it's going to be Decker on the body block as Jay is going to be forced to reset, and Gwusi takes just a little bit more poke.
Man, every time you get hooked there, hold on a second, to tether.
Seraph is about to see sent up to the high heavens with her HP solo. The wings are out, and she's going to be making her way back to base.
They're going to be making their way over towards this Fangtooth Ego as they're able to pick up the kill over inside the off lane. They thought they're going to have the advantage, but that was the go button for Rogue. They saw the jungler on the opposite side of the map, and they're going to push towards this first Fangtooth.
Dude, the visual clarity there is oh so very simplistic to read. They saw jungler not in Fangtooth. That is now the only place on the map they want to be. Fangtooth rotation immediate, and the taking of it even quicker, as they're going to be able to pick up an objective lead.
I mean, that's kind of a trade that you're expecting and you're okay with. Conte, though, lurking in the back lines. Gwusi and Jay, no blinks attached. Coliseum is available.
Mobility utilized, as it is going to be the Coliseum that comes out now. Jay and combination with Gwusi are going to be stuck at the edge of the tier 1 end. It's going to be stuck down. The secondary Riplash is going to come out. He doesn't miss. That's going to be a double going in favor of Rogue, like Thieves of the Night in the duo lane.
Rogue coming in hot, Riplash, Skewer, Coliseum, everything landed that it need to, but the action's not over yet. Eagle with a black hole. Matt Corporal is going to have to leave out of there, and the white flag is waved.
And I think Rogue is more than willing to accept that white flag. As it goes up, they go away. Now looking to backspin a little bit of gold and then come back stronger to apply even more pressure onto this dual lane. We all know that Richter is such a dangerous pick F6, but when the Richter just doesn't seem to be missing, it is just so crucial to play as safe as you can. And sometimes, like we just saw, it's just not enough.
I mean, Richter did everything he needed to do there, but let's not shy away from your favorite man, Conte, the Coliseum lockdown. Everything is easier to hit whenever they're just in a small spot. And then with that Coliseum being able to land a little bit deep inside that tier 1, but enough for the rest of Rogue to capitalize, with Richter being able to trap them in there, and just with their skewer, the hook at the end to secure that double kill. What an outstanding play coming out of Penguin.
And this is exactly what we predicted, right, coming from the desk, coming into this game, that this dual lane was going to see a lot of attention. And as of now, it is paying dividends for Rogue, able to seize not only the objective lead, but now a +2 to the kill lead as well. They definitely do have the momentum, but they're not going to abuse it, as Penguin is going to catch a little bit of burst damage, bringing him to about the 50% threshold. He's going to back up and get a little bit closer to the T1.
Like we said before, that's one of the weaknesses with that Richter pick on Penguin, but being able to have that Riot Shield passive allows him to take a little bit of that trade. As you see, it's now propped back up, able to get him a little bit more sustainability. But this dual lane, we talked about it on the desk, coming in from Lance, the 6-time Bang Boost champion Neft. He's just going to be in the absolute best position. You've seen him throughout this entire game just being where he needs to be, and allows him to just put out damage. And towards like the mid to late game here, when we check who is going to be the person carrying this, it's most than likely going to be him, with a little bit of help from Conte and the rest of Team Rogue.
There's very few certainties in life. One, taxes. The second one, death. The last one, Neft being able to carry your games if you let him get to that 3-4 item mark, as Conte is going to be caught out and forced to utilize the blink. It is going to be a blinky pursuit, as Brian's going to be the one to get the final hit. A big Black Hole coming over the top. He is going to be able to lock down 3 members, but without the supporting damage there, this could lead to a lack of kills. Peak not being forced to play the space onto the back end is going to be able to assist in burning down Bondruid, as Wangle is at death's door in the opposition, and F8 is going to make him knock. The big reflex though is going to be able to preserve his life. Grim has entered the chat, and he is looking to EXE make you exit, as he's going to be able to lay some damage down and force 2 blinks out of F8.
My goodness, my word, the massacre going on over this mini orb prime. Initially, Rogue taking the blunt of the damage here, but that Whiplash should be able to appeal for Wangle in the mid lane, allowing Neft the extra second to rotate into that fight to turn it around into their favor. And now you're seeing what that potential leads to, and that's a mini orb prime over towards the side of Neft.
Looked like it was so smoothly and so readily just there for F8, but like you said, an absolutely massive hook in order to successfully peel for Wangle is going to turn it to a 2-for-1 that ultimately is going to go southward, as Rogue picks up another objective there within the mini prime. They are turning these oddball off-kilter situations into W's, and right now F8 needs to find a way to lock them down and stop this momentum.
I mean, F8, they are doing a great job. I mean, I think they just had a little bit of an oopsie there, but they were able to turn that around to their favor. Jay, though, allowed to push that T1 the opposite side, able to get him some farm, able to get him back into a little bit more of an even playing field with Neft. Does have that mini orb prime though, which should change things. They should be able to push back down onto the opposite end of the T1 to force F8 to lose out in the dual lane. But this does open the map up a little bit more for the side of F8 to allow for that dual lane to rotate over to this mid, to potentially get that T1 and to potentially play over this next Fangtooth.
And I think that's going to be a big key, as Matt Corporeal is going to make their presence known, bursting down the Richter. But with Conte coming for assistance, this could possibly be a save or just a flat-out kill, as Neft gets the lockdown, and Conte locks up another 2. It's going to be a blink for blink, as Neft is going to ready up the ult, and he's going to blast Jay into the gray screen, into the ground, into the base. They're not going to collect 1. They're going to be able to collect 3 huge kills.
I mean, what a pickup, but look at this action. It's not done yet. Bonjude is looking for the black hole, rips apart the Howie, and that's going to be a 4-man wipe. Peak is left just over inside the dual lane, and nothing that he can possibly do.
Dude, Rogue is just playing within their element right now. I don't know how else to put it. Everything they look for, they're finding, man. And on top of that, every situation that looks bad ends up being at the very least good. I don't know if it's the mechanics. I don't know if it's the momentum. I don't know if it's the expectation for them that they should be the ones winning this tournament. But they have managed to just put all of the pressure on F8.
I mean, let's start it out here. We saw that Penguin was caught out in a bad position in the duel lane. Then that pressure was applied from F8. They saw an opening, but they did not see Conte. And the rotation that came in from Rogue, they allowed him to be able to just survive. And Penguin gets out of there, the Coliseum coming in, forcing a blink on Jay. But Neff, though, with the confidence, was able to blink after him and said, hey, I want this 1v1, able to take down Jay. And then they pushed that pressure back on towards the rest of the fight, allowed them to rotate towards mid lane. Huge ultimate, the rotation from Sarah taking down the Howitzer, then ultimately taking down the Fang 2. That's number 2, and they are going into the rest of this mid to late game confident in their ability to win.
Confidence is such a dangerous thing for one team to have, and for me, it's beyond confidence at this point. I've said it once and I'll say it again. They are playing with the and mentality, Rogue. Richter gets low, and we got 3 people rotating onto our Gideon. And they're coming to contest us on the objective. And because every single thing that F8 has presented thus far within this game, they have had a solution to, or they have found a solution to it at the very least. However, I don't think we should be counting the chickens quite yet. And I doubt any one of the F8 fans within the crowd think that as well, as there is still a high potentiality for them to win this game.
Oh, of course, they still have that team fight capability. Matt Corpio looking Decker Cage, but look at this rotation.
There it goes, but Wangle off of the back end is going to actually not catch anyone within the ult. It is going to be a 1-0 trait that is going to go in favor of Flowstay, but the big skewer is going to bring Matt Corporio also very low as the Coliseum's going to go up. It is going to be Terra that goes down. A hole on the Riplash out of the air, though, is going to shut down Bry and feed a kill to the Dino Man and the Zaris, who's going to be able to collect 2 and ultimately turn Flowstate's rotation once again into a 2-1 that favors Rogue.
Get this man a fishing license because he's hooking everything within his zone. He cannot miss right now. Penguin is hot, and they are going to need to be afraid here for F8 because right now he is really the determining factor in this fight. We thought it was going to be Neff, but the way this man Penguin is playing, as we saw in that replay, is absolutely outstanding.
He's playing out of his mind, man. Dude is an acorn. He's cracked. It's so absolutely unfeasible. As someone who enjoys playing this game as well, I don't even dream of hitting hooks in such crucial moments as now within the dual lane. We actually see Bondru committing onto this fight a little bit, utilizing that additional DPS in order to try and burst down Peak, but ultimately they're going to be forced to just retreat.
That's the escapability of the Seraph, right? The ability to just get out of certain situations. She has a lot into her kit, and once Peak's able to dish out everything he has, all of that is gone and away, and he's going to be able to thwart that. But that allows them, though, to crash this wave inside of that offlane, allow for Mad Corporeal to be a little bit more safe, invading onto that 3 camp, and allows them to just get a little bit more positioning on that side of the map. They still need to worry about the left-hand side, the dual lane side of the map, because that's where a lot of these fights are being taking place, as we see one here with the confidence of Conte.
Dude, Jay has just been taken aback and taken down as Neft is going to be able to easily finish off the kill that Conte sets up for him. They are looking and finding any and everything they want. That means the carry, that means the mid laner, that means Penguin. Although he looks like he's in a 2v1, as we have seen previously, you guys are stuck in there with him. He's not stuck in there with you, but a 3v1 may change that. We know Wango's going to be playing the space from the mid lane gap within the jungle, and Penguin is going to actually be able to walk out of a 3v1 altercation.
I mean, they're playing everything they need to right now. Rogue definitely had it in the beginning of this game. Was a little bit rough. We didn't know which way it was going to go. But we've seen Penguin kick it in high gate here. We've seen the confidence come out of Conte. A lot of these Coliseums has been inside the T1 or T2 towers, and they're just able to follow that up. But look at Matt Corporeal trying to send a message.
Oh man, following in the black hole, but not knowing what others on the other side is so very dangerous, as Terra's now going to find themselves in a 3 and a 4v1 situation and find themselves shipped Amazon style quickly back to base.
And the fact that you take that fight with the third Fangtooth coming to be play on board is absolutely criminal, absolutely insane. What are you thinking, Matt Corporeal? And now Rogue is going to be able to pick up this third one. We talked about how the third Fangtooth is such a crucial part into a lot of these teams' late game. This extra damage, the extra protections just allows you to keep skyrocketing. They're trying to trade over there, though, on the opposite side with that mini prime.
But it is going to be an early rotation coming out to try and stop it and successfully do so, as Penguin in combination with Conte and the rest of the Rogues are going to be able to make their way to the secondary objective pick and take it quickly and efficiently. Man, you said the play that we're seeing today is criminal, and I have to agree to you, but who else would be playing as criminally as the Rogues? They have just been stealing, taking, and assaulting everything that F8 has been giving them, and even the things that they have been looking to hold back on. I want to get in your head here, F6. They very firmly behind 5-13, down 3 Fangtooths. What does F8 need to do in order to put themselves back in this game?
They need to take a mental reset. They need to start grouping up into these team fights. We're seeing them push into these dangerous zones where they're just trying to get and force these kills. They need to understand how their team comp works. They need Peak to actually rotate a little bit more into these fights. They need actually Peak to be the one initiating in these fights and have that Terra be the one to be that secondary engagement and having that backline to be able to do that damage. Because right now, they're not allowed to do anything. Right now, Rogue are the ones that are taking these numbered fights, and they are the ones that are able to come out and win.
I agree with you, man. And as you said there, they are not allowed to do anything. So it does put them in a position where they're going to have to force it. We have seen Neft, Conte, Penguin, all of these players on a row just have control over the map and now maybe control over the jungle as the Riplash is going to be offline. We could see an engagement here coming from Matt Corporeal as on the back end. Wango is going to be using the teleport to create space for himself and possibly regroup with his team.
Rogue right now have nothing to be scared of. You're seeing it in their playstyle. They're pushing towards the enemy's jungle without a care in the world. Once again, now Conte is up. They are waiting for this engagement. As we see, Matt Corporeal does not want to take this fight.
Oh, man, but he is almost in a situation where he has to regardless, and ultimately will fall as Neft is going to be able to lock down the kill onto him. It's going to be a pack. It's going to be the Rogues roaming now towards that prime pit.
Oh man, the GTFO always comes in clutch. That's one of the strengths of the Grim pickup, able to secure those kills that are slowly fleeing away from you. They do not have their smite, but they still have to contest this orb prime, and there is the engagement. They do secure it though for the side of Rogue.
And it's going to be a forced blink coming out of right here as Wangle is going to be looking to use his own as well. Not to get him, but to get a cutoff as the damage is going to translate well onto the back end. Conte is going to be able to get some solid damage, but a blink is going to be able to stifle it, if not permanently, for a moment. Neft, though, onto the back end is going to be looking for one. He finds it, looking for a second. They will take as Bondrew does get paid dividends off the tower dive.
You can run, but you cannot hide, Ego. This team of Rogue with 3 Fangtooths and the Big Orb Prime are taking what they want, and right now F8 cannot stop them. Peak once again caught out not there towards his team in these objective fights or in these team fights. He is able to get a consolation prize of that T1 in mid, but really what are you going to get out of that with the Orb Prime buff on top of Rogue? They're going to be able to push down all 3 of these lanes. 1-3-1 probably from my experience is what they're going to be pushing out, and they're going to be able to get these T2s for sure, and they're going to be able to contest these inhibitors.
Flow State just hasn't been comfortable this entire game, man. They got to about the 5-6 minute mark over on the side of the Rogues in the duel lane. They won a 3v2 situation, and from that point, it's just been mono downhill. Okay, we're going to make a play on the Orb Prime. I'm sure, surely they allow us to get an objective trait. No, they're sitting 4 and telling their carry to handle the Fangtooth smoke because he's not needed to be present for them to get priority. It feels like they just need one good play, a kickstart to the ignition in order to really get rolling and possibly find a way back into this game.
I mean, it's all possible when these bigger objectives are up. Like we talk about all the time in PCC, these big neutral objectives, just getting one team fight, one neutral objective can change the outcome of this game. But the way this Rogue team is playing right now, I don't think they're going to let them.
I don't think they're going to let them either. It's going to have to be an amazing force, truly a legendary PCC comeback if it does happen. But Penguin Whiplash offline is going to catch a little bit of damage on the back end of the stun. Now it's going to be Conte possibly looking for a disengage as Matt Corporeal is going to be looking to play the space back. And man, I must have misspoke because disengage Conte, those words don't go in the same sentence. It's pure smoke, like there's a fire, and Peak is in the middle of the house as it is going to be the rogues circling around that tier 2.
Peak has to get out of there. He does not want to be caught between when that T2 goes down and that inhibitor, and that T2 does not have much life left. But there are 4 members of F8 trying to defend this right inhibitor. They have all 5 members towards Rogue on this right-hand side. They're going to try to defend here, but what can they do? Nothing at all, because look at the health going down.
The best thing they can do is avoid the Whiplash, but you can't avoid the Coliseum as it is going to be Conte on the engage in combination with the Skewer, in combination with the Wangle ult. It is going to be able to get some good damage, but not a kill quite yet, as it is actually going to be Conte who falls, and it is going to be F8 who set up a solid enough core defense.
I mean, this is probably the best outcome they could possibly get after that right inhibitor went down. The Fang Tooth, the primordial Fang Tooth, nonetheless is up. The jungler is down for another 30 seconds for the side of Rogue. This is their opportunity. Push out the right lane, push out the mid lane, get over towards this primordial Fang Tooth, force this fight. They had the smite advantage. This is their chance to try and come back, take a little bit of advantage to get themselves back into this game.
And they need to take any advantage they can get, even if it is going to be a little bit risky within this situation, as they're beginning to make that rotation towards that primal Fangtooth. It is going to be Bondrune, though, the closest one, as Penguin and Neft are going to be playing off to the backspace. Jay may be looking for an engage here, as they actually do get a lockdown onto Penguin. A big Whiplash, though, is going to be able to preserve the life of the carry, but only for an instance, as he is immediately going to go down. And it's going to be F8 who gets 2 picks near the Fangtooth pit.
They're looking to take that advantage, and that is what they needed. They're able to pick up the double kill there. The tether coming out of Peak. Peak finally being in the fight that he needs to be in, and they're able to pick it up. They're not going to be able to contest this primordial Fangtooth, but they are going to be able to buy them some time. Buy them some time to get some gold economy, get themselves a little bit in a better spot for whenever that the rest of Team Rogue spawns.
100%, man. They have to be able to get the setup accomplished, despite that being a really solid play, despite that maybe being the little bit of the spark to the ignition they need to get their game plan rolling. They still have to play perfectly for at least the next 4 to 5 minutes, especially around this objectives, as if a couple members or even a single member of F8 falls, Rogue is going to be able to easily surge forward and possibly get the objective.
Back on the side, though, they are taking control of this pick, and they are looking for any possible engagement. The tether does hit, but they don't want to push themselves into that small corridor. They've made that mistake all game. But here comes Rogue looking for something, looking for the opportunity, as they do have the advantage of the off lane, of the mid lane, with these super minions pushing in towards the side of F8.
Yeah, and now we are going to see within that mid lane, it is going to be Penguin in combination with Conte, possibly looking to get an engage on the fight. If anything, utilize that blast power, so there's no easy way in, and it is going to be the ticket that does get sent into the Primal Fangtooth, as we do see a couple members surrounding, but by far from the commit, as we actually do see F8 successfully gets the steal. It is going to be a Coliseum in response to maybe capitalize on some degree of the damage, as Wangle is going to be the one that draws first blood. The big Skewer is going to come out. However, it is not going to be enough, as Richter's life is going to be taken, and Bry is going to be the one who takes it. Bondrune played on the back end, utilizing the Seraph DPS, is going to be going in on to Jay, as he's going to be looking to play the space. A blink for a blink is not going to be enough to close the space, as we are looking at a 4-2 trade going in favor of Flow State.
Flow State coming up with the steal. What an insane idea from, oh my goodness, Brian, not the lazy back. Wangle's able to turn that around, and now all their advantage is gone, but still, what a great steal from Matt Corporeal. He's able to facilitate, able to get the smite out of there in front of Conte.
Dude, makes sense that it was the purple buff, because I have a question. What was the cost, though? The core is oh so very low, and this defense just got, I'd say, 4 times as difficult, as the core has about a fifth of its HP left. And as we do see Grim as well as Seraph very quickly going to be up, I'm expecting us to have to see an insane, a near impossible defense coming out of float state to preserve their chances at winning this game.
Do have a little bit of a timer left. These inhibitors are still down. They need to push up these lanes to even contest this or prime whenever they do initiate on top of it. But at the same time, we saw F8 have the opportunity to outsmite, to come back into this game, and now they're a little bit closer to getting themselves on even footing with Rogue.
They need to, as now it is going to be a play for the Orb Prime. Conte, Neft looking to maybe carry this game to its conclusion, as they're going to be playing the space around where the entrance is going to be. Now, turning his attention back to the objective, it's going to be Conte with the smite, and Neft with the defense, with the poke that is going to be necessary for them to take Orb. Both of these teams very aware it could be a coin flip for one person falling, as Penguin now is going to go low, but they do secure Prime. But what is the cost going to be, as the blink is going to be forced out of the Rector? TB ult coming out onto Wangle is going to be able to get a solid amount of burst onto him, but with Zarus making his presence known, this could be a big turnaround, as Neft onto the back end is going to be able to lock down Macaporio. Conte is going to be able to lock down 3 before he potentially gets locked away, but by playing the corner space, he will survive, staying alive. He will do, while the other team, while FA, while Flow State struggles with the concept. It is going to be a Riplash out, and ultimately a 2-for-1 trade that goes in favor of Rogue.
I mean, Bonjude able to pick up the 1v1, the single dingle against Mad Corporeal there. Now Bry looking to use making a rain to pick up Wangle.
And the Epoch is going to get burned, as it is going to be the R2000 that does come out. Now Bonjude looking to get out of there, as ultimately it ends in a 2-for-2 and a play for the mid tower, with Neft and Penguin looking to lock down some of these objectives.
I mean, they're able to get the mid inhibitor right back, and they still have this Orb Prime buff. Rogue can still contest this dead inhibitor on the right-hand side. The really only defending factor is that left inhibitor. We see that lane is already pushed up, but as we take a look at this tab menu, Neft, an absolute monster. Look at that KDA line. He is that factor to change around these fights. But at the same time, though, Jay's still been in these fights picking up a kill here or there. Bry's still able to pick up those other kills as well. So F8 still has it. Mad Corporeal, though, needs to start taking these engagements with his team. He has damage, but he does not have enough damage at this part of the game to trade into the Seraph, to trade into the Neft. It's just not going to go your way.
Yeah, he has to just stick himself in the position of exclusively an engager. There's been too many times throughout this match that we have seen Tara get caught out, and then when the team fight comes around, she's not useless, but having that 50%, 60% HP is not nearly as good as being above that 90 stat line, so you can absorb a little bit more damage for your carry, for this Hauser, who we've seen can lay down some pretty insane damage, but only if he has the spacing to. I do think we are going to see Macaporio starting to play a little bit more into that engager role, and we could potentially see a turning of the team fights as a result.
If Pete can land that tether and get a nice lockdown on their primary engagement, their primary damage dealers on the side of Rogue, we've seen it already over by the side of the Fangtooth Pit, which we are now getting ourselves. The timer is ticking down for the next Primordial Fangtooth. We're going to need to see that engagement. We're going to need to see that aggressiveness coming out of both of those frontliners.
As Conte now is going to get ran down. He does have the Decker support onto the backside for Mad Corporeal, but utilizing a little bit of that mobility, Conte is going to be able to reset and make his way into the Primal Pit, as the Primal Fangtooth's presence is going to be known, is going to be cherished by both of these teams, and it really does feel like a question here, F6, of who takes the Primal, as it is going to be Terra who takes the engagement, and knock up here going on to Penguin in response. Wango utilizing the ult, he is going to be able to force the Epoch out, but a big Riplash is going to be able to lock down the damage necessary to be able to kill Bry here. Conte is going to be leading the charge onto the backside, while Bonjude is going to be circling around. Call it a pincer tactic, as pressure is going to be coming from everywhere. Mad Corporeal, forced to run for his life, is going to be able to force out a blink, while now Wussy and Jay are going to be able to get some solid poke across, but with the mobility coming out of Wangle, with the bloodlust coming out of Conte, it's going to be a blink or a death, as 4 members have fallen to the Rogues.
They thought they had something there on that mid lane stairs, but they did not get what they needed. That Whiplash once again. Penguin just able to do that, but now look at the core, Ego.
You can call me crazy, but I do not think we're going to be seeing this Richter within the next game. GG to FlowState, as it is going to be the Rogues who naturally steal away game 1.
They could not have played a better game here, Ego. I mean, from about 6 minutes in, we saw them kick it into high gear. Even at the 3-minute mark, when those kills start to happen, they were just able to put it on. Rogue coming out with an absolute dominant start. A little bit questionable there at the later ends of the game. That Fang 2 steal, though, allowed F8 to stay a little bit longer in that game. And if we can see F8 use a little bit of that momentum of, hey, there is a possibility of us actually turning this around. If we can put Rogue on their back foot, we might see this go into a game number 3. But right now, heading to game number 2, Rogue is looking exquisite.
Good teams get leads. Great teams, don't let them go. Things did look a little bit wobbly there on the back end. However, the only part of the game that's guaranteed is the early game. And we saw the Rogues expertly just seize all the momentum within it and ride it out to a W for game 1. It's going to have to be FlowState who makes some possible adjustments, whether that's in playstyle or in draft, in order to carry us into a possible game 3. And there's only one thing I'm more excited to see than game 2. And that is what the desk has to say.
Thank you very much there. Ego and F6, everyone. Casting lovely over that nice Rogue victory. Ping ain't a thing, guys. It's looking clean here if you're in Europe.
It is looking clean. What a performance by Neft and Penguin in the duo lane there. We kind of talked about how that was going to be the pivot point for this game. We saw Conte come over, give a lot of attention early to Neft and to Penguin. They were able to just kind of get ahead, and anybody who's ever been behind a Grim knows what that feels like and knows how bad it is to not be able to walk away from an ADC who's slowing you down on all of those. I also got to say it felt like there were a couple of opportunities FlowState had to take a good fight, or that they were advantaged, and it looked like they were afraid to pull the trigger to me.
Yeah, like it kind of seemed like the this team going against Rogue was just a little bit too scared on some situations. And it's kind of like a similar thing we saw in the last series where BT was just a little bit too scared to get the ball rolling. Like they had at one point a 5v3 on Primal, but they just did not took that opportunity at all. And if you don't take those opportunities when they present themselves, then you're just losing so much tempo and so much potential to turn the game around.
Nerves can sometimes be the killer. Obviously, we get to see the gameplay on the field, but sometimes it's what you don't see going on behind the scenes in the players' minds that can really spell your defeat or victory. So let's try to focus on the positive here. You did have some pretty good moments where you put Rogue in a bit of a sorry spot. What were our friends here on FlowState doing well that they need to continue into Game 2?
They were prioritizing the right targets, right? They're trying to blow Neft up. They're getting away from the black hole whenever Wangle puts it out, focusing into the right spots, playing in the right positions. I think some of the builds are a little questionable on the side of FlowState here. Overall, I think that they do have the recipe that they need to win. There were a couple of spots in this where if they would have just pulled the trigger and they would have came out on top of those team fights, we may be talking about what Rogue's going to be able to do to come back in this series instead of FlowState. Kind of looked like the game was going to be a sleeper, and then 15, 16 minutes in, all of a sudden, Advantage just kind of swapped. Way too experienced of a team in Rogue to let something like that slide, though. We'll have to see a little bit more Kutzfa out of FlowState, I believe, in Game 2.
Speaking of kind of scuff builds, I do want to touch on like two particular builds in this game. The Twin Blast build, instead of going for like the on-head traditional kind of Stormbreaker build, he actually went for the Infernum Vanquisher Demolisher build. That's kind of like a semi-old cringe blast build where it focuses both on the longer range and the ability-based TB. But it kind of seemed like that build was just not it that game. It output like a decent amount of damage, but there's not really any tanks on the side of Rogue. And plus, when you do that build, you actually lose the 1v1s against the other ADC pretty hard. The only advantage you have in the 1v1 ADCs is the fact that you can outrange them. So it's kind of almost telling me that Jay's a little bit scared to go toe-on-toe with Nev, trying to offer to play on the more safer side on that kind of engagement.
They have the recipe. Do they have the ingredients? Might need to get some HelloFresh over there to Flow State to ensure they can come back. But what we have is more PCC coming at you in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Game 2 after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the best at the desk. We got D'Lo, Lance, Joe, Choice, almighty eye in the sky, keeping guard over us with our lovely production. Thank you very much for that, friend. And we got two lovely teams here, too. Rogue after a nice victory, and Flow State trying to answer right back.
We do, and we're going to have to see a little bit of changes out of Flow State. I would love to see them just push the chips to the center of the table in this. You know, your back is against the wall. You lose this game, your tournament is over. Got to pull out all of the stops, not be afraid to take those 50-50s, those pivotal moments that might push you in front in the game.
And speaking of 50-50s, when they took that 50-50 on the Primal, Flowstate was actually able to secure the Primal Feint too, so they definitely got a lot of fight in themselves, and they see the potential of closing out the game. What I want to see from both teams though is trying to minimize the mistakes they've been making, like the fact that you let a Tail able to just win the 50-50 smite on Primal, the lazy backing. Like, you gotta like be on top of all of them, because one small mistake you guys saw from last game can just turn the game immediately on its head.
You know what I want to talk about, Joe? Some stats. Let's take a look here at Grim and their performance here across Swiss. This character piloted last game by Neft to oh so beautiful perfection. Talk to me through what we're seeing.
So, the pick rate, only 30%, ban rate only about 6%, so 36% of the games he's playing in or having some sort of an appearance in. I actually think that that's quite a bit lower than we thought we were going to see from him in Swiss. They did have a patch right before it that put some nerves out to him, buffed some of the tank items, because he was a little bit of a problem right before Swiss. Not surprised to see him at a 60% win rate in those 30% of the games that he is picked in, though. He is so difficult to deal with if you get behind him stats-wise and if he's able to get an early lead.
He's difficult to deal with, but he also can be a more difficult AC to pilot, because playing like the Twin Blast keyword is pretty dang easy, but for Grim, it requires a lot better position. You don't have a dash, but you have very good knockbacks, but only if you're positioning knockbacks right. That's probably the only reason why we don't see a higher pick rate on this Grim pick, because unless you're very, very comfortable on this Grim pick, he's mediocre at best if you're not doing everything perfectly on him.
Well, let's see if potentially, coming into the next P's and B's here, if we're going to up that pick rate. Going to be coming at you in just a second, and as we start to get into these picks and bans, what are we looking to keep the same? What are we looking to change up?
I'm going to say the same thing I said going into the last one. We didn't see an Iggy in it. We've got 2 Iggy players in this. We're going to start with the same ban. Once again, we don't want Bry to have that gadget. A lot of respect on the side of Rogue for the mid laner of Flow State, it seems.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just going to be kind of a repeat. Sometimes we get these drafts where it's the same exact picks and bans for the most part, because I think from the last game, both Rogue and Flow State had like a very like solid team comp, right? But I'm going to see a Rogue being banned now from Flow State, right? So nothing too crazy kind of happening right here. There's a lot of like strong first picks still up for grabs. You still got the Iggy, right? But then the Ceres, there's a lot of like good potential first few picks coming on the way right here.
No one wants to get jiggy with Iggy quite yet, and that might just remain the same. With these two bans being, and indeed the first pick being the exact same, it seems that both teams have agreed that with that Zarus on Rogue, we don't need to change our draft. It's all about execution. On the side of Flow State, the question is, are they going to go down the same way?
Oh, and actually, they're going to take the Grim from Neft. I think that is a good decision. I know Neft can pilot pretty much anything else, but you get your butt kicked by a hero in Game 1. Makes a lot of sense to pick it in Game 2. Jay can play that pretty well. They're also going to pick the Terra up, get rid of some of that CC immunity, some of those natural counters to Grim. I like the draft so far from Flow State.
Yeah, I'm really liking this so far. I do think that's a good decision to try to pick up Grim, because Jay can definitely pilot a Grim pretty dang well, and putting Grim in the dual lane also makes for some supports to be a little bit awkward to go against him, like especially if you're going against like a Decker, for example. You can always be CC immune to that if you time it right. But Rogue is actually going to pick up Victor, which could be potentially still a jungle kind of pick, support pick, but kind of surprising you're going to see a Victor being picked against a Terror, especially because Terror can kind of just ignore your entire kit. And then you also have Grim, where it's going to be a little bit awkward to sometimes land your hook on him, where you can just be CC immune to that.
Drongo locked in right alongside that. It must be noted Richter was locked in, 4th pick by Rogue in Game 1, now being given a lot more priority. In terms of their dual lane entirety, it's been given a lot more priority. What do we think that's owed to there, Lance?
I think that it's O2 who they picked first on the side of Flow State. Grim and Terra, huge bodies. Penguin really performed well in our last game, hit a couple of hooks on the howitzer out of the sky to disrupt a couple of team fights, but I have to stop everything that I'm talking about. We have the Iggy. Wangle's probably happy to see that over onto Bry. I know Wangle secretly hates Iggy, although he plays it all of the time. This is Bry's bread and butter. Expect a lot of focus into the mid lane from the side of Flow State in this game. I think that they're putting the chips in Bry's side.
Yeah, and especially now we see the Gideon band, so trying to really squeeze that mid roster as much as they can. I do really like the Iggy pick a whole lot because I think he's just a natural counter to the Sailors and Victor. Like, if Sailors cage you in, right? Iggy can just put down all his toners, just do a bunch of AoE. It can really just cook people alive in that case that Sailors has created. And so we see the Decker ban coming out from Rogue. I think that's a pretty smart decision because if you put Decker and Grim together, you're going to see a lot of people dying fast in that early game right there. So I'm actually pretty happy with Flow State's draft so far. That's definitely what they need to do. They have to get the better draft if they want to have a higher success of making this a game 3 right here.
Both of these teams historically have been teams that kind of live and die by. There's a Serath lock in for Flow State. Going to just kind of be rounding out this comp. It's been interesting to see the dueling narratives. Flow State with that Iggy lock as well as that Gideon ban are really trying to change the narrative here. Take a bit of that focus off the dual lane. Hey, pay attention to me in mid. But with that Serath pick, Lance, what does that bring for us?
I mean, that brings early aggression out of Serath. She's a very good early game jungle, looking to get a lot of pressure out early, get a couple of resets, try to take some elongated team fights in the early levels before that ultimate is up for everybody, as it's kind of in her passive with the resets. We do get to see Wangle on the howitzer. We should have one last pick coming in from Rogue. Gonna be the Quang. So Joe was talking to us about the natural counter that Quang is to Serath in the last game as we were watching it. You use that dash on Quang, you become untargetable. If Serath is queued onto you, it sheds it, the knockup is free. Everything about it is just great for Rogue right here. I think that once again, this is a almost flawless draft out of them.
Yeah, I'm almost seeing that both teams are sort of stealing each other picks right here. And before I go into more of that, we have a phase being locked in. A phase that you don't really see a whole lot, only for very specific like team comps and strategies. And putting a phase with Grim is almost like telling you that, hey, we're just not going to die ever, because not only we have the phase to pull my ADC to safety, we also have the immune spell shield for that Grim provides.
Not dying is a pretty good way to come back after a game 1 loss. Hopefully going to make good on that vision. Comp for comp, guys, what do we think? Who has the edge? And more importantly, do we think they'll execute on it?
I think that Rogue's got the edge here, and we talked about the importance of Iggy with these two players a bunch, and Flow State are the team that get it in this match, but I don't feel like they've got a lot of good people to pair with this Iggy in team fights. Yeah, they're going to have the objective advantage where they can just throw those 3 turrets down and melt either the Fangtooth or the Orb at the time of it. But if these team fights get going, there's no one to lock Iggy down into where the enemies into where the Iggy turrets are at. So I think that might be a little bit of a struggle for Flow State.
Yeah, I'm also going to be siding with more with Rogue's team draft, only because I feel like Flow State kind of have an awkward team fighting strategy. Rogue has a very solid strategy with like the Ceres Cage, Victor Hooks, Howitzer, Quantum engagements, but Flow State kind of lacks that a little bit. Like, I know Taylor is like a decent diver, but she's not the primary way how you want to start team fights all the time. Taylor wants to go for the more solo pick, sideline kind of picks, so it almost feels like Flow State has to play more reactionary this game. They can't really engage because they don't really have a good team comp to really pilot them through those engagements. They have to really play reactionary, respond best that they can to the Ceres Cage and Victor Hooks.
Hopefully going to be able to execute on their visions. Once again, it's a split desk, but so far Rogue have taken it, and let's see if they can continue that domination and move on to semis. Ego, F6, it's all you guys.
Gamers, it's game 2. You got E squared here rocking with you. It's Ego, it's F6, and it's F8 with their back against the wall. However, diamonds are only formed when put under pressure. F6, are you ready for this game, man?
I'm ready. I know you're ready, but the question is if F8 is going to be ready to contest Rogue in this match. An outstanding performance in game number 1. We all just saw it. But F8, though, a little bit of light was shed at the end there. So possibility for them to get themselves a dub to push us to game 3.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you here. I saw the Richter pick and my heart started pumping. I was like, oh no, they got all the recipes, all the ingredients they need in order to formulate, to cook themselves up a W here. But I actually am a big fan of this counter pick in a way of Grim, as we are going to see some early aggression coming out of Conte and Rogue. Making a rotation over the Riplash is going to be offline, and as such, Jay's life more than likely is going to be spared.
I mean, Penguin, we talked about him. Great game. Everybody was getting hooked. I mean, the Riplash was for everybody. Nobody was safe, and he had an absolute dominant game. But going into game number 2, he has a lot of natural counters towards that Riplash. You have the Grim with the bubble. You have the phase with the pull. So even if you do hit that Riplash, they're going to be able to get pulled back. So we're going to see how this contention goes to see if Rogue can kind of capitalize on this and kind of adapt towards this playstyle.
As we are going to see exactly what you said, put on display there, Riplash pullback. I can play this game all day. They have the tools necessary to be able to protect Jay and make sure he's going to be able to scale into that mid to late game. And in addition to that, they got the Iggy in the mid lane.
And this is that pick we are all waiting for. Bry comfortable on this Iggy. I mean, this man is almost as comfortable on it as Gadget, and he's going to have an absolute dominant game if he's left unattended. And with Wangle, though, he does have the Howitzer who's allowed to play into this Iggy very well. So, I mean, it's not going to be too bad, but if the Iggy's allowed to just have that sustained damage of the turrets, nobody destroying it, and he's able just to free cast into these team fights, it is going to be a game changer, because that's a lot of sustained damage coming out from your mid.
And it is going to force Conte to kind of change his perspective, or at least his priority, on where he's going to be sending some of these ganks, as we are more than likely going to see one coming from the back. Conte possibly looking for a rotation here onto this Iggy, very aware that, as you said, if you just allow him to continually have this sustained damage, he's going to be able to have the game of his life here within game 2. However, no blink is going to be expended here out of Bry, as he does survive the gank.
Juke that R2000 missile a little bit wide right coming out of Wangle, but sure to clean that up sooner or later. But there's that turret we were talking about, allowing him to just continuously to put damage on Wangle, contesting this river buff, and it's not a trade that you want. But here comes Conte to try and counter gank.
And on top of Macaporio, as Brian's also going to be having their presence be known, it is going to force a blink out, but it is going to be a blink for blink as Conte is going to be able to get first blood. And possibly second as the tether comes through, the knockup sends him higher than a couple feet. It's going to send him to heaven, send him to base, as it's going to be a double kill in the mid lane.
The double trouble coming out of a Rogue already at 3 minutes 36 seconds. At the same time we had our first kill in game number 1, and now we see it's a double kill. But here's a Riplash.
And the shift prioritization is going to be onto the face, forcing the blink out, as it's going to be a rotation off the back end coming from Conte. Hey, looking at the face saying, well, you can't pull yourself now, can you? Conte showing a little bit of face. It's going to help apply some pressure, but Jay Gussy, relatively safe, and kill potential is going to be low within the duo lane.
That's something that you're going to see, right? The Richter Penguin's going to be able to aim at the phase for his Riplash. If he can get her, he can definitely throw out that strength that's coming out with the pull. Let's talk about that river buff contention. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in, we know they're going to rotate for those rivers, but the absolute rotation coming out of Conte, knowing the awareness, blink for blink, following up to get that first blood, and then the rotation from Bolt Druid off into that offlane peak, not giving him enough pressure to keep him in lane. Just outstanding so far from Team Rogue.
It's only natural that Conte would be able to smell blood in the water near the river camps, easily able to pick up the 2, having to expend some resources, but very much so worth it to get that mysterious 6th team member that we've touched on time and time again on your squad. You never see him, but he's omnipresent. His name is Momentum, and Rogue, much like game 1, has seized it within the early game, and like a damn F8 needs to stop it and get something going for themselves, or we may see a 2-0.
We've seen the switch with the Terra pushed off into the off lane, which we know she is definitely going to be a menace against this Kwang. Should be able to counter into those knockup and CC once she hits level 6. But with that Sarah, though, trying to give you a hyper jungle, this is an initiation we were talking about, Ego.
Oh, that's a pretty good route onto the back end. It is going to be the gag grenade already expended, but how hard do they want to commit onto Conte? And the answer is going to be not that hard, as you're going to be able to get some damage across, but they're not going to be willing to commit to potentially get a kill.
Joey talked about this on the Jazz, that F8 is just not pulling the trigger on some of these things. And I mean, that battle was definitely there to possibly be able to secure it. And then we just saw Matt Corporal just kind of shy away from it. At least we know that the Czar's blink is down. You push your team towards that fight. And that's a possible kill, possible contention. You never know until you try. And I think they did have an opportunity there to potentially get a kill.
Yeah, as we are now going to see actually Bonju turning up the aggression. It is going to force the blink out of peak, as it is now going to be a wave of minions that's going to be surging underneath that solo side tower. And anywhere you look on the map, with maybe the exception of mid, as Iggy's been able to just play safely and negate a lot of the attempts to put pressure on him. Dual lane, it's going the way of the rogue. In the solo lane, it's going the way of the rogue. Even within the jungle, so far, Conte's the only one who's made a gank that's paid any dividends.
And I mean, that's just the confidence coming out of Rogue off of that game 1 win. But here's peak level 6 on that single play. Oh, just not enough damage, and Bonju's going to be able to escape.
A little bit of CC there within the solo lane, and I'm not talking about a caster curse. That was a little bit of kill potential that I saw skyrocket, an alternate possibility, a little bit of the Doctor Strange style, if you will. Nonetheless, able to create the space necessary, Kwong is going to be able to walk out and make his way back to base and have a successful reset, as these objectives are up, and I'm thinking we're going to start seeing some fights around them.
We're definitely going to start seeing it, but first we're going to see that contention throughout mid, as we see now, and throughout that dual lane. The mini orb prime is now up. We're going to see how that solo lane kind of measures out, but the real primary objective is going to be that Fangtooth, looking for that low level 2 camp invade here, trying to push himself, trying to get a little bit of farm as Conte, and he might possibly be able to rotate over on Jay and Gussy.
A little something light within the jungle, a palate cleanser, if you will. However, Gussy, very aware, is going to pull Jay out of the fray and back in to the tier 1. As Conte is going to be looking for a rotation out, though he is going to find Sayer, the wing beat, solid in the damage, but back him up on the back end is going to be Bry, as both teams kind of play a little bit of a game of footsie, feeling each other out until one of them takes a disengage or both of them decide to step back.
And now back Penguin rotating over to this dual lane. They do have the advantage on the side of F8. That wave is pushing towards Rogue right now. They do have a slight advantage, and with a nice route there, might be able to trade this on out, but nothing too much going to come out of it. And you can see Conte and Mad Corporeal sitting on the side of that Fangtooth. They don't want either team to push towards that objective and to get it without contestation.
That's something we saw get executed on last game almost immediately. We saw FH Jungler showing a little bit of face within the solo lane, and immediately it was a surge onto that objective in the Fangtooth, giving a little bit of advantage, but more importantly, a little bit of gold. Both these junglers not wanting either a repeat or to fall short on this first Fangtooth.
With that blue side cleared, though, Conte's going to have all the room to look over onto this duo lane. There is a ward, kind of a little bit too close, though, to stop really the potential gank, because the Coliseum is up.
And it is going to get slammed down, however, to not a lot of effect. The skewer was up, and in response, it's going to be Jay and Gussy using their blinks to get themselves out of the kill zone. And as such, they're going to be relatively safe, as they can potentially just heal up underneath the tower. But look to the map, it is going to be Brad as well as Corporeal making their rotation over into the duo lane. But with the space being played back, the only one at risk really here is going to be the Richter, as he is going to blink, skewer, kill, Neft picks up another one, and onto the back end, Conte looks for a possible 4th kill for the team. However, all those HP bars are awfully large, so the kill potential isn't as such, but Wangle playing the space off of the right end and is going to be able to hit the knockback necessary to feed Neft yet another one. It's going to be Gussy forced to run for their life. The R2000 does a lot of damage, but not quite enough to lock down another kill. Still, it's the Rogues 4-0.
What a rotation coming out of Rogue, but the play on Penguin, he's ice cold, able to blink in, knowing that the Seraph is still on top of him with the Q, blinked away into the tower with a huge skewer with the 6-man, the T1 tower helping him out. Man, they're playing an absolute killer game into Rogue right now.
These chains coming out of the Richter are way too hot for how much ice he has in his veins, F6. This man just doesn't miss. Blink, skewer, kill, push up, aggro him, let him know, hey, if you're looking for the smoke, I'm here to breathe it, but I know you got asthma. They lock up another one. This is something we saw last game, and if F8, if Flow State doesn't change their game plan or maybe just change their mentality to get a little more progressive, get a little more proactive, and get some of these kills for themselves, we could see this be a 2-0.
I mean, easily see a 2-0. I mean, they're not stopping Penguin right now. They picked the counter picks they needed towards it, but he's still outplaying them. They do pick up the mini prime, though, onto the side of F8. Geek, who we haven't really talked too much about, is winning that off lane currently by a slight margin, and with him with that mini or prime, might be able to take out that T1 and start to rotate towards the mid and towards these team fights to maybe potentially change it and into the favor of F8.
Pika is going to have to be such a crucial factor, man. He has to be basically omnipresent. He has to be able to defend his lane. He's going to need to be able to engage. He's going to be able to maybe set up a solid pick onto Neft on the back end. If we see Rogue getting a little bit too proactive, getting a little too aggressive, he could be key to getting a punish on some of those. But for all of that to happen, we first need to see him get out of the solo lane.
We're going to need to see that for sure, but with the Fangtooth Wand picked up already just a little while ago, Neft taking a trade into Jay, but oh my goodness.
The ult is going to be utilized to create some space, but with the combination of that and the GTFO, he's still going to be in the danger zone, but the absorption of the ult is going to spare Neft's life. Oh my goodness, man. Every piece of utility was used, but the purpose being Neft's life, and he does survive.
When I get into my next match, I need a support like Penguin because my man is out here just making sure Neft stays alive. What a great peel, able to take the damage from the GTFO to secure it. But the blink is down now though on Neft, and he's going to have to be worrisome going into these next couple minutes.
Richter has been subtracting threats away from Neft, and that's why he's been the difference maker. A little bit of a math pun for those within the chat. This has been an absolute thrilling banger of a game 2, and we're starting to see a little bit of life be breathed into F8 right there. If Richter doesn't play perfectly, that's easily a kill, a shutdown onto Neft. But if they can maybe replicate this and stifle some of the mechanical progression we've seen this Richter have, this could spell an upward swing for them, as within the mid lane, Wango's going to be utilizing the ult, forcing the Epoch out of Bri. The R2000 hits, but the damage isn't going to be quite enough.
And a preliminary blink there from Wangle because he saw him at Corpio, but I don't think he needed a blink there with Conte, and Brian needs to run because Conte has one spare near, and he's in threshold to get executed.
Executed indeed. It is going to be an easy lockup kill. As over to the far lane is going to be Bondrode with an easier than ever tether, but the damage is not going to be there as Peak is going to be able to sneak his way back into the tier 1 tower.
Oh, man, that was just some pickings there. Conte popping the I-Scores challenge just to give him a little bit more of movement speed, just to be able to initiate that kill, and Brian just not being able to get out there in time. Over off into that off lane, Peak, we thought he was winning by a slight bit margin, even with the Aura Prime, just got pushed down out.
I know you're a musical connoisseur, man, and guess who's back? Back again. It's going to be FaZe who takes the pin, as it is going to be a skewer coming out of the back end, and at least some degree of a trade as Conte does fall, but ultimately it does swing to be another 2-1 in favor of Rogue.
I mean, F8 looks like they need to F6 at this point. What are they doing? They're taking these fights into Rogue, who are confident into this. And now look at this Jay. Oh my goodness, he actually gets the double trouble.
You may take me, but you won't take me for free. It's the refrigerator with an attitude who underneath tower is going to be able to get himself a double kill and put F8 a little bit more in this game before the R2000 finishes the job, coming out of Wangle on a rotation.
I was hyping up Rogue. I said they have everything in their favor, but I don't know what that play was coming out of them there. But now look, Wangle caught in a rock in a hard place. No blink. Matico Proguesi 2v1.
Oh man, Wango does not make it out of this. It's more of a question of who is going to be able to get the kill, and it looks like it's going to be put firmly into the hands of Matt Caporio there, as Wango is going to fall there within the duo lane.
A comeback is a comeback, and F8 looks like they're trying to get themselves back into this game to potentially, like we said, move on into game number 3 to fight to get the right into the next day event on Sunday. But hey, we still have a long game to go. Rogue is still playing outstanding. A couple mistake is made. And we do know there was a time in game number 1 where they kind of made a couple oopsies and just almost gave F8 the potential. And it looks like they're not going to be able to make that here today because F8 is confident and is fighting to get themselves to move on.
And you just can't stop fighting. You have to keep a ever vigilant eye out for every potential mistake you see Rogue makes, because if you don't capitalize, you might not get another one again. We saw there Grim taking full advantage of the, I'm not afraid to see it, hubris coming out of Rogue there, able to lock down 2 kills in exchange for his one underneath tower. They need to continuously build upon value like that, whether it's under tower, near an objective, or on a rotation in order to put themselves back in the driver's seat and potentially push us into that game 3.
They're definitely going to push themselves from the back seat first to get a little bit close to the front side, because right now we do know when it comes towards Rogue, they're going to take this mid game into their favor. They already have that one Fang Tooth. The second Fang Tooth is up. They already took down the tier 1 on the dual lane side, so they do have that advantage going into this next objective.
And speaking of about going into the objective, around the objective is going to be Peak looking for a fight. He must have heard us from the castle corner and demanding that he get a little bit more active potentially on the map, as this Terra is going to be a great secondary engager as this Fangtooth does get started up. It is going to be Wangle R2000 launch, but conversion of damage is not going to be great, as it is going to be an easy take here for Fate, but at what cost? As of now, onto the back end, Conte is going to be fighting into Macaporio, while Wangle is going to be utilizing the Neft. Is going to be getting a kill, all of these abilities, and at the end of the day, you have to get past the carry. Wangle able to get the big kill onto FaZe while the Coliseum comes down. Macaporio at some point is going to have to as well. Playing off the back foot, it is going to be Conte, oh so very low, but not at 0, and that is the only number that matters. Secondary to the 5 members that are down. F6, we got an ace on our hands.
Rogue coming back. We talked about their mid game. They do not play. They're able to secure 5 kills, even though they lost a Fangtooth, but they're going to convert that into the mini orb prime. And Conte, how did you get out of that? Absolute maniac, absolute menace, but the team fight from Team Rogue right now is immaculate.
You know, we're seeing Rogue, we're seeing Conte playing like a mad lab. All on the other side, Flow State obviously must be mad. You guys had the positioning, were able to get the objective, but like a rat stuck in a hole, they were just stuck taking damage before they were able to really get too active. They did ultimately get 1 life traded into it, but I'm gonna be honest, 1 Fangtooth for 5 kills into Rogue, who's already up on objectives and kills, does not feel great. They're gonna have to tighten it up, or at least get some decent trades around these next objective fights.
I mean, one of the big things here is communications coming out of F8. I don't think it's there. It's a simple, hey, we walk out left, hey, we walk out right. But no decision was made. Everybody stayed stuck in the pit. They picked fights that they didn't want, and it was just not going in their favor.
Now, this might have been a fight that they did want before Wangle got a deployment of the ult over onto the back end, though. It is going to be Bondrewd who's able to get a kill onto the Seraph, as it ultimately is going to be a 1-to-1 trade there. But within the mid lane, it's going to be Jay possibly looking for more, but settling and backing up as Penguin makes his presence known.
That is a deep fight to make over there by the enemy team's red buff. And I mean, they do, like you said, a 1-for-1 trade, which is in favor of the losing team. But right now, why are we taking these fights? There's no objectives up. Are you stealing any camps there? You're really not. Just get your vision down and rotate back to set you guys self up for the next big play. I just don't get it.
I just don't understand either, man. However, maybe we could see over the course of the game and the next steps that they take a path to put Flow State back in that front seat, as you talked about previously, because after that objective play, I'm going to be honest, it kind of feels like they're in the trunk. You know they're there, but you can't really see them and you can't really hear them, as well as every action they've taken has been snuffed out by Rogue.
I mean, they're able to snuff it out. We see the Seraph build there once we were looking at the top screen. It's not your typical Seraph build, not able to really get that on hit just to apply towards her target. She's not being an assassin. She's not being able to take out these squishier targets or get into those fights and do a lot of DPS. And I think that's really one of the key factors going into these plays of these objections and these team fights.
Yeah, and honestly, the moment that they are able to do that, maybe getting a pick onto the jungle, I mean, getting a pick on an Neft, a hard ask, I know, but still, if you're able to execute on it or get over some of the mobility coming out of the ult or the blast might or the blink or the epoch on howitzer, the list extensive, guys, you can just put your team in a great position. However, they find themselves in a little bit of a rougher one as the Coliseum is going to come down. Seraph is going to go onto Mad Corporeal, but it is only going to be brief as Wangel's damage is immense. It's too large. R2000 basically doing as much damage as the name dictates, and Seraph gets deleted.
Instantly gone from the map, and now Rogue making another rotation. Big highlight to how they play. We saw this in game number 1. We talked about how they move together as a unit, able to rotate 2-3 members into whatever fight that they need to. They're always in the numbers advantage, and that's really what's taking them through these games.
Yeah, we can see the result of this immediately. Let's make a play for Orb Prime. The Prime play is now on the table as Wangel and Neft are going to be the closest ones playing to the Orb doors. But with no quick rotation coming out, F6, this looks like it might just get taken for absolutely free.
There's no way to get in there. The Blast Flower was already taken, and now it's an exit strategy, or it might be a fight.
Yeah, make them pay in blood if you're going to take it. However, it's going to be a blink coming out of the Richter while onto the back end. It's going to be Bondru who will be the first one to fall. But he will not only be the first, but the only one to go down as the rest of the team has Prime up. Peak maybe looking for a little bit more as they may be looking to cast and change it. And it's going to be a Riplash that comes out, but finding no purchase is not going to be able to displace anyone on the other side of Flow State.
They did get a pick there, which was something, but the big Orb Prime was taken by Rogue. They are looking a little bit on the sleeker side with the health bar, but so is Mad Corporeal as they try to look to take the Fangtooth.
Is this possibly a bait? If they were able to get a pick here, it will be pretty good, but Conte on the back end says it's not good enough as Neft is going to be one to get the pick, not leaving anyone left into the background. It is going to be a double that goes in his favor. He's shooting the rat around, so they're doing radical amounts of damage, especially in combination to the layup, to the dunk, to the R2000, putting down not one but 3 members of the opposition, all in exchange for Conte as well as the Richter. It's yet another positive trade that goes in favor of Rogue.
Rogue, Neft, Wangel, Bondru, the entire roster is just playing absolutely insane here. Ego, they thought they had something. Mad Corporeal left that fight after the big Orb Prime, but he didn't choose to reset. He chose to take his 2 camp, even putting his health at a lower disadvantage, and then he tries to start up the Fangtooth. I just don't get it.
I liked it at the beginning. I thought maybe you threaten it, you get a bait of 1 or 2. However, it was the chase immediately after onto Conte that put them in a really bad position. You were able to see off of the backside Conte doing some solid damage and Neft doing things that breaks down solid characters, absolutely melting through not 1, not 2, but ultimately 3 members on an engagement that Flow State picked. I gotta reiterate, they keep picking these fights, and anytime they don't, they still lose. It's proactive, it's reactive, it's not a lost cause, but it's getting close as Flow State. It's just being forced back continuously.
And a tether lands and hits and Peak on the retreat. Nothing he can do with the lightning storm coming down. And oh my good, hello!
That damage was explosive as the thunder boomed over into the solo lane, looking to put his team back on the map. It is going to be Rogue who bursts through, looking to make a play, not just for this game, but for a spot in tomorrow's semifinals. We're talking about inhibitors now at 25 minutes into the game.
They have 1 T2 left on the left-hand side. The right T2 in the off lane is already being taken down by Quang. And now this is the siege. They're going to be pushing, and they're going to be letting F8 know that they're here coming for these inhibitors to expose this core.
I don't think you can really do too much here as Flowstay. I'm going to be honest with you. Matt Caporio goes up and goes down into friendly waters, understanding that anywhere else it's basically a death sentence. As we said previously, this team has been uncomfortable for the entirety of the game as the early game pressure has just proved to be too much coming out of Rogue. And they are going to be able to walk in, take what they want, and then immediately leave without having to pay for any of it.
Fate, though, are looking for an opportunity. Rogue is on the back foot. This is where you want them to be. Any type of CC, any type of root or lockdown might potentially turn this into their favor.
It could, as Penguin is actually going to get caught out here, but no one is going to stop from it. It's going to have to be some degree of CC coming out of the rest of Flow State to get a lock onto another member of the Rogues, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the result we see here, as Conte is going to just play the space around the Blast Flower and then reset as his jungle gets invaded.
They are going to get this invade off. They're going to get a little bit to their economy, but they need to pay attention to that dual lane. Look at that wave that is pushing towards their inhibitor. We do now see the Iggy able to contest this, but it is going to be something that they trade into. But Conte is not afraid. He's taking this fight.
Oh man, he only knows the W key with Neft backing him up. I don't blame him, but it's going to be another 2-0 that is going to be able to swing in favor of the Rogues as Neft once again collects both of the kills, adding more onto his bounty, but more gold into his pocket. F6, man. What can you do to stop this Drongo right now?
I mean, we just could just not be out of position. What are we fighting for? A 2 camp? I don't get it. We just overstayed our welcome into the enemy's jungle. That was a nice pickup of the 5 camp. Get some deep vision. Place the wards that you need to. Get out of there. You're not in the advantage to take those long engaged fights, especially being down 11 kills and a bunch of objectives.
And they may be down another teammate as Jay gets bursted. It is going to be forced to utilize the blink as Conte now is going to join the fray. We know that Colin was just recently utilized, but it could be back up anytime now, as we do see Penguin and Bondrewd are going to play the front line very well, creating a line of space between them and the opposition. Rogue will take the final inhib and then take off into the jungle.
Now you have 3 lanes of siege minions pushing towards your core. F8 is definitely not in a great position. Now, the next objective is the Primordial Fangtooth is coming up, and that's going to be a fight. They have to take it whether they like it or not, whether they're in the position to take this fight or not. And if they can possibly get another steal like they did last game and actually use it this time to put themselves into momentum for the Big Orb Prime, we might see a comeback, but right now Rogue is saying that is unlikely.
There's a lot of things that they potentially could do and that they have done throughout this game that have been great. Flowstay getting a couple picks earlier on, getting a couple situations where they should win the team fight. However, all of this setup and all of these plays work a lot better if you don't die. And in every situation, they have done exactly that. It is a full cemetery. It's looking like a graveyard shift on Flowstay, no matter what the odds look like initially, as we are going to see Penguin in combination with Conte take the Blast Flower, and Rogue is going to make a play to possibly take this Orb Prime.
I mean, there's no contention from F8. They're looking to go towards the Fangtooth, but hey, I'm going to let you know right now it's a little too late. They've secured the Orb Prime. That rotation is there. They have that out of combat movement speed, and now you're going to see them adjust for it, but it's not going to be in time.
Oh man, where there's smoke, there's fire, and it does look like Bondrewd in combination of Peak and Fry are looking to cook some heat up within the jungle, but Peak gets absolutely burned through on the back, and as Conte is going to be able to drop the big collision, forcing a blink out of another member of Guosi, is going to just look to save Seraph, who breaks the bind upon their own Concord. What is the play, as it is going to be a 3v1 situation that does nothing else but feed Neft another kill, while on the back end it is going to be Rogues who steal this set. They are going to be in your semifinals.
Jeez, oh my, they even take the 3-man fight into a 5 members and they still ended up winning. Rogue saying they are here to play. Everybody screaming EU is not good, but they said, hey, we are here and we are coming for that championship, D-Lab, so best be on your toes.
Dude, that is going to be such an interesting game tomorrow. We saw the fundamentals at play there coming out of Rogue. They wanted to fight early and they wanted it quick. It was a backstab, a critical strike that did critical damage to the infrastructure of the game plan that Flow State brought into the game. They played really well, but not quite good enough at some of those junctures, F6.
I mean, they had some good moments. I wouldn't give them too much as well because Rogue took every single advantage they had and they won pretty much every single fight. I just think one of the big weakness was inside the jungle. The jungler wasn't able to really facilitate for his team, and with Conte on the other side, he took that, exposed it, and capitalized on it.
I couldn't agree with what you said anymore, man. Tomorrow, it is locked in. It's going to be D-Lab versus Rogue. And are Rogues going to be able to steal, thief away their championship dreams and solidify a spot in the finals? Or is D-Lab going to be the team that locks them up? I don't know now, but the desk might as we send it over to them.
Thank you very much there, Ego and F6. Ladies, gents, and NBs, wonderful job on their part. Wonderful part on the job of Neft. Left all of Flow State in the dust. The rest of Rogue followed. They are moving on, taking on D-Lab. Lance, Joe, what are our thoughts?
It's easy to focus on Neft and what he did in this series, but I have to give the love to the Wangler and the Waddler. Penguin and Wangle both played so well in this game too. Did feel to me as if Wangle was the main character within this. Really performed well on this howitzer. Hit a whole lot of really strong boops that kind of turned the tide in a lot of these team fights.
Yes, I can actually say, like, I feel like Flow State was a little bit too cautious of Nev, and then that's why they tried to do like the grim face, very safe duel, but they didn't give enough respect to the other teammates of Rogue. Like Wango just playing out of his mind. Penguin hitting those really nice hooks. Like every player on Rogue was an issue, and as though they tried their best to try to fix duel, they should have paid more attention to what's going on all the other roles.
So unfortunate, especially they lock in their Iggy, they think they feel comfortable, but Rogue says this is not Kansas anymore, and in fact, you're going to be sent right back out of this bracket. So unfortunate to see here, but at the very least, there was some good to it. Reflecting back, what can we say Flow State did all right come this set?
I think that Flow State played a couple of the team fights pretty well. I think that it's hard to focus on what they did well because they just got 2-0'd, but I think that there's a lot to build off if you're Flow State coming into PCC9, which is just 2 months away. You always got to focus on the future. Next one is coming. So, continue to work on that synergy, continue to build yourself as a team, as the individual strengths of these players are there. Bry, Jay, Gwassi, Matt Corporeal, Peaks, they're all very good players. I've known Peaks managed a team that he was on for a long time. The skill is there. They just have to come together as a unit, and I think that you could just see the experience in both the draft and the gameplay that Rogue had over them.
Yeah, exactly as you say that, Lens. Like all the individual players in this match was like very high up there. But what really is gonna carry you down to the semis, to the finals, is how good your team synergy is. And we've been shown clearly that Vogue have a very really good like team synergy that is gonna be really tough for a lot of teams to match if they don't bring their A game when it comes to the coordination and communication.
And looking to the future, synergy. Words that we've said as well against the other semifinals contenders. So D-Lab versus Rogue, a battle of team, a battle of synergy, a battle of cohesion and communication on the horizon. But that being said, it's also on the horizon. Lance, Joe, my time with you sadly comes to an end. It's been a pleasure. Anything you guys want to say to the lovely folks at home before you take your leave of the desk?
I'd love to say thank you to Watch and to all of the people. It is it for me today. I will be back tomorrow hosting the whole dang semifinals and finals, so you can catch me there. You can catch me on Twitch as well. I'm starting a new streaming schedule next week that hopefully I can commit to 5 days a week. We'll see about that. Make sure you follow Joe Yours Truly on YouTube as well, although I'm sure he's going to plug it himself. I'm going to put it out there twice. I've got one more thing for you as well, since I will not be around for it later. Let's Go Crazy Fool in our last set of the day. Make sure you follow and subscribe to him on Twitch as well.
Wowzers. Well, anyways, I'm gonna be casting for tomorrow's finals, so definitely you can catch me over there. But outside of the PCC, thank you guys again so much always for all the support. The PCC wouldn't be what it is today without all you guys' amazing and continuous support. But other than that, you guys can find me on YouTube, Twitter. I did say that after July 31st, it'll be the last time I'll be doing daily upload videos, but that doesn't mean I won't be around. I'll still get that itch to play Predecessor, especially if they release that legendary Quan skin. Wink, wink, please, pretty please. But other than that, yeah, that's it from me.
Well, thank you two for joining me. It's going to be a new desk come next set, folks, but it's going to be that same good old PCC8 action. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PCC8 quarterfinals action coming at you here, and I'm joined by a lovely new desk here. We got Mugi Wawa to my left, F6 on my right. Lads, how we doing?
I'm doing good, man, and I'm excited to be here once again. I just love the PCC. I mean, man, hey, I get to do casting and now I get to be on the desk.
And I'm also super excited. As usual, I love the final phase of PCC because we have some great match. I just have to admit though, I have not to share the spotlight of Luscious Hair with you, Dilo, and that makes me slightly sad, but I think Good Games is gonna change that for me.
I think we all looking crispy here. Don't get it twisted here. And don't get it twisted, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Mind the Gap MTG going up against the Doctors. They've earned that PhD. They have the cure to the cold, quite literally, and that means a big shakeup here in the duel lane.
I mean, it's absolutely going to be a crazy matchup between these guys. I mean, Docs are just one of those contending teams going to this, but MTG fighting for their way, fighting for their right to be showcased here on PCC.
Yeah, and that's gonna be an interesting matchup because, like, I felt like Mind the Gap, a new team kind of forming. They had a lot of interesting stuff going far there during the group stage. They managed to beat B team. They managed to beat Flow State, and also I feel like the Doctors, like, they still a very, very strong contender, but wasn't at their base shape on the group stage. However, when we come into that final phase, Mind the Gap didn't find a single success in the scrim this week, while Doctors has been practicing like crazy and they look sharp.
Let's see just how sharp. Stats coming at you in just a second to check how each team has been looking during those Swiss stages. And F6, just taking a look at the numbers here, what first comes to mind?
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind here is they have a very close KDA, which means when it comes towards the overall team fighting and those solo dolos happening off into the off lane, I mean, they're close there, but it's the objectives that really spotlight that they're slowly creeping up. The Doctors definitely a little bit more objective ready.
And yeah, overall we have stats very, very close, but also if we look a little bit at the hero pick, we can see that on the side of the Doctors, more conventional style, which they love the Muriel, very good like round out team comp, but also like they banned the Zarus. We have seen how Zarus was potent in the previous match, played by Rogue, by Conte, and that's why like they don't want to deal against it. While on the side of Mind the Gap, they have like more like Iggy and Scorch Bad, which is a little bit special, but also that Steel being the most picked character, which is a character we don't see a lot of team doing, but they love to play it either in offlane or in the support role, and we have seen Purple Swan time and time again pulling some crazy stunt with that character.
Curious to see if Steel will be joining the ranks of that front line here for MTG. Well, I'm not curious to see, but we certainly will be nonetheless. Zarus, will that Zarus be once again just 100% picked here? Taking a look at these stats, man. Pick rate 50%, I think you double that. Doesn't feel like it's that low.
It does not at all, Deal. I mean, you feel like when you see him either just always on the map, especially today. We saw that initiated through Conte, and he had 2 exceptional games on it. And I mean, the win rate's at 57%. And a lot of people are like, oh man, it's not like in the 70s or 80s. But I mean, for a competitive game, that is absolutely high.
Yeah, the thing is, Zarus is picked or banned because for a reason, and despite the fact that he receives nerf time and time again, like I remember patch 19, receive a nerf, 19.1, receive a nerf. Well, in competitive gaming, like the Coliseum is still like so strong in team fight, and teams have started to exploit it like very well. The Zarus just jump in, and then he kind of hide behind the corners, but he keep the cage up, which suddenly makes the rest of the team stuck inside it, while the Zarus almost die, but the rest of the team is ready to do the DPS.
Hell in a Cell is not a place you want to be in. Gonna have to see if when these P's and B's come down, if it's gonna be the exact same story here. And also gonna have to wonder, where's the priority gonna go? Do we lock in our front line first, or do we secure our damage? What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's going to come down to which player that both of these teams are really going to prioritize. I mean, when it comes towards the Doctors, I mean, it's definitely from what my opinion and standing here, is going to be towards Seismic. He's just going to be able to pick up prioritize within the top 3 if you're allowed that man to play somebody he's comfortable on, except the Countess, because I think they just have a little bad curse on that. But they're able to facilitate throughout the mid lane towards either lane and kind of win these games throughout him.
Yeah, and I think like it's a little bit hard to plan what doctors are going to do because they kind of go all around the place when it comes to draft and picks and bans. But recently we have seen Seismic like really loving the gadget, and I've been seeing him playing the gadget during scrims, and it's just like amazing. Like the Tesla Dome are always pixel perfect. It just changed the tide of team fight by himself. And also you always have that wild card with Sneaks that I've seen him play a Serat off lane, Grim off lane, normal off laner. So I really don't know where the doctors are going to go. On the side of Mind the Gap, they go a little bit more traditional. They love, of course, the Zarus, the Steel as we have seen. Maybe a little less like craziness and trying to go a little bit more for comfort, especially since probably their confidence is a little bit shaken from like how the weeks has been going. So I do expect to go like a little bit more normal and more in line.
And gonna have to see here as we look to get to these P's and B's real soon, whether or not we do decide to allocate that attention to that mid, as you alluded to, F6. I mean, the fact that Pinzo, new addition here to that mid role, going up against Seismic, someone who's got plenty of accolades and medals to their name, and that brings up the question then, do we slot in that mid pick? Do we get that Gideon on our side, knowing that Seismic can execute on it, or do we have the confidence knowing that they are secure in their position no matter what character they play on?
I mean, that's definitely contention, right? I mean, there's also a kind of way you can draft into banning away from the mid while helping out your own mid laner. Because if there is a little bit of disparity, in my honest opinion, when it comes towards Pinzo and Seismic, Pinzo's still going to be able to play into him as long as he's able to get a good comfort pick like Mugi was talking about on the side of Mind the Gap to be able to play into them. And it starts here inside the draft.
And we're going immediately with a Decker ban for the set of doctors. They probably don't want that to be played into the support role. Probably want to target Purple Swan specifically because he's pretty strong on the character. And a Decker can always like set up a lot for the team. Like I said, on the set of Mind the Gap, I feel like here you have the Zarus, you have the Aura, you have the Terra open, and we're actually going to remove the Serat, so we don't want any Sneak Serat shenanigan, which kind of leave a lot of big pick open. Like I was telling, like the Zarus is still there, the Terra is still there, the Aura is still there, so that's probably like all three is going to get picked, whilst we haven't seen like a game with all three of them like going through the first ban phase so far.
I mean, we saw the stats earlier. It's a 49% ban rate. What, 49% pick? If one doesn't get you, the other certainly will. So, might be seeing Doctors top lock it. There we go. What did we expect? Why did I think any different? I'm a mind reader.
I mean, he's an absolute monster, right? There's a reason we showed him on the hero stat sheet. He's just allowed to just do whatever he wants, especially with the mobility that he has. He also has that extra % damage on his Spear of Nair. And I mean, like Mugi said, the Colosseum is just such a broken ability, especially in these team fights, to allow your team to lock down the enemy inside of a certain zone.
And we're gonna answer, of course, with the Terra, because basically, besides after the group stage, the only thing that changed is that Terra is now available. There was like no balance path change, so the top pick are still the same, and we just added Terra into the mix. And like we were saying, also Aura is one of these very, very strong pick, and so we're going to secure those true frontliners. And so I think we're starting to have a little bit of an answer to your question, Dilo, earlier on. Are we going to focus on the frontline first or the damage? Well, it seems to be the frontline, like all together, and we're gonna get here the Muriel and the gadget. As we have seen, the most picked character for the doctors was the Muriel, and I was talking about that gadget on Seismic. And with the Coliseum already in the team, like, to be honest, Seismic doesn't need any setup to look amazing with the gadget. Now he has a Coliseum to set up for his gadget. Like, if I mind the gap, I would be looking a little bit scared now.
Well, going to be bringing a Revenant to their side, trying to counter some of that pressure. With that Aurora pick, they say to the opposing doctors, they say, I heard you like walls. We're going to add some more of our own. A lot of obstructions here to try to just lock down a fight. Now, Mind the Gap with this Revenant pick, F6, what do you think is going through their heads?
I don't know. Personally, I don't think this is a strong pick going into this matchup against the Doctors. Like Mugi was referring to, you have the Coliseum into the Gadget with the Tesla Dome and a Muriel Reversal of Fortune on top. That's the nastiest combo you can get into this game, and Revenant is not going to be safe from that.
And so in terms of ban, we're gonna advance with the Grim and the Steel ban. So the Doctors have done their homework, removing the Steel that is the most big hero for Mind the Gap. But pointing a little bit more into that Revenant, I've seen Mind the Gap trying to make that happen. I think I can see two reasons for why the Revenant wants. Revenant can be pretty good at dealing with a Muriel, because you just hold the Muriel, remove the Muriel, and then the Muriel is not an issue in the team fight. But also I've seen Mind the Gap trying to practice heavy objective gameplay when they just use the Revenant to remove the hunt of the enemy team through the Reckoning ultimate, and suddenly it's a free objective. Unfortunately from their practice, sometimes their timing is off and it doesn't work super well. But they actually are trying to pull that off.
And that's been kind of a theme we've seen here between these sets. Doctors are the favorite to come out on top for this one, and when they take one game, when you just even take the lead within a game, those nerves can start to get to you and your game plan can start to crumble. So Mind the Gap need to hold their confidence, need to hold their spirits when on these objective fights. Now Drongo and Gideon are going to be the ones responsible for burning down those objectives. Doctors have their damage core.
This one's a little bit spicy because now we're seeing the Gadget and the Gideon. So obviously, just from it's going to look like the Gadget's going into that off lane, and it looks like it's going to be playing into that Sevarog. They have a lot of burst here, but now the front line kind of diminishes for the side of the Doctors.
And I don't know if it's going to be the Gideon or the Gadget. Of course, most likely the Gadget in off lane. But in EU, I remember back in the time when Tang was loving the Gadget off lane, and we were all theory crafting the fact that Gadget with Gideon is absolutely insane. You press double ultimate button and everyone gets fried into the oven. And with Coliseum, Black Hole, Gag Grenade on top of those things, I feel like you don't want to team fight ever against that Doctor comp because you're just gonna get ultimate to this.
It's a potent team fight up ahead, and it's a potent team that's utilizing it, but let's see if Mind the Gap can mind their damage. Game 1 coming at you with Spooky and Falcon. Tricks up in the sky. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Dilo and F6, and of course, Mugi. So glad to be here in the third round of the group stage. The Doctors coming in hot, taking on Mind the Gap. Said, Falcon, we've seen an interesting draft come through, kind of from both sides here. Likely an Aurora support, then Gadget offlane, I'm thinking. Talk to me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Tang would be the perfect person to cast this game because he loves to Gadget off lane. But it is something that we have seen before a long time ago. It's basically the same sort of thing you do as the Grim. A lot of bruisers in this game don't have the best magical resistance, the same with that itemization. So you can kind of play as a bully. Gadget themselves is quite safe as well with that Tesla Gate. So you can farm quite safely and you basically just try and get that experience lead in the off lane. And I mean, if he is against the Sevarog, it will make his life a lot easier. I'm still not sure if it's going to be a Sevarog jungle or a Terra jungle. It can be either or. I think Terra is going to be a lot better into the Gadget for Mind the Gap if they go that way. But I mean, we haven't even talked about the Revenant yet.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you mentioned the Sevarog and the Terra and which lanes they were going to be in, because that was actually going to be my question going to you. This Revenant, a very unusual pick, one we don't see a whole lot of, and when we have seen it, mixed success is how I will phrase that. But there were some talking points that Mugi brought up, namely the ability to take someone out of a fight or out of an objective, put them in that shadow realm, and either just lock them down or remove them entirely. How much value is that bringing here?
If they can use it effectively, it basically guarantees the objective for Mind the Gap if they can use it on Mav during the objectives around the Fountain and the Orb Prime. But it is it's a timing issue that Mind the Gap is going to have issues with. But saying that, we got Professors go for a massive invade in level 1, looking for anyone they can find, because it does look like it is going to be that Sevarog jungle, Nitro running it, whilst we have Terra in the off lane. And I mean, I like the aggressiveness from Docs. They have got a decent level 1, especially with the likes of this Zarus and Muriel, but not finding anything.
I don't think we can be too surprised to see the Doctors stepping up aggressively. This is a team that's really proven their mettle time and time again. And their teams, they're one of the interesting ones, right? They're one of the ones that are willing to take steps forward and start fights early, but they're also more than willing and more than competent at slowing these games down and just playing the objective-based gameplay that so often can win you a game. And on the stats before that desk came up, we saw how close these two teams are in objectives. You have to admit, the Doctors still a little ahead in that regard.
Yeah, neither of these teams are famed for their objective play. The Doctors especially are famed for just having such good team fighting potential and playing so well as a team. Minor Gap, obviously a newer team, and the cohesion might not be entirely there. So if Doctors does find any opening against Minor Gap, then it could spell trouble. But especially I think the objectives, neither of them are going to be looking too early, especially Minor Gap with that server. They really want him to get those soul stacks online. Zarus is someone who can take objectives a lot earlier, especially with the extra power from his passive, and if they look towards this Fang 2, it's going to be quite effective.
So I want to turn some attention, some eyes over towards this duo lane here. Namely, with Purple Swan piloting this Aurora support. Purple Swan, been coming to the scene, pretty good at what he does. Great shot caller for the team. But how does this Aurora play into this Muriel Drongo lane?
I think Aurora plays pretty well into it. The only issue is that there is going to be a lot of poke from both Muriel and Drongo in this early game. Mav is going for the blue buff steal. It has got level 3, Nitro only level 2. I'm not sure either of them have to hunt. And Mav does have it and it gets to slay. And that is going to be a big steal from the Doctor's jungler. And it's going to put even further Nitro even further behind in this early game.
And that's the consequence of the Sevarog jungle, right? It's a little bit slower than your traditional ones. Hold that thought, Purple Swan. That was aggressive. Doesn't find too much there, just a little bit of poke back and forth here. And it's no surprise, as Mav takes a step forward on the right side. You want to see Mind the Gap, trying to push something on the left side, trying to find some way to fight back. How big of an impact is that steal on the Sevarog?
It's not going to be massive, it's not going to be game-ending, but the blue buff itself gives a lot of souls for the Sevarog compared to the base minions. I think it's 5 or 6, I'm not entirely sure, it's been a long time since I've played Sevarog jungle myself, so it's in terms of just the... He's a fun character, but, certainly could be a bit boring sometimes. But in terms of just the experience, the gold that he loses, it's going to be a big issue. Even now, he's still a level behind Mav in this jungle. So once it hits that level 6, once Mav gets that Colosseum and can impact those lanes even harder, then that's when this difference is going to be found. But going back to this duo lane, I think Purple Swan is doing a decent job. He wants to hit that Horfrost, get that root online, and allow Kairuka to get that entire obliterate onto a single target. But we just see how strong the poke is from Mu and Drongo hitting that Serenity into the Boomerang and the Rad Round. It's just so much damage that neither Kairuka or Purple Swan can deal with right now.
It's not just the poke damage either, right? It's the fact that if you try to fight back into this Doctor's duo lane, you have to fight through the shields, and Nitro looking to try to put those shields down, finds the subjugate onto Zihi. Purple Swan goes up. Unfortunately for them, all they get for their troubles is the blink. Nice resource taken, but it's no first blood.
Definitely no first blood, but it is something that you can now repeat gank. And Purple Swan, if he can get that glacial charge into a Horfrost, they can burst down Zihi in this move, unless he might back, he might get a few items. Now they have lost their blink. We see Kairuga also going for the back, same with Purple Swan. Well, they at least are looking. Kairuga gets it off. Purple Swan is going to be forced to stay in lane, which is going to be an issue for Mind the Gap because he can either take that solo experience or try and freeze the lane. But once again, Mav is going for the invade.
He tries to go for that steal. Eats a lot of damage for his troubles. A 3-man collapse onto the enemy jungler. Doctors trying to play aggressive, trying to play sneaky, but Mind the Gap, they're showing that they are aware what the Doctors wanted to do there. That collapse was instantaneous. Excellent play and awareness from Mind the Gap.
Yeah, a very good job, especially from Pinto rotating from that mid lane. It's not something you normally see. Dr. Flick obviously was there already, but that was a sizable rotation from the Argus, and you don't lose anything in response either. You have got the level 6 now, so you are slightly behind the experience compared to Seismic, but that's not going to be an issue. As a decent amount down on the Kyrie. Purpleson gets a blink.
He goes right on in. Zihi now in a bad spot, trying to find his way out. Remember, he's got no blink for himself. Ice Wall comes through, looking to chase him down, but Kyaruga isn't here to get the last hit in. Zihi's just running him around, trying to find time for Cure to get in. Kyaruga picks up the kill, but he's now very low himself. Not sure he wants to look for a fight with Cure afterwards, as Mav makes rotation in as well. Full Swan just playing Space Maker, keeping the enemies away from his ADC. They get out with the first blood, 1-0.
It's not over yet. We've got a gank in the mid lane. Seismic is going to be hit by the Cynatic Obliterator, trying to return the damage. Has no blink left, and it's the damage from Pinzo is going to secure it. That's 2 quick kills from Mind the Gap. A great early game so far from a awful early invade from the Doctors. And I mean, I think Zihi made a massive mistake of actually not dying to Purple Swan, because he gave the first blood over to the Aurora. It's not going to be a bad issue, but he gave it to the Revenant, who has that bounty increase from his passive, so that kill is going to give him even more gold compared to anyone else in the game. And I mean, if you want to get a Revenant ahead, a first blood is going to do a massive amount of work.
And Purple Swan has to take a step back here. It looked like Zihi was trying to buy time for Cure to kill Kyaruga with how low that Revenant was when he came in, but unfortunately didn't quite pan out that way. And now with Mind the Gap having a 2-kill lead, that's gotta feel good for them. They start heading over to this first Fangtooth. Doctors starting this one up, and doesn't look like Mind the Gap has any awareness. This is exactly what we were talking about, Frauken. The Doctors are such an objective-oriented team. They don't care if they lose a couple of kills. They just go to the objective and even it right back up.
Yeah, but that's because Mind the Gap was doing the mini prime. They had multiple members over there. Kyaruga himself actually rotated all the way over, was taking farm in the mid lane, and Seismic was actually in the solo side himself. Mav is going for a tire dive onto Kyaruga, who has no ult.
He's got nowhere to go. Mav gets the kill on that one. Zihi, not even needed for the support there. And so tried to help out, but unfortunately, just too much damage from this Darius so early in the game. Swan for a little bit more. Zihi is a target here, but I don't know that they have any way to lock him down. He's going to be fine.
The criticism missed from Purple Swan. He was just a bit too far, not knowing what the range is. He was able to walk away once that was wasted. It doesn't look like the mini prime has gone over to Pinzo, so they still have that at least. But a great punish from Mab, knowing that Kyaruga was not 6, didn't have the blink. I'm not entirely sure where he used it, but unfortunately for Mav, he did die after the Colosseum ended, so he doesn't get that extra physical power from his stacks. However, a kill is a kill, making sure this Revenant does not get any bigger than he is currently. So in this early game, it is rather even, and I'm not entirely sure what the farm is, because I think the big question is how far ahead is Sneaks compared to Dr. Flick.
Sneaks so far, a quiet lane over here. Dr. Flick playing the Terror, not much to say there. There hasn't been a whole lot of commotion aside from Mav's attempted gank or invades and the response from Dr. Flick. However, that might change. Can see Nitro hovering around the jungle, but Sneaks just has to take a step back. This gadget is so hard to really do anything to with how quickly and safely she can clear the waves. It feels like really it's just going to be a quiet lane.
Yeah, Gadget is just so safe. You can farm from such a distance, and any sort of gate, you can immediately put the Tesla Dome on top of you, use that security gate to root it off. Dr. Flick obviously has got to that CC, but with the help of Nitro, they might be looking for something. But once again, we just see that security gate put down. Nitro immediately blocked, the security gate missing, and that is just the gank. And Sneaks goes back to just farming from about 1 million miles away.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel worth it to try to gank this Gadget right now. Sneaks isn't playing aggressive. He's not stepping forward and trying to take the fight to Dr. Flick. So it feels like the Doctors pretty much just sit there for as long as they want. And if Nitro decides to make that gank, it just feels like a win for the Doctors, because Sneaks can just take another step back and be in the tier 1 tower. It's just wasting time and taking farm away from Nitro at that point.
Yeah, and then you got to think of the scaling as well. The Gadget is one of the best mid lane, I would say mid lane. He's in the solo lane mages that scale in this game. Once you get 3 items online, that Tetradome does so much damage. So you're not looking to really lane bully at this point in time because you know you're going to out damage this tower. You're going to be able to deal with it in that late game. And we see Purple Swan looking around, has got that passive double jump if needs be. Nitro and Pinzo also coming.
And goes in, finds the root. Zihi is the target, immediately blinks once again, but keep your eyes on that river. Seismic coming over as the wall comes down, trying to block here away from his tower. Not going to be able to do it. Once again, no kills come through from the ganks. Still, Seismic is here. Pinzo makes a rotation as well. There's a lot of action around the 3 camp right now. It looks like there's not going to be too many more sparks flying.
Mav is also coming around, so this is going to end up in a 4v4. Nitro is going low.
Seismic forced out as well, still in the river. Pinzo under half health, but he's feeling okay. Seismic jumps on in, tries to find the rock side of Pinzo, but doesn't quite have the damage. Now he's taken into the Shadow Realm. Seismic in a bad spot. Subjugate comes through onto Mav, jumps forward. Colosseum comes down. Purple Swan jumps up high. Ice Wall climbs on out. And that's a lot of ultimates expended, Falcon, but very little gain.
There was no gain from either side, just wasted usages of ultimates and blinks. I don't know how Seismic survived. I didn't see him get away. I think he blinked away from Kyoruga, who only needed that one last shot to kill that Gideon. But at the very end, that is going to be a 0-for-0 after a very bloody team fight. However, both teams are now resetting because that second Fangtooth is so close to spawning. Both teams know that it's going to be a sizable gain, especially for Doctors who can get that second stack if they so need, and I imagine Sneaks might even rotate over for it as well.
Yeah, everyone expends their ults and says, all right, guys, see you in a few seconds, let everything come back up, and we'll go ahead and fight over the Fangtooth here. Seismic taking some more damage as Pinzo just getting so aggressive up here. Oh my god, is he gonna die? Oh my god, just barely survives. He doesn't survive. Pinzo with the ultimate shreds him through. Smav now in a bad spot. Blinks up to the stairs, walks on down. Now, Doctor's not in a good spot for this Fangtooth. Mind the gap. Gonna be stepping forward. Sneaks, like you said, has made the rotation over. He's got the Tesla Dome available, but Dr. Flick aggressing as Kier drops the Ice Wall. Oh my gosh. What? Purple Swan, I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. Does keep Dr. Flick alive, but so too does it keep the Doctors alive.
Purple Swan working for the Doctors there, just getting the rest of the team out. They did have the numbers advantage, but Seismic has respawned, and the rest of Doctors have actually reset, so they have still got the numbers advantage. But with Nitro and Dr. Flick also resetting, neither team can really start up this Fangtooth. Pinzo, though, is on such low HP, hasn't got that ultimate, hasn't got Blink, can't really be in this team fight, so it's going to be Doctor's advantage so far.
Yeah, Pinzo expended the ultimate to get the kill onto Seismic, and now Seismic's back up. Can't say the same for that ult. Fangtooth gonna be started by the Doctors. Nitro and Purple Swan gonna be the first ones in. Keep your eyes on Dr. Flick as the Colosseum comes down. Fangtooth goes the way of the Doctors, and now the slack hole comes through from Seismic, and Sneaks puts the hurt onto Nitro. Swan finds a big root, might be giving his life up, but he gets the rest of his team out. And you know what? That's what you need from a support.
Purple Swan ran into the wall with the glacial charge. It went further but left him behind to the death, and Doctors kick up 2 on the back end. Mounting the gap, I don't know if you really wanted to go for that without Pinzo being there, but they have lost more than they can chew. And speaking of 3-man dive on the mid tier 1 tower, the Epoch is going to go through, but the rest of the team are ready. The damage is going to be enough. Pinzo on 1 HP, there is going to be no follow-up damage, and he's going to be able to get out.
And he's gonna get the return kill. Dr. Flick comes in, puts Mav down, and that's what you get for tower diving the Epoch Argus. Nitro come through, looking at Zihi, goes up and all the way across. The reversal of fortune keeps Zihi alive.
How is Pinzo alive? How? What? There was just needed one auto attack from anyone. Mav could have just stayed in the tower for one more auto. The tower would not have killed him. I think they just dropped it from the lack of communication. But that allows Mind the Gap to go for this mini farm. There is no jungler on Doctors to actually aid this, so they are going to be able to secure it. But the rest of the Doctors are coming. Nitro has the mini farm, but they need to make the escape.
And they're on their way back out. Good subjugate onto Sneaks, roots him down, prevents him from taking that security gate and getting aggressive there. On the gap, gonna take their step back here. Both mini primes have gone their way. Both Fang Teeth have gone the way of the Doctors. And right now, I gotta be thinking the Doctors are feeling a little bit better about that. There hasn't been a whole lot of value from the mini prime. They might change that onto Sneaks here, getting run down. Just looking for the subjugate to come through. Tesla Dome gets dropped, lots of damage, and oh my god, he just barely gets back. The bomb comes down. We'll keep him alive. Dr. Flick goes down. Nitro returns the favor. Now he's got to deal with Mav at low health. And this Zarus wants the Sevarog. Dash is good. Should get him out of danger. Meanwhile, the fighting is across the map as Seismic takes down Purple Swan. Down into the Shadow Realm comes Seismic, trying to find his way back out. Kayaruga puts him down with the Obliterate.
There is action everywhere. We have finally hit that NA moment. And, Sneaks managed to survive for such a long time. Dropped that top. It is such a good time. Seismic Sneaks dropped that massive Tesla Dome onto 2. Managed to survive for such a long time. The subjugate from Nitro was enough. And he managed to also escape with that mini fight. So that's at least something. However, on the back of that, we see Kira getting the tier 1 tower in the duo side. Now gets the tier 1 tower in the solo side. And I'm not sure he's going to get out, because look at Nitro is he's going to come around behind him. Still mini prime. He's leveled down, but Mav has no mana.
Good dash though with the last bit of that mana to avoid the subjugate. That's going to keep him alive. Excellent footwork coming out from the jungler. Like you said, when all is said and done, the Doctors are by far the ones who take the advantage off of those fights. Powers go their way. You can see the builds right there in front of you. Doctors gotta be feeling good about the position they're in right now.
Yeah, they also have a sizable farm lead just from the laning, and I think the jungle as well. So we do see that Mav has gained an advantage compared to Nitro, even though Nitro has been doing a sizable amount of work on this Sevarog, has still got a few souls, has hit those Pauldron levels as well. But it's going to take a little while longer, and probably near the 25-minute mark before he gets near those max stacks. Dr. Flick once again trying to dive onto Sneaks, but the Tester Gate is going to be enough, and he should be able to just walk out of this.
Dr. Flick is so adept at just walking forward with this Terra pick. Sure, you get rooted down, but Mav actually drops the Coliseum, and Seismic returns with the black hole as well. Pinto goes down in a heartbeat. Mid lane has just exploded into blood and violence as Nitro dashes forward, trying to fight a little bit more, but Mav is there to dissuade him from aggressing on his team. Warfrost doesn't quite find the value it's looking for. Now, Mind the Gap have to just step back, losing 1-0.
And just a fight for no reason but for kills. Why not? I love that always. Pinzo does go down at the end of that. I don't know if he had died before, but at least that would be in the shutdown for the Doctors, because Pinzo has quite a few kills at this point in time. And it is going to be, again, Doctors, keeping up with the kills, 6-6 in the total. But the big question is the third Fangtooth were about 30 seconds away. Both teams immediately going over. There's going to be a big 5v5 unless a massive pick happens. But I can imagine this is going to be a very, very bloodthirsty.
These 5v5s, they're not exactly in Mind the Gap's favor, right? The big circle ultimates coming out from the Doctors, especially if they get a pick right here. Now, Kayaruga takes one into the Shadow Realm, trying to find a way out. Zihi goes down. That might turn things in their favor, but he's out of position. Terrible spot. Cure returns the favor. 4v4, even the news numbers up. Now Doctor's looking to push on forward. They've got the big circles. Seismic drops the black hole. Doesn't find a lot of value, though. But boy, howdy, that's a big chunk of damage. Where's Mind the Gap's health bars? They've been shredded by the Tesla Dome. Dr. Flick, Dr. Dead. Cure puts him in the ground. Who even needs a Fangtooth at that point? You're 5 seconds away. Go to your prime.
There is only one person, Purple Swan, on a supporter award. He cannot do anything to stop this. You still have the Drongo. You have double mages. This Orb Prime is going to be shredded without any stoppages. Mav is going to be able to tank it for a while, but Sneaks is also going to have to, because he is max HP. They have to hunt. This should be an easy pickup. And I mean, the Seismic ultimate wasn't great. Black Hole wasn't perfect. But Mav just got a massive stun on 3 members from Minor Gap during that. And Kyaruga with that ultimate, yes, the got the kill on the Zihi, but was completely out of position. And a support for ADC is never worth in a team fight. So with losing their ADC, then losing all of their front line as well as their mid, it was just nothing that Minor Gap could do. They couldn't even escape in time.
Yeah, this Revenant is not finding the success I think they were looking for. It's great to be able to take someone out of the fight and remove them. But the problem has been that Mind the Gap hasn't been able to stay with Kyaruga when he's in that Shadow Realm. He gets too far away, and they're not able to step past the doctors to support him when he leaves the ultimate. Now, or Prime around all 5 of the doctors. They're going to shred that last Fangtooth down. That's the 3rd one for him. And Mav, he wants a little bit more. Drop 3 into the Coliseum. The Ice Well comes in to try to cut off the support. But Seismic on the other end just throws so much damage out. Mav takes out Kyaruga with Cure's help. Nitro and Pinto both extraordinarily low. Nitro finds a dash back to safety, and Pinto tries to throw the crystal out. He's not going to find much success. The Purple Swan has been left all on his lonesome. It's just a constant tale of Mind the Gap, not minding the gap whatsoever. And the space between the teammates is just too much.
I don't know what Minor Gap was planning there, because they were way too late to take the Fangtooth, and then they just ended up sitting in their own jungle, letting doctors surround them and take them out. Seismic got a great flank using that Time Warp Flux to get the ultimate on top with the Mav Colosseum, was immediately then teleported back and was able to do even more damage. Minor Gap, they either had to fully commit there or just not even be there in the first place. Now they're going to lose the tier 2. They might even lose the inhibitor. They have got 4 members alive, but the damage is good. Mav is caught under tower though.
A lot of damage, but he's still got a blink available. He's so mobile. Pinto trying to find the last bit of damage, but he's already out of range. Cannot find that last shot. And Mind the Gap have to simply sit back and watch as their base is broken. The doctors have taken full control of this game here, Falcon. They have it in a death grip right now. The doctors, they're not ones to let things go very easily. Mind the Gap wants to find a way back into this and have to dig their heels in hard. Luckily for them, inhibitor did not fall. It's under half health. They'll fall to a stiff breeze. They still have a line in the sand that they can stand at.
I mean, it's basically a last resort sort of thing. They have got that, yes, but it is going to die on the next person. Kyaruga has got that dread, which, I mean, I can understand why. Obviously, there is double mage on this composition from the doctors, and it is doing a lot of damage. But as a Revenant, you can't afford to go defensive so early on. You need that damage. If you're not killing the enemy, you have no point being in the game. Now Pinzo is caught out. The same with the rest of the team. Mav and Seismic's coming in.
Mav, you think he's alone, you think you've caught him caught, but then Seismic comes in with a black hole and instantly Mind the Gap has to just back away. Wait, what is Kyaruga doing up there still? How did he get left behind? He's gonna die in a heartbeat. And now 4v5, doctors step on up, and they've got the cure for this inhibitor. Put it down, put it to sleep. I'm gonna keep on moving forward. Look to this left side here. Mav jumping forward, Purple Swan. The lone defender on this inhibitor trying to get back to his team as they're desperately trying to defend this core. Minions coming out. Doctor's going to take a step back, but they're just buying their time right now. That's not a lot of damage coming out on the cure. Purple Swan gets the credit for that one. That might be what Mind the Gap needs to finally stop this assault.
Yeah, there's no need for doctors to push any further, but there wasn't in the first place. They weren't going to go for the core. They had one inhibitor down and basically no minions. They didn't have the prime either, so they weren't even enhanced minions. They didn't have the prime of Fangtooth to just tower dive. So I think it was just a mistake from the doctors to go for that aggression. They were just looking for more kills, and yes, if they got the kills, they would have been able to maybe finish the game. But they're so far ahead at this point that there is no need to go for those 50-50s. They could have reset, spent the money, and then backed off. Instead, they let Cure die. They let Mind the Gap get the shutdown. Yes, they did get one in response, but it is on Dr. Flick on this terror who hasn't got a shutdown. And I mean, any sort of chance for Mind the Gap to get back into this game, to get that extra gold, is going to be beneficial for them. And if Doctors keep doing that, then there is a chance for a comeback, albeit a very small one, but there's always a chance.
And good news for the Doctors is that shutdown does go the way of Purple Swan. Not going to be quite as effective on the support as it would on someone like Kyaruga or Pinzo. Still, it's extra gold that you gave up that you really didn't need to. But when all is said and done, have the inhibitor down. Another Primal Fangtooth is going to be spawning in very shortly here. Take a quick look at the builds. Hey, Falcon, is there anything on here that sticks out to you, grabs your eye?
The only thing that mainly caught my eye is Dr. Flick going Dreads, which isn't something you normally see. Has got got that Mutilator and Buckler as well, so has got Omnivamp. But the Dread is normally an assassin item gone for, and I don't know if it's worth going on this Terror. I think Salvation would have been better, have a bit more of that tenacity and that massive HP as well. But we got Doctors looking for a sneaky engage. Mav goes in.
Wow! Lots of damage comes out from Seismic in an instant, and Coliseum drops on their heads. Nitro is not long for the world as Cure puts him away. Put him in a box and ship him out. Pinzo trying to find a way back. Does answer one kill back. Cure goes down second time in 2 fights. Dr. Flick keeps the pressure up onto Zihi, and they actually got the kill on Seismic as well. This could be something for Mind the Gap, but they're already down 3 members. Mav puts Pinzo away, now chasing down Dr. Flick. Good jump, gets Dr. Flick into safety. Good God, that was a lot of damage in so short amount of time. Doctors are just packing so much heat right now.
Nitro actually got a really good colossal blow onto Mav, immediately stopped the Coliseum, so it could have gone a lot worse than Mind the Gap. However, they do still lose 3 members, they do lose the jungler, and they lose half the HP on the core as well, due to a massive minion wave from Doctors going down the mid lane. Now the Doctors are going to be able to take this Primal Fangtooth uncontested. They have only got the Zaras and Gadget doing damage. Zihi is there as well, as basically more support at this point, as they are, I think, just waiting for that hunt to come up, as they eventually do take it. That is going to be the primordial buff. They are going to go for the reset, immediately go towards this Orb Prime, and I mean, Mind the Gap really don't want to fight here because they have got so many issues. They have the Primal Fangtooth to deal with. They have minions in the mid lane always pushing their core as half HP so they can be backdoored as well. But you have to go for this Orb Prime, because if you don't, a double buffed team like the Doctors is going to be unstoppable.
It can be so tough too, because the Doctors, such a patient team, waited for both Cure and Seismic to come back up. So this Primal Fangtooth is on all 5 members of the Doctors right now. The kills that Mind the Gap got didn't matter. Not at all. Now they're going to have to contest around an Orb Prime. This is a tough fight to look at, Falcon, and I'm honestly not sure what tools Mind the Gap have to win the fight at the Orb Prime.
And they don't have anything because Nitro just reset, so they haven't got jungler. There is no chance for the side of Mind the Gap to actually go for a steal unless a miracle occurs. And with the rest of the team now backing off, it looks like they're just going to try and clear mini waves the best they can to delay the side of the Doctors. But even then, it's going to be a matter of time. He's already pushing that left side on Muriel, has got that reversal of fortune available if needs to be. Purple Swan is just going on a journey. I'm going to call it a journey.
Trying to push, like you said, those minions as far as possible. It means he's so far away from his base right now. Doctor's going to be stepping up, grouping together, make another siege here. Mav takes a little bit of damage, but wow, did he take damage? He barely even looks like he was tickled on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a Flux Matrix, which is I think the first time I've ever seen that on Azarus. But I love it because it allows your double mage comp to work even better. It has that magical damage reduction, magical armor reduction, as well as the nasty. So it doesn't actually help you whatsoever, but it helps Sneaks, it helps Seismic, it helps Zihi, and the extra removal tenacity helps the stun as well. So I love the pickup from Mav, the itemization coming in for the Azarus. As all the inhibitors are dead, they have got the core left.
Ice Wall comes up, trying to block out the minions and trying to block out the Doctors, but the Doctors have none of it. Black Hole comes through, but it's quickly canceled out as Mind the Gap try to put up one last defense. It's not enough. The damage is too much. And the Doctors walking out of this one with game number 1 firmly under their belt.
Doctor's just doing such a good job with the objectives. In terms of the kills, it's actually not too bad. Mind Gap had a decent early game, but come that mid game, it just wasn't really enough. Again, I don't think the Revenant pick was used enough to actually do what it needed to do to take the jungler out of those team fights. It was used to try and get for a pick in the early team fights, which led Kairuka to be out of position and the rest of his team not able to be helpful. Pinzo just got dove every single time, and the double mage comp from the Doctors was just effective. That's the easiest way to say it. It was just effective every team fight.
It really feels like that ultimate could have been used a little bit more team oriented, right? If Pinzo's being dove on repeat, maybe you save the ultimate for when Pinzo gets dove and you just take that guy out, put him in the Shadow Realm, give Pinzo some space, but all things that can be addressed as the games go forward. This was only game number 1, Falcon. Doctors want to move on. They got to do it, as I always say, one more time. Let's see how they do it right after.
Spooky and Falcon, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs, thank you guys very much for your lovely casting and a lovely game here by the Doctors. They brought the prescriptions. They knew just the right medicine to give right back and come up with that Game 1 victory. F6, Moogie, what did we see?
I definitely saw where that Revenant wasn't as impactful as we thought it was going to be. There was situations where it could have been a play, but the Doctors just didn't allow it. But I do want to give Mind the Gap, though, the confidence into this next game because they did show out in the very early game here. They were looking great, and Pinzo actually looking very good against Seismic.
Yeah, and I think that game was also like a good reminder that despite the fact that the game looked very balanced on both sides, Predecessor game can actually become like tip in one direction very quickly. And here it was just, we reached the moment that team fight happens, a team fight around the 19 minutes 30. They win 4-1, all prime spawn, they secure all prime, they secure structures, they secure big lead, and then they were so far ahead that they never let off the gas pedal and they end up winning the match from it.
Yeah, momentum can carry it. Once you start getting things in your favor, if the scales are tipped against you, it's an awfully hard mountain to climb right back up. But like you guys both mentioned, there's things to love about what we saw here from the opposition. What can they do to get one game off the Doctors? What can they do to make it just one more, as Spooky said?
They're going to be needed playing around their mid more. Pinzo was able to facilitate for his team. Also, Dr. Flick has some nice rotations. But when it comes to the opposite side of the map, they did not have the amount of pressure they needed to help out in their team fight. I think one of the key parts of their team fights was Purple Swan, and he wasn't really there for any of them because he instantly got deleted.
And also on top of that, I kind of feel one thing they should try is to try to be like slightly more conventional. Like we see that the hero pool of Purple Swan was targeted, so maybe get Purple Swan like the Decker or the Steel that he prefer. Maybe don't try to push too hard that Revenant and go for a more classical carry. And also like Nitro on that Sevrog jungle, I feel like they need a jungler that is much more impactful. Also Nitro is more known for his aggressive playstyle in the jungle, which I feel like Sevrog doesn't fit at all. And against like those double mage, like he was a Sevrog, but he wasn't tanking at all. So like just shift a little bit into that direction. I think Mind the Gap has a better chance because definitely in the early game, they were playing good. So try to get the lead in the early game before we reach those team fight that the Doctor seems to dominate.
You heard the advice at the desk, up to MTG to do the rest. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of this lightning set coming at you in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. PCC8 Game 2. Doc just took it in spades. It was a really solid Game 1 to their credit. I'm Dilo, joined here with F6, joined here as well by Mugiwawa. Guys, we were talking a little bit behind the scenes about just what we can see here from NTG in terms of getting them back in the action. One thing that we settled on was Purple Swan, their shot caller, having some issues here. Walk me through how that can affect your game and how we can get your minds right back in the action to get a Game 2 victory.
And there's a lot of aspects you can go down, but one of the main ones for me is the fact that if your shot caller gets picked out early, which we saw, it kind of changes how the rest of that engagement goes. And I think that's really one of the big downfalls that really happened throughout this entire match.
And to add on it, like, I used to be a shot caller myself, and one thing that can throw you off is when you have to play uncomfortable characters. And Aura, like, it's only the 14th time that Purple Swan is actually playing the character, all type of game, like played. And so when you have to think about your mechanics on top of shot calling for your team, like it's too much to handle. So one thing, like I said earlier, maybe try to put Purple Swan on a more comfortable pick so he can really focus on his shot calling aspect and don't have to think so much about playing correctly his character.
Can't have the head of the snake cut off. The rest of the body will go limp. But let's also look at a different matchup here. Take a little gander at this mid matchup. Pinzo versus Sai, one that we had our eyes set on prior. And it actually turned out to be a pretty good showing here from Pinzo. Guys, walk me through it.
I mean, early game, Pinzo, in my honest opinion, was playing an outstanding game, was allowed to pretty much be picking up kills, and he was able to do what he needs to do in the mid. He stopped Seismic from really being a hot potential for the rest of the Doctors. But then just in the later parts of the game, they just didn't have the rest of his team able to help him out.
And like we have seen with like the team stat, like to be fair, the two stats are pretty close. Yeah, we're slightly higher on KDA, slightly higher on damage and gold. One thing that kind of stood out though, it's both of those players are more than 10 CS per minute on average. Like on average, that's actually pretty insane because like 10 CS per minute is like the gold, the grail we're trying to reach, and being able to do that like consistently, competitively in every single match, it's actually insane. Is that those two players know how to play their role.
And that just bodes really well for each side. You don't have to worry about that mid, but at the same time, you still got to worry a little bit. Sai did come out on top in the end. You're looking at the stats. You got some edges across all of them to their favor, and as we wait for these P's and B's to get on started, just brings up the question, how do we adapt? What do we want to see from our underdog, MTG, to end up with the victory?
That's going to start in the draft. We're going to need to see them kind of just out draft the Doctors. We see that a little bit unwarranted coming out of the Sneaks gameplay with that guys in the offline, so they have to expect something crazy, but they also have to be able to pick on their side a better comp for them to be able to do what they need to do, because that Revenant was not it.
And we're gonna start the draft with the Decker ban. So Mind the Gap, they got the Decker ban against them. This time they decide to ban it. One thing I do love though by Mind the Gap is they decided to take the first pick. That means that maybe they can get that Zarus, and Nitro is a good Zarus. And like I was saying, I want Nitro to be in a more like offensive, aggressive jungler. And here we have the ban Howitzer by the Doctors. I feel like it's a perfect moment to get that Zarus for Nitro and to kind of activate a little bit more the team and also remove that Coliseum from a team that loves playing it with Gadget or Gideon.
And would you look at that? Just like you said, Mugi, Zarus, first pick. We saw the stats earlier for the character. We can't be surprised to see that hero being top locked. Howitzer being the ban here from the Doctors. I mean, Pinzo's new in this role, so I feel like they can feel like they're a veteran now. They're getting the respect ban from Doctors. Do not want to see Pinzo back in action. Aurora and Gadget, though, are going to be the Doctors' top locks.
I mean, we've seen how the Gadget played into that last matchup. I mean, she really was the MVP in one of the fights with that Tesla Dome coming huge for impact into that later parts on the mid game, allowed for them to really start to skyrocket. And then picking up the Aurora this time, taking it away from Purple Swan, even though he's not comfortable with it, I know on the side of the Doctors they are.
And we're gonna log the Muriel and Steel, so probably no Steel for Purple Swan. Of course, probably gonna be the Muriel in the support role, character that is also like very confident with. And we're gonna secure the Steel that most likely is going into the offlane role for Dr. Flick. It's also a character that he loves. So we kind of coming back to more comfort type of pick on the side of Mind the Gap, which I feel like when you have your back against the wall and the like kind of spice didn't work out, coming back to your root is actually like the best option.
You mentioned it before, Mugi, too, that we want to see Mind the Gap playing comfortably, because if you can't execute necessarily at the highest level of finesse, hey, do what you love, and you might just do it better. It's, you know, soup in the can versus Mama's homemade chicken noodle. And right now, Mind the Gap are cooking up something nice here. Terra from the Doctors, going to be the answer. She's been dominant. She's been scary. Iggy is their second wave ban.
I mean, I think the Iggy ban is great, but the Terra pickup is really what is spicy here. Immediately countering towards the Steel. Dr. Flick is comfortable on the Steel, but what can you do when you can't CC the person running at you?
So here we decided to remove the Grim, so that means that both teams are still looking for the carry, but we don't want to have that Grim. To be honest, on the side of the Doctors, like we have great PCs, like we have seen with the Gadget and the Aura and the Terra, it's all like very strong character. At the same time, like it's kind of, you have Gadget that kind of love to reception, you have the Terra that kind of love to go for the aggression. Aura can fit in both playstyle. To be fair, I love the Gadget Aura into Zarus Muriel still because they are very good at receptioning any type of dive. So Mind the Gap will have to really think about how they can go in. But this Terra kind of feel like slightly out of place for now. But maybe she will be like on split push duty to kind of match the Muriel that can split push. And then she knows that really like come to the team fight and we try to build something else with the rest.
Twin Blast and Lieutenant Belka going to be the locks here from Mind the Gap. They've completed their comp. And that's going to put Pinzo off a different character. So, you know what? In the sense of comfort, you played pretty well on that Argus. You're now seeing it slotted in against a bit of Freaky Friday action. So you're just got to hope that Pinzo can execute to the same level as they did Game 1.
Definitely hoping so. I mean, Belka, good counter towards that Argus, naturally building into that alchemical rod. So playing into that Belka passive, a little bit helpful towards handling him with that Kira pickup, though. On top of Kira, I mean, something we've seen him very comfortable with, and she does a lot of high single target damage. And going into that enemy team comp, she should be fine.
So once again, we have seen probably like the Gadget off lane. And then we probably have Aura support, so a lot of spice on the side of the Doctors. On the side of Mind the Gap, I kind of like their draft like until then, but then like Bellycat, Twin Blast, two people that really stay in the backline, not really like engaging or following the aggression of the rest of the team. I think I would have much preferred like a Gideon to follow up with maybe like also a Drongo and something that can really follow up like that idea of the team. Here I feel like we're like, oh, frontline goes in, backline stay behind, and I'm not sure that's the right play here.
Well, it's gonna be nonetheless what MTG opts for, and our comps are locked. The players are ready. Lads, before we toss it to our lovely casters here, who do we have our favors for?
I'm gonna have to go with the Doctors again. I mean, like we talked about over there with Mugi, I mean, not picking up the Drongo here just allows for them to free pick up the Kira. And we know how Kira likes his Kira, and that allows them to lock in a very strong last pick. Pretty much just counter what their dual lane is trying to do. That Kira single target damage is just going to outbeat the Twin Blast and just going to allow her to kind of just do what she needs to do.
On my side, I would have to pick the Doctors as well. Like they kind of play super well in the first game. The draft doesn't, like it's slightly better, but it's not like better enough for me to change like the domination from Doctors from the first game.
Well, with that, Doctors have everything to prove to us that they can remain dominant. Mind the Gap need to take them back to med school. Spooky, Falcon, Trix, it's all you now.
Thank you so much once again to the desk. The Doctors stand at the precipice of taking this set for themselves. But they've got to get past Mind the Gap one more time in order to do that. Falcon, we've seen, it's hard to say we've seen changes to the draft. We see a lot of the same characters being picked up, but they've been shifted around to different teams, possibly to different roles. We see this Gadget coming back. Where are you expecting that one to go? Is that back into the off lane?
If you think about it, it most likely is going back to Sneaks. I'm not sure how big of a Gadget player Seismic is. I mean, if Doctors wanted to be tricky, they could definitely put the Gadget in the mid lane, Argus in the support role, but I don't imagine that is going to be the case. I do think that is going to be Gadget in the off lane and Argus in the mid, Aurora then is in that support role. It's interesting because a lot of these picks, like the Aurora, like the Zarus, have been sorted by the teams. And I think the Zarus is the big one because Mav did so much work on it in the early game for the Doctors. And Nitro, I mean, he's a very good player, but on that server, you just can't really do much in the early game. So having that agency now for Nitro, we might see a completely different Mind the Gap.
So obviously, we've seen how effective Zarus is as a character through not just last game, not just through this PCC, but through multiple PCCs. Zarus has been a very dominant force. Coliseum is a great ability. And last game, it was paired with the Black Hole, it was paired with the Tesla Dome. This time,
lane into the Tesla Dome. Do you think that has any impact on the effectiveness of that Coliseum if someone just drops a big electromagnetic field on your head as soon as you put the cage up?
It sounds good in theory. It is something that is very hard to do in actual practice, though, unless you are the one being Colosseumed on. We've seen multiple times teams, even with a gadget Zara's combo, not able to pull it off. So being on the enemy side is something a lot harder. Plus, I mean, yeah, you don't have the Tesla Dome, but you do have a steal. You do have that shield slam as a follow-up, and it's going to be very easy for Dr. Flick is playing Muriel off lane with Warriors Quest, ladies and gentlemen. That was something unexpected by literally everyone in existence. I don't know how to call that.
Yeah, this wasn't even a question on my mind. Falcon, at no point did I think, hey, Falcon, is this Muriel going to be in the off lane? But like, part of me kind of understands, because like, do I want to play Steel into Gadget? Not really,
No.
but it's actually Gadget in the mid lane too.
It is the Argus support. It's the Gadget in the mid lane, Terra in the solo, and Mav is playing the Aurora in the jungle. Nowhere do we actually work out what people are doing. However, the ADCs are playing ADCs, so we have confirmed that one at least. So at least we got one of them correct. Going back to Dr. Flick.
Never change.
I mean, when you see a Muriel off lane, normally they go on hit mage build, so you go to Prophecy, you go old Magnify, you build items like that. Sometimes you go Stormbreaker as well. Warrior's Crest, I don't know. You have a Mana Crystal, I don't know what that's going to either, unless you're going full damage. Muriel can work quite well as a split pusher with the Virtual Fortune, but I don't know. I'm just going to have to wait and see, Spooky, because I'm just flabbergasted right now.
Well, this changes quite a bit of the dynamic that we were kind of expecting going into this game when we were looking at the draft and discussing things. So no longer is this a Twin Blast Muriel duo lane, as Neeks goes in onto Dr. Flick, forces the blink out extremely early with some help from Mav. Potentially, some focus can be paid over to this side of the map here. But how does that steal change things in the duo lane?
It gives them a lot more ability to go all in at level 6. The Seal Slam is very effective, and with the help of the Twin Blast as well, it's going to be very useful. However, you are going one melee, one range into double range of that Argus Kira, so you are going to struggle in this early game, especially due to wave clear. And Purple Swan is just going to be on the defensive, looking for any sort of gaps that the Doctor's dual lane gives out, as another gank comes into the solo side.
Sneaks in some trouble here as Nitro makes the rotation.
Right.
The Zarus puts his foot down and finds a skull of the Terror right underneath it. Mind the gap. Take the first blood. They're off to a good start, but we saw this before, Falcon. Not everything.
I don't know what's happening, but all of Doctors have just DC'd. But we're going to move on for now until we hear something from Duxon. This gank was very effective. It was something that was easily done. I mean, Muriel has got a lot of damage in the early game as Production, what is going on? I see. So we
have a quick reset on that. You know what? It wouldn't be PCC if we didn't have something crazy happen. I guess we can't blame this one on TJ, although I will try to find a way to do that. If you're watching, TJ, I know you are. This is all on you.
He is watching.
But that's going to lead us to a quick pause here as we get things sorted out here, Falcon.
I'm not entirely sure what has been happening, but we are going to load up a different game, so we might have a small break. I'm just waiting to hear from that. However, Choice did say that I am his co-caster, so I am not taking any blame whatsoever for this. Instead, we are going to blame Cynic. Cynic's fault for that. He should have fixed the rules, and because he didn't, that caused us to have that. But we are into a new game. This is completely new, same position, so we still have this Muriel off lane, but First Blood is no longer existing, and we've got a fresh start.
It's got to be a little bit tough, a little bit of a tough pill to swallow there. You get your First Blood, get off to a good start. Have to restart things after that, but these are well-seasoned teams. They shouldn't mind that too much.
can't imagine it's weighing too heavily on their mentals here. Nothing too much has changed. We just know where everyone's going from the start now.
Yeah, we know where everyone is going. We know. I mean, the interesting thing is, are both teams going to focus this solo side again? But we will have to. I mean, yeah, if we just go for everything else again, Nitro gets first blood at around, 2.5 minutes on the tower, and we'll have to see if that happens once again. But I imagine Dr. Flick as well as Sneeze are going to be a bit more aware of if the starts are the same. But going back to this duo side that we didn't really get to talk about too much before all of that chaos happened, it is going to be something that Minor Gap have to be aware of, that they are into that poke range. Argus with that Dreadnova has got a decent engage. As Dr. Flick's actually helping the red side for Nitro, which is rather interesting, but already Kairuga takes nearly half his HP just from the Dreadnova and the Kira auto attacks.
That's a lot of damage that comes through. He's got health pots. Keep himself topped up there. Still, not the amount of poke that you want to take so early into the game here. Question is, how much do you mind the gap really mind that ranged versus melee matchup? Purple Swan did this last game as well. I wouldn't say the lane phase was entirely smooth, but they did see some success over there. Purple Swan definitely has some experience in these matchups. I'm not too ready to count him out just yet. And just look at the way they're playing these walls. Purple Swan just trying to keep Zihi away from his area right now. Make sure that Dreadnova doesn't come back through.
Yeah, but I don't know if Zihi's actually getting the experience. Has got a level 2, and Kairuga is going to get down to such low HP.
Kairuga has to blink out. And despite Purple Swan trying to body block him, make sure he can't get active there, Kairuga still takes a lot of damage, and perhaps that's just a result of Doctors knowing that they have no jungler over here, blinks forward, puts Kairuga down. Purple Swan answers back, puts some push onto Cure. He's not able to find too much. Immediate aggression from Doctors gives them a first blood.
And, I mean, just the coordinated play, knowing that Kairuga had no blink already. The Dreadnova coming in. Purple Swan just walking a bit too close. The Dreadnova once again hits. And just the power of this Argus. But Nitro is now here. There is no blinks on either Kairuga or Zihi.
Done is good. You're in a bad spot here as Nitro looks to put the last couple hits down, finds the kill, answers back 1-1 now. He's the scoreboard. Nitro starts up the gold buff. Get some extra help over to this dual lane.
Penta's also coming over, but it's going to be a bit too late to get the recall coming through Zihi. And it's hard to say who really gains from that. Yes, Doctors get the first blood, but Kairuga comes back to a full wave, and they can now freeze it at their tower once again. So it is going to be very dangerous for the Doctors' dual lane to actually walk out, especially if Nitro stays around with the Zarus, who already has a kill. So we saw how strong the Zarus is with an early lead in the last game, and if that happens again, it's going to be interesting. If Sneeze is coming over to Dr. Flick, though Dr. Flick is able to get back to his tower quite easily. He's keeping the wave relatively close to his own tower just to keep it going, but has got an experience disadvantage right now.
And no blink forced out this time. Zihi meets Purple Swan in the jungle, takes a little crystal over the wall. He's going to be just fine. So far, both these teams are trying to be the pace setters right now. Doctor's doing a little bit better at the current time. Sneak's been fairly active over on that right side. He's now getting aggressive onto Flick again. But, oh.
Look, TJ, where are you? I know you're watching.
TJ, what are you doing, man? What are you doing to my game, TJ? Falcon, get your co-caster under control.
This has nothing to do with me. Look, I was doing some practice cast with him last week. We were doing the console.
You with him before you came with me?
We were doing the PPG last week, and then look, it was fine last week. Nothing happened. It's not my fault. Look, we'll get the replay going back again in a second, and we'll go back to the same game. Hopefully, we can get to the same point. We might have to go a little bit more in the future, depending on what bug has happened. But an interesting early game so far. It's definitely been a lot of action around that duo side, but Sneaks Mav hasn't really been part of anything on that war. Just farming up, trying to get to that level 6, and I mean, I do think the Aurora is going to be quite useful, especially once you get level 6, and the Aurora jungle clear is very, very good, one of the strongest in the game, so he's not going to have an issue with that. But if we take the last game, for example, with Purple Swan's performance, he had a lot of issues on the Aurora, had a couple of glacial charges that weren't very good, crises that missed. So Mav has a lot to prove on this pick to show that it's actually very beneficial, which we have seen in the past and the past PCCs as well. And yeah, we'll just have to see how he does.
I'm expecting some good things coming out from Mav. We already saw some very aggressive play from him in game number 1, constantly looking for those invades. And, part of that is just the matchup. Zaris being able to get aggressive on that Sevarog a lot easier. May not see so much aggression. I don't know if he wants to take the Aurora Zaris matchup this early into the game as a 1v1. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him constantly making those rotations, looking for any opportunity to take some of these laners down and push his team ahead. Because any advantage that the Doctors can get is an advantage that they are more than happy to push as far as they can.
Yeah, as we go back into the game, we are about a minute ahead of what we saw previously. Nothing has actually happened in the game. We see that Nitro is behind Sneaks though, so there might be a gank coming on to the solo side, but instead he's just going for that free camp, going for the invade. That has been beneficial. We get Zaris further and further ahead. Dr. Flick already is building towards that ability haste. Not entirely sure what he is still building. Might be the Prophecy, but hard to gauge. Might also be the Astral Catalyst. Is a Muriel off lane with Warrior's Crest? Who knows? It could be literally anything. Dr. Flake is a visionary, as we can see as we go back to the Duo side. Again, nothing else has really happened, just everyone farming up.
I genuinely just love how much of a wrench this Muriel is throwing into your whole system here. I don't know what to expect from it either, like, full disclosure. But I'm just enjoying seeing you struggle a little bit on it.
It's the Warrior's Crest that I don't understand. Because normally on Muriel offlane, you go over Marksman's Crest if you're insane, or you go Warlock's Crest and get the Tempest. But just neither of those options, because Icecorn doesn't work because you do magical damage mostly with your passive and your abilities. You shouldn't be in range to use the Thunderhammer. I've forgotten the name, apologies on that one. And Brutalex, I mean, why would you go to the Cleanse? So I don't know.
So if I'm looking at this Muriel and I'm seeing the ability haste, what I'm thinking is maybe they're just trying to leave this one. We might have to come back to it. You'll be fine. Maybe they're just trying to leave this Muriel over on this right side, play safe, scale up, and focus most of their attention towards this left side. Nitro does go ahead and put some attention to the left. Big knockups come through here. Already low, and so is Zihi. Goes down in an instant. That's 2 quick kills. Going back to mind the gap. They've shown up to play. Might be a Fangtooth afterwards.
Yeah, it has to be. You use the Muriel to get the Dr. Flick onto this side of the map. You've taken down the Zero side. You have to go for this Fangtooth. We see that Doctors have started up that mini farm. They are at least going to get something in response. But Manigap using that Muriel to great effect. That's what I expected them to be using, and they have used it so well, especially with the fact that Nitro has that Colosseum online and got those double stacks as well. So a really good early game from Manigap so far. They are going to lose that mini prime. We're going to see who they give it over to. Looks like it's going to be Sneaks unless they miss up. Mav nearly screws up the glacial charge, but does able to get away as we do take one objective for each side. Now the question is, how much damage can Doctors do with that mini prime?
That's going to be the question indeed. Last mini primes we saw on the side of Mind the Gap. And if we're being completely honest here, Falcon, which, we're very fair people and we are always very honest, it really didn't do anything. I don't think we saw tier 1 towers taken with it. We saw some attention be paid towards that right side. We tried to get aggressive, but Dr. Flick really couldn't find any leverage against Sneaks on the gadget over there. Now, being against a Muriel, it feels like Sneaks is going to be able to use this a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, Muriel is obviously ranged, but doesn't have the best wave clear. Only has got their Serenity, so it's going to be something that it's going to be a lot easier to deal with. Unless you just walk them down, Sneaks is just doing so much damage to Dr. Flick right now, and they aren't going to go for the full kills because they have seen that Nitro is nearby, but just damage is going to be useful. But he has finished the Astral Catalyst. Pinzo going for the Blink in the meantime to get back to his tower with Mav nearby. Going back to the move, building that Astral Catalyst shows what the game plan is. Dr. Flick does not care about this lane whatsoever. All he does is try and get his ultimate up as many times as possible to use it across the map.
Now, actually, Nitro makes a return gank over there. Takes Sneaks down. 4 kills now to mind the gap. Nice lead they're building over here. One thing we haven't talked too much about, Falcon, is the mid lane. Now, we haven't even mentioned this Belica whatsoever. And, I'll take the fall for that one. I'll blame myself for that.
Yeah, but when the stuff is happening on each side of the map, the mid lane is just kind of left to its own devices. There's nothing really to talk about. We do have the Belica, which is not something that is picked very often nowadays. It used to be a staple meta pick in the mid lane, but I mean, you don't have that big AoE damage on the Belica. You only really have that Voidtron, which is quite small. But the Seismic Assault is a very good ability to set up an engage or to counter a engage as well, especially for someone like a War diving in. But the tower is a pretty good example, counter to it. You don't have any escape on the Belica to get away from the Aurora, so I don't think it's a good pick. You could have picked up the Gideon who wasn't banned, and I think that would have been a better option, especially with the Zarus. So he has to be effective on this Belica, has to get that one-shot potential, and I mean, it's going to be hard.
Sneaks blinks on forward. Muriel up through the skies, comes down to the other side. You can try to get the kill, but Flick is just too quick on the button press. Now Mav finds himself in the 1v1 against Nitro, the very same one you were talking about him trying to avoid the other day. Zihi comes on forward, drops an ice wall, puts Nitro in a terrible spot. The blast seat get himself further away, but Kier also follows up and Nitro goes down. Second kill on the board for the Doctors, and they are not here to watch their team fall. They respond in kind.
Nitro going for the invade, knowing that he had multiple team members over, but just not respecting the amount of damage Mav is doing at this stage of the game, and the rest of the Doctors are able to rotate over. Yes, it didn't do that much, but the extra damage was enough, and the Glacial Charge was so good from Mav that did secure the kill. And they also got the tier 1 tower on the solo side. Dr. Flick having to use that ultimate to get away meant that there was ample time for the Sneaks to push down that tower. So that is the first tower of the game. However, the second Fang Tooth is spawning relatively soon, and Muriel has no ult, so that is going to be a big issue for Mind the Gap, and they need to either delay it until that Reversal of Fortune is online, or just have Muriel over in the first place.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot for them to be in for sure. Have to play it slow, have to play it carefully. The most major thing is Mind the Gap has to make sure Doctors don't have an avenue into that Fang Tooth. And that's something that's easier said than done, Falcon. But Doctors are consistently a team that finds any and every chance to move on to these objectives. But Mind the Gap might have the right idea here, simply being the ones to move on it first. And it doesn't look like Doctors are quite here yet.
They have got all 5 members, and the Doctors are coming over. It's going to be done on how fast they can kill this Fang Tooth, and that is very fast. However, they still need to get out. Mav is going for the engage.
Coliseum gets dropped down onto Mav, and he puts him down, punishes him for the Glacial Charge. Gonna find only the cold embrace of death at the end of that path. Whoa! Purple Swan comes in over the rafters, hits all 4 with a big knockup, and Nitro gets left on the crystal in a terrible spot. The shield comes through from Dr. Flick and keeps him not alive. He finds the shot. Sneak still pushing forward, trying to find a little bit more. Recognizes that this fight is over. A 1-for-1 they're willing to take.
1-for-1, Mind the Gap gets the second Fang Tooth as well. That puts him on Fang Tooth point for that 8% buff. That is a great position to be in, and they only lose the jungler in return. So that's jungler for jungler in the game. Mav I mean, Nitro probably had a decent shutdown, but he also died before, so that's not going to be too much of a issue for Mind the Gap. And I mean, Purple Swan just got a massive steal ult, but then we go back to the case of there is no real follow-up. They don't have that big AoE ult from anyone. They only have the single target damage from the Trim Lust, from the Bellica. And I mean, I feel like the later this game goes, the more that is going to show compared to the Doctors, which have that Criticism, has that Terror to run in, and then you've got the Tesla Dome to follow up. You have the Purrs to follow up, and then you got the Argus as well for any sort of period that's needed.
I won't lie, that last fight felt a little bit like a communication error to me. Purple Swan went in, and yeah, there's no follow-up, but no one was really in position to follow up in the first place. Now, Doctors, a quick reset, gonna shift over to this right side. They're gonna take up the mini prime here. And you know, I like what Mind the Gap is doing. They're doing great by staying on these Fang Teeth and being the ones to initiate. But if they leave the objectives up on the other side as well, if they allow those to go down for free without even challenging the Doctors, this is the kind of thing that the Doctors really thrive at. They can get their way back into a game so quickly just off these objectives, as now Pinzo, you know, gressed on lots of damage. Blink is good, and Purple Swan throws up that barrier, keep him safe. Not sure if the blink was even necessary there with the barrier.
It's hard to say. Tesla Dome was dropped near the end, so I think Pinjo using the blink early means that he can actually then defend the tower, so it's worth using it just on case. And I mean, the mini prime, at least the first one, was not used whatsoever. Nitro got the kill on Sneaks within a minute of him going down. Now Sneaks is pushing down this tier 2 tower. We see Kyoruga coming over with Dr. Flick. It's 2v1, but I don't know to take this.
And Dr. Flick blinks forward, uses the reversal of fortune to go up and down, but he immediately dies on landing. Sneaks putting so much damage up, but Kyoruga, 2 guns is better than none, puts the Terra down. Prays a 1-for-1. Still, I'm not sure how valuable that was, because Cure on the left side is now getting a minion wave pushed in.
Mav is also here though, so they are going to be able to defend it. I don't know, Nitro is maybe looking for an engage, but it is something that is very dangerous to do, especially with the fact that you only have the Zara's damage. Steel is going to be there just as a facilitator. And going quickly back to Kyoruga, it's an interesting build he's going, because he finished the resolution straight away instead of just standing on the Soul Chalice, and then went into the Sky Splitter. So I'm not sure how effective that's going to be in the late game, but Nitro getting a nice Colosseum.
Colosseum, but Epoch keeps Seismic alive, and he blinks right back out. Now here comes Mav with the Glacial Charge, trying to turn things around, but he just finds a quick death for himself. 2-for-1 trade. One's in favor of Mind the Gap. They've still got 3 members in this mid lane. Actually looking to siege down this tower? No. We're gonna back off.
Yeah, that's a massive mistake. They need at least something in response, because Doctors have all 3 tier 1 towers taken. They did lose their lives in the mid lane, taking it, yes, but that left the Duo side. It left Q and Zihi free to just push down on Purple Swan and get another tower. And I mean, yes, you can say that Mind the Gap want to be careful. They want to make sure that everyone is alive for this Fang 2. But saying that, Dr. Flick is caught out. He has got the ultimate, but you really don't want to use it before the team fight happens.
And Dr. Flick's gonna be okay for now. Use the blast seed, gets up away from Sneaks, and take a long walk back to what seems to be safety. Although the way Sneaks runs at this Muriel, I'm not sure if there's any such thing. Dr. Flick here. But so far, things quiet down a little bit. Scoreboard still 8-5. Approach the 18-minute mark of this game. The first time Doctors in position on this Fangtooth. Try to keep that 8% away from Mind the Gap. Swan, Nitro on their way in.
Nitro.
Might still be able to steal it away. They do get the 3rd Fangtooth, but now they got to fight afterwards. This one is a great look for him. The Colosseum traps 2 down. Mav and Seismic have nowhere to go, but they're answering damage back. Kyoruga can't find the shot, and Mind the Gap is starting to slip. Nitro falls down. 3 dead, only 1 taken back. And Pinzo on the run, trying to get away from Sneaks and Mav, but Sneaks closes the distance. Will they find the dive? Mav jumps forward,
roots him down. Knockup is good from Pinzo, but he's so low. Snakes finishes the work under the tower, and the Doctors walk on back, minus a Fangtooth, but up 4 kills.
Nitro got the steal, but they lost everything in return. The front line of Mav and Sneaks is just so strong. Yes, you got Cure taken down in the back end during the ultimate, but the mages are left untouched. The Aurora, the Terror, the dive is so strong from the Doctors that it was more than enough to deal with Mind the Gap with this extra shielding from the Muriel, and they just were not able to fight back. I think this goes back straight to the draft, Spooky, because again, I don't think that Bellica was it. You just are not able to do anything in these team fights as a Bellica. You can't CC the Terror. The Aurora can dance around and over the seismic assault, and once that happens, you're dived upon, and we saw what happened in that tier 2 tower. You just can't survive.
Yeah, it looked like such a great engagement from Mind the Gap. They get in, they steal away the Fangtooth, they lock people down with the Coliseum, but like you said, there's just no follow-up there. Heyaruga was left on an island, managed to find the kill, but the lack of area damage that Mind the Gap was able to put out was what really sealed the deal. It doesn't compete with the Tesla Dome, with the Argus. There's just so much more that the Doctors seem to put out in these fights. Now we're looking at a tied game state at 20 minutes. Sure, Mind the Gap is up 3 Fangteeth as Nitro just goes in with the Coliseum. I'm not sure if he finds any value here. Epoch used by Seismic. And it's a straight disengage. Mind the Gap expend 2 ultimates and find absolutely no value from it.
I think it's even more because they used the Reversal of Fortune, they used the Coliseum, they used to ventilate. And I think the Steel Slime was used as well. The Epoch value was monumental. So yes, you blinked in afterwards, but there is no real chance of Mind the Gap to actually fight into this as a 5v5 now, because the Doctors have everything apart the Tesla Dome. They can start this orb farm up. Mind the Gap have no wards. They have no idea where anyone is. They need to go in blind.
This is not a good look from Mind the Gap, expending so many tools before the Orb Prime. Now Doctors are more than happy to start this fight up. Glacial Charge comes through, blocks off a path, and Heyaruga is now under duress. But keep your eyes on Cure. He gets taken out. Pinzo does the work for it. And now swings the numbers in favor of Mind the Gap. That forces the Doctors to disengage. I cannot believe they won that fight.
They're still going in, though. They're looking for Zeke. Nitro, about half HP. They aren't going to find anything else due to the fact that they have got the gravity boots. They can't start the Orb Prime up themselves. It is way too risky. But they got the kill. They got the stoppage on that Orb Prime. And Pinzo got the kill. I'm not entirely sure how Cure died in that. But, I mean, we were saying bad things about the Bellica. Never mind. We got 3-1 and 3 Pinzo. He's got 3 items. I mean, yes, the Bellica hasn't got very much AoE damage, but what it has in spades is burst potential. That neural disruptor we haven't seen in such a long time as a full mage that we forget how much damage it actually does. If any member of Doctors cross Chrissy, if it's Cure, Zihi, or even Seismic, if they get hit by that Seismic Assault without any escape, then, I mean, they can just get one shot.
Things looking very close in these fights now, Falcon. Map state tells a slightly different story still. Doctors still maintain their tower lines at those tier 1s. Mind the Gap, struggling a little bit more. Keep your eyes on that left side. That tier 2, exceptionally low. If the minions get on that during Orb Prime defense, I think is going down very quickly. Question is, how does Mind the Gap split this map? How do they try to take control of these lanes and keep these towers at least a little bit safer as these objectives are being played around?
Dr. Flick is going to be the main one doing these side lanes. You have to Reversal of Fortune, but the lanes aren't the big objective right now because the Primal Fangtooth is just spawned 23 minutes in the game. It's not the most effective Primal. It hasn't got the full damage on the dot, but it is something that is very, very effective. And time again, we have seen teams go for one whilst the other team goes for the other. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the same, but it looks like Mind the Gap are going to look for Cure against Mav. Is Nitro going in first?
Coliseum comes down, but Cure is already out of it. Narrowly avoids the cage walls. And Nitro is left to walk away feeling most unhappy with the results of that rotation. There's a lot of focus put on Cure here in the lead up to these objectives. That's got to be a good win for the Doctors.
I mean, you do lose the blink. It is a long cooldown, longer than the Colosseum, so it's going to be down to if Doctors can use this time period whilst that Colosseum is down, whilst Nitro is not available. But Seismic is just out of position. Kyogre is going to take him down. Same with Nitro. The Ventilator is going to come through. This is a lot of damage. Seismic is a 1 HP. Sneaks is going to help, though.
Nitro is here, and here comes Purple Swan trying to find the last bit of damage onto him. Need one more. Somehow he's still alive, but Purple Swan finally punches him into the dirt. But keep your eyes on the prize. Doctors have recognized the rotation. They're all on the Primal Fangtooth.
They need to start this.
Find the gap. They are aware of it too. They're going to switch over, take the Orb Prime, the 1-for-1 trade that you were talking about.
Doctors are just being able to take this for free. I don't know if Orb Prime is going to go down in time. The Primal Fangtooth hasn't actually been killed yet, but only Cure is on it. The rest of the team is trying to run over as fast as they can. Sneaks is trying to run Disruption. The Orb Prime has been taken. That is going to be one buff for each, and the fight is going to continue.
Sneaks still leading the charge on this one, but mind the gap. Have learned they want to just step back. All they have to do is hold the retreat. Nitro goes into the jungle. He's going to meet Mav on the way there. Zihi actually is the target, and Nitro's putting the hurt down as Sneaks falls to Pinzo on the other side. Nitro gets one. There's no more Argus, no more Terra, and mind the gap. Might just want to press the gas right here and start surging forward. Nitro has been really, quite literally spearheading the offensive from Mind the Gap.
I really don't like what Doctors did. I think you just take the one objective or other. You still got the Primal Fangtooth at the end of the day. And going aggressive like that, Q was not going to be there in time. He was finishing the primer. He was going to be lagging behind you 10, 15 seconds. And it allowed Mind the Gap to go back as a group. Now you have all 5 members of Mind the Gap. With that Orb Prime, you've only got 3 members of the Doctors with the Primal Fangtooth. And I mean, come this later in the game, the season is going to be effective. There is so much standing gold for Mind the Gap to take. There is every tower that the Doctors still have, which is every tower they can have. And even then, I mean, it's going to be something that at least puts them ahead, if not ahead at a significant advantage.
Mind the Gap have to be looking at these objectives now. They've got Orb Prime on 5. They have to group up and use it effectively. Nitro, make the rotation, just buying some space for his team to take down that first tier 1 tower. I can't believe I'm saying first tier 1 tower at 26.5 minutes into this game, Falcon. But Mind the Gap have weathered the storm. They're now in position to start taking this game at an advantage.
They can definitely take the advantage, but they have to be careful. Sneaks is looking around. Pinzo's going to get caught. Mav is going to go as well. I think he's going to be able to get away with the blink, but there's going to be no other follow-up. Now Mav has to be careful because the rest of Mind the Gap is coming back.
Just constant aggression from both sides. Everyone is swarming. They're like piranhas over a piece of bloody meat in the water, just swarming over each other, looking to try to take somebody down. Our eyes on Nitro on the left side here, looking for a way to engage on this tower, try to lock someone down to open the siege up for his team. Purple Swan drop the barrier, give Kayaruga some space. You know, the Doctors, they're holding this line.
They're doing a very good job of dealing with the siege. Yes, they have the Primal Fangtooth, they have the extra dot, but the minions are enough. Mav gets a 2-man criticism.
Mav goes on in, but Kayaruga blinks away, and the damage coming back might be too much. They put Pinzo down with the help of Seismic, and here comes Sneaks up to the front, trying to return some damage back onto him. Purple Swan goes down, hits Zihi, and Nitro's taking the ADC out. It's a 2-for-2 swing already. Purple Swan looking to try to get Sneaks into a bad spot here. Behind the Gap, they've lost 2. They're not looking to lose 3. The tier 1 tower is still standing, Falcon. 28 minutes in, the Doctors held the line at a tier 1 tower.
I think they do get it here. Kairuga pushes it, but they are going to actually back off. They're not ready to try and sneak it through. Zihi is going through. Purple Swan is just running through there, however. I don't know if this is worth going for. I think he is going to be fine because this is a Argus support, and it is still a steal at the end of the day. He is able to get away, so at least that is the tower finally taken from Mind the Gap, but that is going to be enough of the buff. The Orb Prime is gone, and the Prime of Fangtooth is gone for the next few minutes, unless they want to fight for the hell of it. They are going to be waiting and farming up once again.
I have to say, Falcon, this is quite the impressive performance coming out from Mind the Gap right now. That first game, I'll have to admit, looked pretty rough for them. Doctors put on a clinic and really packed Mind the Gap away. Game 2 here, it's very clear that MDG has learned from the mistakes that they've made, and they are looking to shore them up. Taking a long time to find themselves in a state where they're sieging towers, and those sieges can still definitely use some work. We saw how long it took with an Orb Prime to just take down a tier 1, but the pieces are starting to come together.
I mean, yeah, they have still got a farm difference. They are still behind as Nitro goes on the Z here to Coliseum. The follow-up with Reversal Fortune is going to come through. Tesla is going to be used on top.
As he has nowhere to go on that one, but Nitro is taking a lot of damage as well, and Dr. Flick going to be the one who pays the price for it. Goes down as now the Doctors come around, looking to try to turn things around. They heard a reversal of fortune, trying to reverse their fortunes right now. Nitro still on the run, should be okay for now. The Doctors now have the momentum.
They had momentum, and they started the final Fangtooth as well. Nitro's only just reset. They haven't got a jungle for a while. Purple Swan is going to have to get in there. He's going to have to disrupt with Kairuka and Pinzo. The damage is going to be done to this final Fangtooth. Mouth is going to go back off, but the final Fangtooth is still hitting them.
Ventilate already used. The Glacial Charge comes through, drops the root. Purple Swan in a bad spot. Tesla Dome comes down onto the back line, forces Kairuga and Pinzo into a terrible spot. This fight has been completely disrupted. The Doctors are here, and they are putting you back down. Nitro might be alive, but there's nothing he can do. He's going to be the last man standing in the mid lane. Doctors get the primal.
And this entire play started from the engage in the mid lane, the Colosseum used on the Zihi, and that fight meant that Nitro was out of position, that members of Mind the Gap and Doctors were dead, and it meant that the damage was more than enough because the Doctors could start this Primal Fangtooth with no jungler from Mind the Gap nearby. They could turn on the 3 members with a massive amount of damage from that Tesla Dome, and they secure the second Primal Fangtooth of the game, as well as the second Fangtooth buff, that out of combat movement speed. They are running straight towards that Orb Prime, and members of Mind the Gap are still dead.
It's a bad look from Mind the Gap. What was a game that was starting to go in their favor has been completely ripped out of their hands, and the Doctors once again are just taking notes on what they need to do to find themselves a victory. This team is one that you can never count them out. They might slow down, they might play on the back foot for a moment, but they're always looking for that chance to jump forward and just take you by the throat. And by gods, with the Orb Prime around their waist, the Doctors have them now.
I mean, they definitely have the advantage. I don't know if this is going to be game ending. They still have to go through the tier 2 towers. It's going to depend on how Mind the Gap defend. If they can defend like how we saw Doctor defend earlier when Mind the Gap had the Orb Prime, then they have a chance. They need to look for a pick. They need to use this Bellicus damage that is online to actually go for something. Because if they can kill the Gadget, if they can kill Cure once again, they have a chance. But they just need to make sure that those backliners cannot hit those towers, hit those inhibitors. And with Doctors playing like they are, with Mav and Sneaks playing like how they have been, it's going to be a hard task.
Doctors splitting the map right now. See 3 on the left side, 1 in mid and right side each. Tier 2 on the left goes down without too much fuss. No surprise, they're already extremely low. But it just means there's this extra pressure now on the inhibitor. 3 people. Mind the Gap have to be willing to take a step over and defend this. They're going to let these tier 2s go really without much of a defense here, Falcon.
they have to go for a defense on the inhibitors. There's no point defending the tier 2 towers because they are the standing goal. They will die sooner or later. Sneaks is pressing down the solo inhibitor, and that's already gone down. That is a massive hole in the Mind the Gap's base. That is going to allow doctors to rotate in and out. It's going to have minions present on the core. That is going to give them the options. The mid has also gone. There's only these duo inhibitor left, and they can't defend that anymore. It's going to be down to the defense on the core. I'm not sure how long these buffs are still available, and I think it's going to be quite a few minion waves to go.
And the Gap has given up their entire inhibitor line. Now the core is exposed and has taken damage, 60%. This has to be the defense. Cure takes some damage as Nitro comes on in, drops the Coliseum, and Cure falls down. The best push for the core is already taken off, but Sneaks is still standing here, wailing away, trying to break it. He doesn't have the damage, and somehow Mind the Gap with no inhibitors defended their first core siege. Falcon,
Sneaks
exactly
ran
that.
into
It's
the
only
shower.
the first.
Sneaks ran into the actual baseline. He died to the fountain. That is such a massive mistake because he just instantly died. I don't think it was Kairugu who actually got the kill. And I mean, that was the defense. Yes, you got 55% HP left on the core, but that is going to regen. You can defend these lanes quite easily. If there is no one else pushing, the rest of the doctors are going to reset. That is going to be the buffs up. They can't go for another push. They're going to have to do this buffless because those are Primal and the Orb Prime aren't going to be up for a bit longer. This game could easily go for another 5 minutes, Spooky.
Good keep going, but the doctors, they're in control of this game right now, right? They don't have to make a push. All they have to do is be present around those inhibitors and keep their minions pushing in. If the Mind the Gap decides to try to push out and take a fight, they can easily just take steps back and play hooky with the doctors because they have the map pressure. They've got the base pressure and the threat of enhanced minions just walking in if Mind the Gap spends too much time trying to chase the doctors.
Yeah, it's something that is so difficult. The macro play at this level is basically a mind game at this rate. The doctors can have a lot of choices. They can send someone a split person. They can just send Sneaks to try and finish the game whilst the rest of them go for this primal. And I mean, if they send Dr. Flick to try and defend, I don't think a Muriel is going to be enough. And Nitro has to be here. You can't really send a mage or an ADC to try and 1v1 a terror at this stage, especially one as fed as Sneaks, as Nitro just might walk into the rest of the doctors.
Not a good look for Nitro. Rooted down, lots of damage put out. Already half health, but Argus doesn't quite find the damage with the ultimate. Purple Swan takes a step forward, pushing the doctors back. But once again, it's fine for the doctors. They don't mind that they didn't kill Nitro because they have so much space to play with. All this does is delay things a little bit. Now they're going to go for the primal. Mind the Gap. They've got a choice to make here.
It's going to be too late. They're going to take it down before anyone else gets there. The primal is going to be down so close to Purple Swan and Kyriga walking in now. Are they going to get there in time?
Oh, they are not. Purple Swan, terrible spot as Nigel goes in on the pit and dies. Dr. Flick goes in with him, already too dead. This is a terrible spot. Purple Swan tries to up down, but he doesn't connect onto Seismic, and now he's in a bad spot, all on his lonesome, trying to buy some time. Aruga finds one, but you've lost 5 for 1. The base is open, the doctors are in, and the doctors are taking this set 2-0.
It took a long time, 37 minutes. Mind the Gap did as much as they could. They got the early game. They did a decent amount in the mid game, but they just were not able to convert it. The tower defense was too strong from the doctors as soon as they saw the opening from that primal Fangtooth, where they went fully in from it, and they did not stop at all once that happened.
A tough situation to be in, right? You're 3 inhibitors down. Your core is at 55% HP. You know where the enemy is. You know they're on that primal. And you also know that if you let them have it, there is no way you keep them off your core. You know that you cannot keep it alive through that damage. What can you do?
You see how long
in the base?
I don't know. You see how long the game has been going through because it's gone dark outside for me. But yeah, it's such a difficult decision to make. I think they did make the correct decision. I think you had to fight there. There was no reason to go back to the core because it's a do or die. It's on 50% HP anyway. And I mean, they played really well compared to what I thought. I was thinking it was going to be a quick 2-0 sweep, but mind the gap, the early game was near perfection. Nitro played so well in the Zaros. They got the 3 Fang Tooths. And, I mean, if they had a few more objectives, they had a few more towers that was taken down already before they got that All Prime, I think this game could have gone very differently.
Just sheer map dominance that the Doctors consistently have through their games. They know how to play it. They know how to split it. Falcon, I think everyone's heard plenty enough from you and I so far on this game. Let's kick this one back to the desk and let them break it down.
Thank you, Spooky. Thank you, Falcon. We're back here on the desk following that dominant Doctors run. They take it 2-0. They go to semifinals. Just want to make quick note that for Game 2, replay issue did occur, causing us to alert teams of an impending reset when the players loaded in before that first blood. And then we got back on track, and Doctors now on track for a solid run here going into semifinals at 6. Moogie, our thoughts?
I mean, it was a close one. This game, too, could have went any way at any point until the very pretty much ending of the game. MTG put on a great performance. I don't think they should be disappointed at all. They are contending against what we think is the top team to really go and win it all.
Yeah, and I love like the fact that there was some curveball into that game. Like I didn't see the Muriel offlane coming, but it seems they had a plan. We have seen like the combination of the Zarus Coliseum with the Muriel Reversal of Fortune to secure a double kill early in the dual lane and then transforming that into a Fangtooth. And then they got the second Fangtooth once again, taking the Muriel Ultimate Global to be able to control that side of the map. Realizing that, the side of the Doctor said like we need to be there at the third Fangtooth, and here Nitro comes in clutch and steals it to secure the triple Fangtooth and have this 8% stat buff for himself on the side of Mind the Gap. And here the game was kind of open. And then like Doctors also like kind of some questionable action when they tried to split themselves after that trade of big objective of the R Prime on the side of Mind the Gap and this Primal Fangtooth on the side of the Doctors, and suddenly like Mind the Gap as a game for themselves, but in the end the team fight of the Doctors were too much to chew for Mind the Gap.
Objectives were certainly where we saw a lot of these big plays coming down, and some of them MTG managed to get the upper hand, and unfortunately though, Doctors end up taking it away. Nonetheless, there were great things to see here. I really loved seeing Pinzo hold their own. We showed their stats. They were the underdog, but they really managed to scrap and bring the hurt right back on Sai here. But end of the day, it is Doctors moving on here. Guys, what can we say about the advancing team? What do we have to look forward for them and from them come tomorrow?
I mean, when it comes towards the Doctors, we said it before this. I mean, they are one of the top contending teams pushing forward. We expected them to come out on top here, but great fight going out there from Mind the Gap and Pinzo. But when moving on into this, they're going to have to verse pretty much another team also trying to win as well. And these teams already pushed on from today just like they did. So Doctors are going to have to play even better than they did today, because there were a lot of slip-ups from the Doctors going into this series. They should have been in a lot cleaner look throughout these games, but they did not. And they're going to have to clean up a lot going into tomorrow.
And on my side, I have to admit I'm very happy that the Doctor win, because I'm always a bit advocate of like actually practicing, and that's the team that practiced the most, so happy to see them advancing. However, like FCK have said, in that second match, we've seen like some like resurgence of the past of the Doctors when they were the chef. Sometimes they start to team fight not very smartly, and it can go south very fast. Against a team like Mind the Gap, we saw that, but it didn't matter. Against a stronger team, if you do those sleep up, they're not gonna let you out.
Like Moogie, they did their homework, they went through residency, they defended their thesis, they defended their objectives, and secured them to the boot. Congratulations to the Doctors, and also a hearty cheer there for MTG. You guys certainly put in the good fight. Unfortunately, your run for PCC8 does end here, but PCC8 itself does not end. We got another set coming at you in just a bit after the break. Don't go anywhere. We just got more coming. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. PCC8 quarterfinals, and the final one we have for you here today. It's D-Lo, it's F6, it's Moogie, it's Choice Almighty Eye in the sky. Guys, what a game we have ahead of us. Professors versus Top Physique trying to get in shape. What do we need to look forward to in this matchup?
We have a lot to look forward to. A brand new team versus one of the oldest teams that we have going into this match. A lot of people are looking at Top, but Professors are here to try and stand strong because, I mean, they do have a consistency going on with this team.
When it comes to that matchup, like when I knew I was going to be on the desk for that matchup, I was super excited because I feel like there was like a big story like building up here. Professors, a team that is very consistent, has been like in almost every single PCC so far, but I feel like they're kind of like the old dog, that they have trouble of just like keeping progressing at the same pace of like the new arrival. And Top Physique, like in the group stage, people were kind of considering they were overperforming, but they kind of come strong, and they were just like this team that just confirmed that they're a top team. And then I was like so excited for this match on the final stage, but at the same time, Top Physique didn't practice at all the whole week. So I'm kind of sad. And so like I want to believe in Top Physique, but at the same time, Professor practice a lot and they really step up compared to how they play in the group stage. And like I said earlier, I'm a believer in actually like putting the practice in. So Top Physique had to convince me in this best of 3.
Makes sense. The Professors know how to do their homework. They are the ones assigning it after all. Let's take a look here, though, at the numbers, see if it reflects the same way. Walk me through here. F6, what catches our eye?
I mean, for me, it is that Richter pickup. The Professors, Crazy Fool is known for this Richter, and they can expect it on the side of Top Physique here to be picked up. They do ban out Narbash a lot because we know the man is a healing monster. I mean, it all kind of just makes sense. So when it comes to the draft, these are 2 main characters we need to look out for.
And here, when I look at those numbers, there is one number I want to pick up. It's the damage per game. And as we can see, we have almost like plus 50% on the side of Top Physique, but we actually have a lesser KDA. So Professor being like very efficient with their damage, while Top Physique apparently loves to do a lot of damage, but sometimes not fully converting it into actual like success in terms of kills.
So in that case, maybe making sure that you have some picks on your roster that are good at lasting, that are good at finishing the job. We can't leave any scraps behind. We have to clean our plate. And we alluded to it earlier. It's going to be an interesting story as far as synergy versus new is better. Kind of in our honeymoon phase here for Top Physique, whereas Professors, it's essentially the same team, more or less, that were victors for PCC5.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that old married couple versus that brand new couple. You know, it's just definitely different parts of their life and stages of their team that they are in. But Professors, we talked to them in the back line, Crazy Fool and Survivor. They're not expecting to lose today. They say, hey, we're practiced like Mugi was referring to, and we're ready for any team. And we're here to contend against D-Lab or the Doctors to try and get themselves another championship here today.
And there is like also like one question overall. I feel like Violence in PCC5 was a monster of an offlaner, but here for the good of the team he's actually playing in the jungle, and I feel like he's doing good, but not as good as he was doing in offlane. And also another matchup I'm kind of like expecting some good things is Simba has been popping off, no going back into carry. I feel like every single PCC, Simba is changing his role in the competitive scene, but now he's on his main role as carry, and he has been dominating with that Kira pick. Well, like I feel like Survivor still like a very strong carry, but kind of sometimes have trouble against like those new stars that are starting to shine, and so I'm kind of curious to see if Survivor will still pull his weight against Simba or if Simba will be able to dominate that matchup.
Gonna have to see how that translates into these picks and bans as we begin to get into them right now. Draft day has occurred. We're going to see who ends up being conscripted here. What are we looking for as far as priorities? I know we talked about those top picks, top bans. Do we expect to see the exact same thing again? Do we expect to see Zarus make a return for that first pick? Who knows?
I mean, I know 100% Zarus is either going to be on the first bid or first pick. I mean, he has been showing out all day today. He's a strong hero right now, especially with that Coliseum, just being able to lock everybody in. We've seen Gadget an increase in her and Gideon as well. Anybody to be able to facilitate that damage. But we see the Decker ban here coming up for the Professors.
And here we're gonna have the Zarus ban as a response. We don't want to leave open Zarus, Terra, Aurora. So maybe one going to one side and the other going to go for the other side, which had the option open. I think what's interesting is like, of course, we know Professor loves the Rictor. They also love the Grim.exe a lot. So maybe we're gonna get like a Grim.exe into a Kira, or maybe we're gonna use the second round of ban to kind of counter that. And that's gonna be the Terra being locked in first on the side of Professor, so I do assume probably an Aura in response on the side of Top Physique.
You gotta put something in front of that Terra to stop the dive. A nice big ice wall certainly achieves that fact. It's interesting to find the fact that Professors and Top Physique have gotten chances to now do their homework on the prior sets of today as well, have recognized the fact that Terra, yes, is as effective as we once feared, and now needs to find answers, and those answers are going to come in the form of that Aurora, just like you predicted there, Mugi, and the Richter.
Yeah, I mean, two of the biggest counters towards Terra is the Zarus and the Decker, but they're already gone. So, I mean, these are a pickup for Professors, but the better pickup is this Aurora and Richter. Not only do they take away the Richter from Crazy Fool, but they also pick up one of the strongest backline divers in the game right now.
And so in a sense, I like it, and in a sense, I don't like that Richter pick because, like, of course, you remove it from Crazy Fool, but do you have someone that can play Richter at the top level in your own team? Because if you cannot, like, Richter is actually a very dead pick by itself. Like, it's very, very hard to navigate. But here on the side of Professors, we know that Survivor basically played two carry, Drongo and Grim. So here he decided to opt for the Drongo with the Gideon, and we already have like a pretty like in-your-face type of comp, which can be like dangerous for Richter because Richter loves to be the one that engage, but every time he's on the limit, if he can get dove on, suddenly it's very complicated for him to be able to operate.
And of course, Professors being the ones that are liable to lock in that Richter, they know the weaknesses of this hero more than anyone. Howitzer going to try to bolster that one up. It's been effective all day, can't quite blame him. Top Physique now have their mid.
Yeah, I mean, Involve picking up the Gideon for himself there. Definitely a comfort pick towards that mid lane. But Obey the Papaya picking up this Howitzer, he's definitely more comfortable on that pick than Involve is. Involve a little bit more newer, as in the essence of getting back into Pred. It has to go against Obey the Papaya. Character, a player that plays pretty much every day.
That's gonna be the Sevrog ban. I have to admit, on the side of Professor, I probably will be looking at a Kira ban. If we want to remove that from Simba, as he has been like super strong, but at the same time, maybe we're not super scared of the Kira Rictor lane, because then you have a big lack of pushing power and lane control, so they can decide to leave it open and decide to remove the Grim, because Grim would pair very well with the Rictor, good burst potential, but also like offer you good clear power and also be able to be safe because of the displacement blast can always like farm from a very, very long distance. So on the top physique, we can still like pick the carry, or then we also have like here support, jungle, everything is open. We decided to opt for the Quang. So probably I think we're looking at the Richter support and then Quang Aura like switching between offlane and jungle depending on what they want. And here on the side of Professor, we're still looking for the support and there is still like probably Muriel open with combined good with the dive. Narabash is also like a good solution, kind of making the link between that Terra and the backline and be able to dive with it while offering some support.
Decker would be nice to have now, right? But unfortunately, you're the one who banned it away. Professors, having confidence in their damage core, they're going to opt for that first. And it's indeed... This guy has got a crystal ball, seeing into his tea leaves here. Muriel is going to be the pick there for the Professors. They lock in the steal right alongside it.
I mean, Steel just provides that seed for your team to lock everything down. He's able to peel or he's able to engage. The fact that Terra is on their team, they don't have to worry about that. But Muriel with that sustain, Professors right now are looking strong. That front to back line fighting is definitely there for them. And if they execute that, Top Physique is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and on top of that, I feel like the composition of Professor is very easy to execute. We have seen like in the previous match, Mind the Gap, so now they have like an easier comp to execute with the Steel, the Muriel, the Zarus, and suddenly everything starts to fall like perfectly for them. And I hear Professor, they definitely have the talent to execute a comp that is complex, but this one is very easy. And on the side of Top Physique, like now they have to pick their carry, they don't have a lot of option, so they're gonna opt for the Twin Blast, but if your Howitzer and your Twin Blast get picked up by the dive, which to be honest, it's very possible, all your damage crumble, and that's gonna be very hard to play the team fight.
It's tried and true. It's what you had left. They gotta go searching in the bargain bin. They find that Twin Blast. Top Physique have the confidence that they can still play through it well. Comp for comp, it's now locked in. It's a new set, but it's the same old reliable question, guys. Who do we favor?
Man, it's going to have to be the Professors for me. Like Miggy is saying, this is easy to facilitate for your team. And with the high level of play coming out of Professors consecutively throughout these tournaments, I think they just kind of run through Top Physique here. But at the same time, never really talked about Chicken, him being on support. He's an absolutely great player. So I think he's able to contend with Crazy Fool on this Richter. That might change the outcome of this game.
And on my side, I will have to pick Professor as well. I feel like the composition is more well-rounded, easier to execute. Top Physique will have to do a lot. And since I didn't practice during the week, I feel like it might be a little bit too hard to pull off. But at the same time, I want to be a believer. But that's still going to be Professor for me.
Got to find out if Top Physique are indeed out of shape or if Professors can take this one away. Casters, HD, Philly B, Dr. Shadow, and Trix Eye in the Sky, all you guys.
Thank you, D-Lo and the Dex. Thank you. Appreciate it. Doc, we have our final quarterfinal match of the day. The winner of this will play the Doctor. So a lot on the line, and looking up to the Goliath, the number 2 team in this tournament, is your next opponent. So even if you get through this challenge, there's another bigger challenge waiting for you on the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a huge series ahead of them, not just to overcome the opponent in this match, but also to really learn and adapt and grow according to the meta that we've seen kind of developing throughout this tournament in terms of favoritism toward Muriel and Steel and the Zaruses. So there's a lot of learning that these teams are going to have to engage in if they want to really continue climbing and make it to the very, very big grand final.
Doc, and one thing that you and I have been talking about a lot today and a couple of days ago too is the Steel. We love Steel as a character, but we think his most proficient spot on the roster is support. Right now, I think they're looking at him in the off lane, which is going to be pretty rough, I'm feeling.
Yeah, we've casted a couple games together where he's paired up against one of those magic dealing or heavy magic dealing brawlers like the Auroras, the Shinbis, the Quangs, and he tends to struggle a little bit more compared to when he's against a Grux or a Zarus or more of the physical damage dealers, because he likes to build Fire Blossom and build more of the physical defensive type of items. So I'm curious to see. I don't think I've personally seen the Aurora and Steel matchup enough to really be able to speak on it, but Aurora, if she gets even just a little helping hand against Steel, she's going to become an absolute threat into this game.
Yeah, and so that's definitely for the folks at home a lane you're going to want to watch. I do like the Decker first ban. We've watched a lot of Top Physique, and Chicken is just so prolific on that character, so I think maybe even a respect ban. And Doc, our saying is ban the Decker, and Top Physique took our advice.
Ban the Decker, but I gotta say, it's a big move by Top Physique here, picking up the Richter up against Crazy Fool, who, as many of you viewers at home know, like, that is his hero. That is what he is known for. There's a lot of pressure here to really perform to the standard that Crazy Fool has set for their hitting hooks and positioning around his carry. So I'm going to be watching the duo lane positioning, especially heading into those objective fights. How are they playing around one another? Because the way Survivor and Crazy Fool play around another is just perfect kiting, perfect distance, creating space around one another. Really, just when you watch them, they look like those two magnetic balls that kind of just spin around in circles around one another, kind of as they're doing right now. But yeah, that's something we're going to be watching for as we especially get to the first Fangtooth fight of the game.
100%. I mean, we've talked about kind of the old guard versus new guard sort of deal, and these two have been playing together for ages, it feels like, in the competitive scene. So just so in sync is this tandem. Chicken is going to be feast or famine on this Richter. We know that that's kind of the script for this character. So let's see if they can get anything done. We'll see a couple rotations around the match. Around the map, rather. But Gideon versus the Howitzer in the mid lane, that's one we see time and time again. Doc, who do you favor there?
I mean, Howitzer is generally picked to be able to keep a distance from Gideon and his combinations, but hold that thought. Violence coming in under the tower, under the tier 1. Oh, Involve is going to get a first blood off of that tier 1 tower dive that nobody expected. I didn't expect that, but I was about to favor Howitzer, but after that first blood, I'm favoring Gideon now because, yeah, he now has an insane gold advantage and experience advantage in that lane alone. Wow.
Yeah, a huge dive there. Doc, you and I were playing a little bit before that. As the Terra jungle, you want to lead in with the Highland Hurl to Root, and just Root sets up the rock and the pebble so easily, which is just a ton of damage. So they were able to secure that Howitzer under the tower. Unbelievable play here from the Professors drawing that first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say the Howitzer is really favored into the Gideon pick, mainly because of the distance that he's able to keep with those R2000 rockets. Really just being able to sit back and pepper, whether he's peppering Gideon, whether he's peppering creeps. His wave clear is not quite as strong, and frankly, just in this tournament as a whole, I've been a little underwhelmed by Howitzer performances across the board. It just feels like there are better mid laners that offer more stuff for their teams. Make It Rain is a quite powerful single target engage spell, but if you're not hitting on the right targets, or if the opposing team has a steal or a big chunky boy who can get in front of his ADC, it kind of renders that ultimate totally useless, other than just an escape.
For sure. Yeah, and we've seen Top Physique, especially Papaya, play the Iggy before, and that's something that, he's pretty proficient in itself. Argus was left on the table as well. We've seen Argus just wreak havoc in this tournament, whether he's on support or in the mid lane. So definitely some other choices besides the Howitzer, but we'll see if the little cat in the robot suit can get anything done. Quang and the Mercy coming through with the tether, just barely misses. Survivor, the blink has to be forced. Oh, tickled his toes, his Chicken with the Rip Blast, just barely misses.
That fight turns totally different if Mercy's able to hit that initial tether at the onset of the fight. But Survivor did a great job kiting them back, and then unfortunately did have to burn his bank, but hold that thought. Howitzer here.
I mean, he just led Violence on a chase over here to the off lane. Now, all of the cooldowns being expended, getting involved as well. No kills going that way, but a lot of time wasted for the side of Papaya making that rotation.
is a great deal of time, and Involve is quite healthy. He's going to just head back middle. He's going to shove a wave. He's going to crash some creeps under the tower, get a slight creep XP advantage on Papaya's howitzer, and he's going to be looking to make a rotation sooner than later because he'll have that black hole ready to go.
We already see Kwang and company converging onto the Fangtooth. One thing about Kwang, he's tough. It's tough to land that tether from the jungle and set up some of those engagements, but being able to tank some of these objectives, he does that really well. Crazy Fool tries to get the steal with the bubble, but doesn't get it. Now it is just who is gonna fight each other, and it's Chicken, the sacrificial lamb, going over to get that objective secured.
Chicken doing support things, right? That's what the supports are for. They're for peeling and dying. Simba gonna get caught out here. Violence, he goes deep, sensing that someone's here. Simba is gonna have to walk away. He should be fine, but Violence is gonna pressure him, but Mercy's coming to back him up.
Okay, I was about to say, I'm sure Joe's your truly's in the chat saying, lazy back, come on, better than that. But luckily his jungler was in the vicinity to help him. But once again, that Kwang, I feel like the Terra has the leg up here in the jungle, Doc.
Terra definitely has the leg up, at least currently. Kwang's going to need an item or two, and most likely his Tempest before he starts becoming a real threat. But he does have that tether, and that cannot be underestimated. If he hits a tether, especially on a hero like Gideon, that could be just enough time for the team to collapse. Tether plus make it rain. That could be enough to delete the Gideon from the game and eliminate the entire black hole from, whatever following skirmish happens. So I think there's a lot of risk, a lot of potential here with that Kwang pickup. It's just going to take a little bit more time.
For sure, and speaking of Black Hole, as we watch this gold buff get contested, we'll see which way it goes. They're kind of seesawing this poor golden creep back and forth. Looks like Survivor will secure it with those rad rounds. But I do want to get your thoughts on the team fight capabilities for each of these squads. Right now, Doc, I'm favoring the Professors.
I agree. I am definitely favoring the Professors. They have those wombo combo big abilities. They have Shield Slam. They have Reversal of Fortune. Black Hole involved making a rotation here on Chicken. Black Hole's going to come out on Chicken. Chicken's going to be the sacrificial lamb again, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time and involved. As I said, he hit 6, and he wants to make a rotation as soon as possible. Whenever it's off cooldown, he needs to be using Black Hole to some effect to get something done. And even though it's just a support, it's just Chicken, it's that's one more kill. That's one more chunk of gold going on the way of the Professors heading into this mid game.
Yeah, and that's more space created. That's more tower pressure. Those dominoes fall quite quickly when heroes go down. It's hero death is so impactful in MOBAs and especially Predecessor. So gotta be careful as the Cryosism and the Shield Slam come through. Now it's Mercy who tries to come to the aid of his offlaner. Can he lock down to steal? The steal has to use gets the Muriel exactly the Reversal of Fortune, the bubble as well. Oh my gosh, Switch is turning it on at the end to stay alive.
Wow, I don't even know how Switch has survived that, but I mean they were duking it out, hoping for their junglers to come, but Violence is coming. Violence wants to clean up. He wants to bring the Violence to Mercy and punish for the lazy back there at the Cyan buff.
But not able to connect the Highland Hurl. Yeah, with that needs to connect in order to secure those kills. That's a really tough look, but does force a little bit more time wasted from that offlaner and jungle as they make their way back to the fountain.
Rotating here over to Involve. Can they make something happen here on Involve or Violence?
Yeah, the big thing with the top physique is a lot of their abilities are kind of make or break. Hitting the tether, hitting the Riplash, those are really tough abilities to land, especially in some of these shiftier characters like the Gideon, like the Muriel, and the Drongo. So they're going to have to really try to set themselves up for success and chain these abilities well. But right now, the Mini Prime is being contested here by top physique.
Chicken lands the hook on Switches. This is not looking good for Switches.
Oh, yeah, he does get CC'd into oblivion. Now he is on the run. Last Pyrex is chasing after him. Does go for the brink. Hoarfrost and is able to secure the kill. The poor steel turned into scrap metal over there at the Orm Prime contest. But the Gideon putting the pressure heavily onto this mid lane tower.
Last Pyrex absolutely needed to commit that blink to get that kill because they needed to get themselves on this board. They're now down 3-1 instead of 3-0. That gives Pyrex a chance to get an item advantage, get into the game, to be able to bring that magic damage, to bring that control that Aurora offers into the team fights. Before all this chaos started coming on, before I talk about that, they are utilizing this mini prime buff to hopefully knock out the first tier 1 tower for their benefit over here in the off lane. So that's exactly what we want to see when these teams are picking up these mini prime objectives. We need to see them doing something. But wow, okay, he was just canceling the lazy back. Another lazy back by Mercy gets punished. That's some wasted time there.
It sure is, Doc. And the pick on that steal is absolutely crucial because it gave that space to then utilize that mini buff to take that tier 1 tower. So really good recognition on how to take advantage of that. But the first Fangtooth of the game easily going the way of the Professors, knowing the space we're creating. Now an easy jump in here, the black hole and the Riplash to take him out of it. The blink has to come through from the side of Chicken to get himself out of danger. But now the reversal of fortune onto Violence to keep him in the fight. The ventilate as well secures Survivor. He cannot stay in this one. Now Violence is on the retreat, force blinked out of him, and to make it rain, no umbrella there for the support as they are just blown up, and that is to turn the tide. They got the Fangtooth, but at what cost?
I think they overstayed their welcome there. Really just a fantastic... I mean, it started out as a fantastic call by the Professors to do that objective because switches over on the off lane on the steal was able to stop Mercy's Quang from doing that lazy back, which gave the Professors that information, hey, the jungler's on the opposite side of the map. Now is the time for us to do this objective without the risk of it being stolen by Hunt. They did it. They deleted the objective. Originally, it started out as they could have just walked out, but instead they pressured away, feeling some sort of, confidence heading into a fight, and they ultimately got split up, resulting in 3 deaths for the cost of 1. Not great.
A big turnaround there, Doc, and something we were just watching right now. Switch is trying to take down that tower. That's kind of another reason why I don't really like Steel in the off lane. His wave clear, especially at the early levels, not that great. So he was focusing on hitting the creeps and trying to kill them so that his creeps could take the tower, and ended up not being able to take it at all as Aurora came in still with the prime buff in hand and was able to, reinforce the rest of the creeps to push the wave back to equilibrium. So just another kind of tick in the negative box for Steel off lane.
Absolutely, and I think Involved might be in trouble here with 4 collapsing down on him. He's going to be forced out over to the off lane here. I think he should be out in time with the torn space. Violence getting ready to cover any entrances here.
Ooh, the shield bash, nicely done there, and a lucky shield bug for Involve as well, being able to keep himself in the fight just that much longer. That rotation spotted out intelligently by the Professors, and Involve stays in the lane.
Yeah, the current state of the map is very even. Sure, there was a mini prime taken by the side of Top Zeke, but both teams have a Fangtooth. Both teams have a tier 1 tower taken on the opposite sides of the map. Top Zeke's safe lane tower is down, and the Professor's off lane has been taken down. But overall, the game state is pretty neutral at this point. So it's really going to take a big wombo combo to flip it on the favor of the Professors, or it's going to take a series of really successful picks from the side of Top Zeke, leading into an objective in order to get them ahead in this current game state.
Absolutely, as we're kind of like in this little farming state simulator, so to speak, right, as we're waiting for the next objectives to come online, this is really important not to get yourself picked out, because if you do, you mess up the whole timing for your team. So you can see a lot of wards coming out from both sides, folks not really trying to aggress beyond the river. They don't want to make any risky plays at this moment. But we do have Survivor now rounding the corner here, the Rad Rounds putting into the back of Simba the Bubble as well, crashing onto him, but Chicken is here to put up the defense.
Chicken comes, he postures, puts himself between Simba and the danger that was onslaughting him. Unfortunately, it looks like Simba will have to reset to become healthy again in order to get back into the farming. But you know what? He didn't die, and that's a good thing. It looked like Survivor was kind of waiting to strike. Violence in some danger here.
Oh my gosh, they put themselves in that danger. They are looking for the violence. They want to play so aggressively with that red buff on their back, but they decide to retreat for now as 2 members against 1 is not a favorable fight. Involve looking to get himself into the mix here, drops the rock on top of him, but just to say, back off.
Yeah, this Involve Gideon is at a very scary point in this game because he has that Noxia online in addition to the combustion. So the Noxia making it so if he hits you, he tags you with both the rock and the pebble, you are losing a significant portion of your HP. He's also able to very easily clear waves in a 1-2 combo. So he's going to be looking to get serious priority and make a rotation with this black hole very, very soon, despite the fact that it looks like a lot of the fighting is happening here in the mid lane. But I am anticipating he's going to either look toward the Fangtooth or the next Mini Prime.
Yeah, and wave management, something that Mugi talks about a lot, something you know a lot about, especially as a mid laner, is really important because sometimes just having the creeps in your favor can make an indecision point for the opposition. Do we protect our tower? Do we go for an objective? Can we contest somewhere else on the map? But if the creeps are running into you, it's really tough to make. Right now, a decision being made by top Physique to try to take this Mini Prime.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I think they see value in getting this buff onto Mercy's Quang. But on the flip side, the Professors are going to most likely get this second Fangtooth for themselves, thus increasing their out-of-combat movement speed by 8%. And it looks like they should get out free without losing anybody. I'm not going to jinx it, though, but there's a lot of collapse happening around this Tier 1 tower.
So taking a Prime and their Tier 1 tower, I think that's a big move that you could see the different objectives. Take a Prime, take a tower. It's an easy flow chart for the side of top Physique, whereas the Fangtooth getting that 8% movement speed, I think really facilitates Violence to do some more work. You can see how aggressive, how many invades they're doing onto the opposite side of the jungle, so that extra bit of movement speed might catch somebody off, on surprise.
Absolutely. I think Violence's in-game name is actually just a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's going to do everything in his power to just bring the violence no matter what he's doing. And maybe it's his call. I don't know who's making the calls on the side of Professor, but it's definitely the right call. Yeah. But yeah, this is a very interesting game state currently that I do give the edge to top Physique with that Orb Prime buff online currently, Mini Prime buff currently. I am expecting them to look to either pressure another tower or fake a pressure and get a series of picks. That is what they need to be doing if they really, I know they got that Tier 1 tower, but they need to get more value out of it to make up for that second Fangtooth going the way of the Professors.
Doc, it almost feels like the knife's edge right now. Like, I'm on the edge of my seat because I feel like one false move, one out of position character could just, tilt the way for one team here, as Last Pyrex just getting dove on a little bit, but as the Aurora, they're feeling fine. They have the Glacial Charge, the Hoarfrost as well if they need it. The only thing here is, though, is their tower is super low, so they're going to try to prevent those minions from getting to it at all costs.
That's a great play by Pyrex there. It's a very little detail, but just keeping the creeps out of that AoE of the tower really enables them to keep that objective up, which then in the future will force the side of the Professors to dedicate resources to take that tower if they are unable to get lane management. But this is a scary position for Pyrex because there's Violence, switches, and now they brought the duo lane over here. They want this objective.
They want this tower. They want it bad. A nice charge. Oh my gosh. That is a great piece of tech there to just allow a little bit of extra stall. The tower does go down, but I mean, that's more time off the clock that you're wasting for getting gold, getting experience, putting down wards, whatever it might be. They do finally get it. Now just the mid tower is the only Tier 1 left.
They are systematically working their way across the map. It looks like they're grouping up, potentially looking at the Orb Prime. I doubt it, but they are definitely looking to secure these objectives to open up that map so that the Orb Prime objective eventually becomes a bit easier to fight around. It's a lot easier to fight there when the opposing team's Tier 1 tower is not present. So there's a lot of systematic movement going on the side of Professors, and I think they're doing it right. They're doing a great job just escalating throughout the game, scaling, getting strong, and waiting for that right moment, waiting for top Physique to make a mistake so that they can really capitalize on it with their big ults.
Yeah, 5-head plays and discipline coming out from the Professors. That's why, this is a squad that's been around the game for a long time. They know what it takes to win PCC. They know what it takes to win these tough matches. So not wanting to make any mistakes, being very calculated in their movements. But Doc, I want to bring just the levels to everyone's perspective right now. Quang at level 12 now, actually, over Terra's 10. I mean, Quang has just skyrocketed in terms of value here.
Yeah, Mercy's Quang, they've really enabled him in this game with the mini prime buffs, with the ability of that he's been given to take priority in these lanes, take these towers. So not only is he 2 levels up, but he also has gotten some local gold from those towers, which means he is in a better economic spot than Violence's Terra currently. But I don't think Violence is too upset. Violence's only job in this game is charge directly at Simba's Twin Blast and just eliminate him from the game, or keep him distracted enough so that he cannot do his job as an ADC.
Yeah, Doc, and something we've been talking about, or at least me, I'm trying to see like these positionings here, right? So for the side of Top Physique, they've kind of got like a 3-2. They've got 3 members that can be in the front line, so the Richter, the Aurora, and the Quang, and then 2 people that are going to stand behind them, being the Howitzer and the Simba. So the Terra is going to try to engage past that triple line and go for that Simba, but what is really going to happen is Involve is going to hop over that 3 line and go right into the middle and use the black hole. That creates a little bit of distraction for the Terra to come through. Now we have a team fight on the verge here, Doc.
Objective. Switch is in danger right now. I mean, he's punching. He's not taking much HP damage, but he is going to get pushed out. This is very, very tense right now because whoever, as you mentioned, whoever makes the first mistake, and just the way both these teams are playing, they are going to be punished immensely for this.
And it could be Crazy Fool, who's the one who is getting coughed up, has to use the Reversal of Fortune, goes right onto Survivor, but it doesn't even matter as Simba, who is on the prow, takes down the Crazy Fool in a foolish position there to make it rain as well, to just thwart the advance from anyone trying to come to the aid of that support player. And it is 1 kill, finally, after 10 minutes, it feels like, Doc, that goes the way of Top Physique.
Yeah, that felt like 22 minutes of just nothing but just posturing and waiting for the other person to slip up and make a mistake. I mean, as Crazy Fool, yeah, he was just caught in the, hold that thought, Involved coming in with a black hole onto Papaya and Mercy. What's going to come out of this? Papaya is going to go down. Looks like Mercy should go down as well. He's going to get the rock dropped right on his dome, and he needs to go back to base to go through concussion protocol.
That was such a good line. Okay, but the fight still commences here as they're trying to get some more pressure onto this mid lane tower. That was a massive black hole because the crest had to come through to prevent the slam from switches, and that was the perfect opportunity for them to come over the top. And now the Primal Fangtooth is on the menu.
I was about to call out Crazy Fool for making the first mistake, but sure, he made the first mistake, but I don't even know how that fight happened in that little tight corridor there, but ultimately Mercy and Papaya both ended up making the bigger of the 2 mistakes, resulting in no ability to hunt this Primal Fangtooth, and thus giving it up. So not only is it Primal Blaze buff going the way of Professors, but it is now their 3rd Fangtooth of the game, meaning they now have enhanced offense and defensive capabilities, meaning they're just going to be hitting that much harder and resisting damage that much more. So this is currently, the game state has shifted. Even though it is 5-5 on the scoreboard, the game state has shifted drastically in favor of the Professors right now, and they're going to look to continue capitalizing on this lead as they look to set up around the Orb Prime.
Yeah, getting that 3rd Fangtooth is like having an extra item in your pocket. As we do take a look at the creep scores here, very, very close. Only about, 20 between them, 30 now, but it's super close between these squads. I don't really see too many items that are out of the ordinary here, though.
Yeah, on the side of Top Physique, they actually have a slight net worth advantage just looking at the scoreboard based on assist involvement or kill participation. They actually had 14 to Professor's 9, but again, they're down 2 Fang Teeth, and but counterpoint, they're up 2 Orb Mini Primes. So it really is very even game state, but because of this Primal Blaze, it is currently actively the Professor's game to lose.
Right, that true damage is going to be really tough to fight into, and that's exactly why they're going for this Prime, as late Pyrex does go in. The Cryosism, I believe, is expended, yes, but it is the Professors that take the Prime, even though they might cost them their lives, and there's a few members now, 2 down for the side of the Professors. The Black Hole committed the Make It Rain as well to section out the Drongo. Can they find the kill onto him? They do. Fights happening all over the map. It's a 2v2. Chicken tries to go for the hook and gets it, and it's only Switches who survives the onslaught.
Wow, that was such a chaotic fight. I mean, it's so hard to catch everything that happened there, but there were two separate fights going on. There was the fight in the pit where all of the big ultimates, the Cryoseism, the Black Hole, the Shield Slam, the Fury of the Heavens, like all of the big R buttons in this game happened in that pit all at once. And then on the outskirts of the fight, there was Steel pressuring Simba. There was just little, Crazy Fool trying to peel for Survivor. There was just all these little itty bitty things going on outside of that. But ultimately, it did go the way of Professors, barely in favor with Switches surviving. But I mean, the scoreboard was 5-5, and net worth wise, they were even. But they had Primal Blaze, and I believe that is why they came out on top in that situation.
But even just barely, Doc, right? So the fact that you're fighting into the Primal Blaze and you still almost basically win it, and then as they got Prime in the middle of it, I mean, well done from Top Physique to really put the pressure on and counter the onslaught from the Professors. This is just such an even match right now. Once again, the Steel not able to finish off that push. I wanted to be able to take those towers in one go, but just not able to do so.
The other real reason Top Physique kind of came out as successfully in that situation as they did was because Chicken on the Richter in tandem with Obey the Papaya on the Howitzer, as soon as Black Hole triggered, they both stopped everything they were doing and they focused the landmine and the Whiplash onto the Gideon, stopping him from getting even a half duration. It was not even a half duration Black Hole. Had that gone full and had they not stopped what they were doing to stop it, that would have just been a decimation in favor of the Professors. So really just heads up play by them. I mean, they know what their jobs are in these fights. It's obviously, there's a lot of chaos going on. So it is quite challenging to do those things that you need to do. But that is where these top level players are able to separate themselves from most pub players, is they stay focused. They keep that objective in the back of their mind, and they're able to do and execute it.
Absolutely. Next team fight, I'm going to be looking at Violence. Wasn't able to see them in that pit there. So next time I'm going to be looking for them to see how they get onto this backline here. As you can see him taking that forefront, and Switches goes with the up down so quickly to make a little bit of space to take that tier 2. A quick double tower trade here for the side of the Professors. They know they have a little bit of the advantage with that prime buff still on Switches to get those creeps all the way to the base.
Yeah, they just took 2 major objectives and severely dented the off lane duo lane. They're very happy with that, and I think Switches really heads up plays, creating that space, creating that chaos in that backline by the inhibitor to allow his team a chance to get that money. That local gold, that net worth is going to continue to lead their advantage that they've slowly accrued inch by inch by inch throughout this game, and it's plays like that allow that growth to occur. Now the teams are going to start looking to posture for this 5th Fangtooth of the game, and currently the way it stands, Top Physique might be in a better position, at least at first.
Doc, I mean, this is tried and true Predecessor. This game is not about team deathmatch. This is a tactical, strategic game about taking objectives, getting gold when you can, and pushing the advantage when you have it. Right now, an early position for Top Physique. Yeah, this is going to be crazy fight, ladies and gentlemen, so hold on to your horses. There's Violence into the backline quickly, now taking 4-5 people. The Crazy Fool now has to do the reversal of fortune to keep that Terra alive. The Black Hole pressured on top, just eviscerating member after member. Terra, even though they go down, did exactly what they needed to do as 4 members fall, make it 5 from the side of Top Physique. They aren't looking good now as the Primal goes the way of the Professors.
Oh man, they are locked in on all cylinders now. They realize exactly how strong they are, and they played that to perfection. Violence, he goes in, he hits the back line, he says, Muriel, you're going to reversal on me. They get a 3-man knockup. After the 3-man knockup, everything's been expended to stop Violence from getting on Simba, and as a result, Involve's able to get in. He gets a full duration Black Hole off, and it just decimates the side of Top Physique. They just melted, it ceased existence from this game, and I don't think that team fight could have been any more perfect. That was just superb coming from the Professors.
So much damage there, Doc. They're going to need a prescription from you to get some Tylenol to mend their wounds there. Now they're going straight for the core, and they are shattering it into a million pieces. Clinical from the Professors as they dissected Top Physique to take match 1.
I don't know if Tylenol is going to be enough. They might need some opioids to deal with the beating that they just had in that Primal Fang pit. But I mean, fantastic game by both teams, right? Like, there's nothing to really. Oh man, they are locked in on all cylinders now. They realize exactly how strong they are. But really, it came down to who executed perfectly and who made more mistakes. And ultimately, wow, Professor's execution in that final Primal Fang was chef's kiss. That was amazing.
I mean, Doc, we were talking about, we wanted to see Violence, what they were going to do in the next fight, and there they didn't even care. They put on Unstoppable, they just ran right at him, and they started hacking away. That's 4 people focusing on you. Then you had, like you said, the knockup came through, and all the other ults there afterwards. I mean, well done. And you can see in Predecessor, as the teeters just a little bit, one thing can just flop it all the way to the side, and you can run it all the way home to the base, and it was that fight right there. Well done from the Professors, showing why they are some of the older folks in this scene. They know how to play this game. Fantastic match 1.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And to your point about Terra, it's tough to keep up with what she's doing because her abilities aren't that flashy. She's really not a flashy hero at all. She just kind of runs at you, and that's like what she does. But I mean, with that top-down view, we were able to see perfection from Violence, getting on that back line, bringing the pressure to Simba. It was just, I mean, that game, that was a chess match, and they were just waiting until an opening happened to strike on the Queen, and Professors just showing that they have, more IQ points than the other team.
Absolutely. Well done from our observer Trix for bringing us that view. Appreciate you, friend. Right now, the desk is ready for us. So D-Lo and crew, take it away.
Thank you, bearded boys at the casting desk. Welcome back, everyone. It's D-Lo, it's F6, it's Moogie. It's a nice Professor's victory, not without some hitches. Walk me through it, guys. What just went down?
Professors, tried and true. They came through out in the end of the match, looking a little bit rough throughout that early slight mid game. It was very close, but we know the Professors are very experienced. We saw that come through playing around those objectives. And they finally were able to pick these team fights, pick these kind of engagements that they wanted to. But as you can see here, the early game, man, it was a little bit rough.
And I feel like there is a consistent story throughout like the matches of this PCC so far. It's like game is kind of slow until it exploded, but here it exploded after the 20-minute mark. Like it feels like for the whole early game, like Professor were taking their objective, Top Physique were taking their own objective, Professor take their own structures, Top Physique take their structures, and it seems that we started to finally fight after the 20 minutes mark. And oh boy, those fights were good. To be honest, we have seen that Top Physique actually proved they can team fight against Professor, that they even won a couple of them. However, like there was some situation that were a little bit too expensive. For instance, like this moment after they pick Crazy Fool, like then overstaying, costing them the whole map control. And then also like some team fight were so well executed by Professors, involved in the end 7-1 and 6. Like he never got touched in team fight because Violence was creating so much space, Switch was creating so much space that this Gideon was unstoppable.
Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them, and you gotta know when to walk away. Overextension can really be your absolute downfall. So hopefully that hubris not gonna befall our friends on Top Physique come the next game. We've had so far only clean sweep so far. What's going to be key for Top Physique in this next game to bring it to a third?
Clean up those team fights.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. PCC8 Professors up against Top Physique after a nice Professors W. It's D'Lo, it's F6, it's Moogie, and F6, after that nice 3-minute break for my question, I'm going to run it right back to you. You had some time to ponder. You had some time to really think about it. What do we need to see here from Top Physique for them to make this a set to 3?
Yeah, I've been thinking hard about this one. But yeah, my answer is still the same. They're going to have to just kind of take these team fights and trying to win out the initial engagements. A lot of the times, it's not the actual fight that they had a problem with it. It's just when they took the fights and when they chose to either retreat or to either keep going with it.
And to add on top of it, I feel like it's kind of start from like the draft itself, because I feel like the draft was a little bit lackluster, and that's what stopped them to actually like be able to accomplish something in that match. And first thing, like, get rid of that idea of picking Richter, because if I recall the match, like there is not a single time I was like, wow, that's a hook by Richter on Chicken. And if you don't have this type of moment, that means you're not playing Richter correctly at the competitive level. So just like leave the Richter in the hand of Crazy Fool and try to pick for yourself.
That's a really good point here, and we want to see a bit less fluff and filler, a bit more flashbang on. Ooh, we're going to be finding out right now. P's and B's coming at you in just a moment. And Moogie, that's a topic you've talked about before. Comfort, at the end of the day, beats all other wily strategies you try here, with Top Physique having top pick. Curious to find out what that's going to be, or if we're just going to try once again to take Professor's toys away from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be undoubtedly where the draft starts is how they're going to do it, right? If they take away the Richter this time,
Smart.
You could have called it. Look at you. But I mean, it's definitely smart. Taking away that Richter, because you know it's not working well in your hands. Okay, let's just take it off the board completely with a bad pick. That way we can leave room to pick up somebody else that'll be a little more impactful into the support role for us.
And as expected, we see the Zyrus ban. To be honest, it seems that the first pick has been like prioritized by team, because every time they lose, they're gonna go into the second round where they can choose if their first or second pick, and they always take the first pick. And this time Professor have done their homework after watching the previous series. Like, Zyrus is not going to go through, especially also because in the group stage, like, Mercy was an absolute monster on the pick. But that means that this time, finally, we kind of see a Decker going through that usually has been banned very early. However, that kind of leave both Terra and Aura open for the enemy team, which is a very scary thought.
Yeah, we do get to see Decker make her debut, and it's also what you mentioned, the fact that that topic priority is certainly valued, but this is what you pay. This is the sacrifice you make. Terra, not going to be Aurora, instead Gideon slotted in alongside them for the Professors.
Kind of makes sense. They want to give a secure pick towards involved. You said the Gideon was a huge factor into those team fights. We saw that end of the Primal Fangtooth play there at a big 4-man ult. I mean, they're going to have the Terror already picked up. They might as well have that combo that they used to win that fight ready to go. But like you see now, it's going to leave that Aurora open. But Top Physique picking up the Drongo, though, taking that away from Survivors, a huge pickup here.
And I think in the side of Professor, they were kind of like, okay, Decker first pick. Well, we can do a salty run back, which is not salty at all because we win with it and keep picking the same characters. Starting with the Terra Gideon, and of course Involve 7-1 and 6 was absolutely crazy. And so Top Physique decided to like kind of shift things around. We take the Drongo, force Professor to switch a little bit their strategy, and as I was expecting here, it's the Grim being secured. I don't know if you remember what I said in the previous draft. Survivor is playing only 2 picks so far in competitive matches of the group stage, was Grim and Drongo. So we're not going to take any risk that the Grim get banned, and we're actually going to remove it. But I wasn't expecting that still, because maybe like Switchies like want to play that still again into the offlane, but apparently Professor has another idea and decide to remove completely that from the side of Top Physique, kind of removing any sort of like big beefy frontline from them, maybe forcing them onto the Sevarog.
As Top Physique decide to just ponder, wait to see what their next ban will be for the second wave. Yeah, a lot of toys have been taken off the field here that we saw in that prior game, deciding that maybe we didn't quite feel comfortable in that. We definitely don't feel comfortable seeing them on it either. But this is a Sevarog ban there from Top Physique here. Professor's now waiting to see what they're next going to lock in. F6, any hopes from you?
I don't understand necessarily the Sev ban here, because I don't know. I don't think the Professors will be picking it up. That's the qualm that I was going to see that they probably ban out. We've seen Switches have a better time on this qualm, so I expected Top Physique to ban that out. But instead, now the Professors get to pick it up, and I think right now the Professors are getting everything they want.
And we're once again having kind of like the same composition we have seen previously with like the 2 frontline plus like the Gideon. The only thing that kind of still like are open could be the Muriel again for Crazy Fool at the last pick that can make the connection, and basically they would have the same draft as the previous match. But here on the side of Top Physique, we're going to secure the Gadget and the Camera. So Gadget works well with the Decker, works well with the Aura, a lot of like lock in place, also very good against any type of dive comp, and we see the Terra, the Quang, the Gideon, so I love the Gadget pick. However, I really believe Camera is in a very, very weak spot. It's probably like one of the worst jungle in the game since the change to the TTK. And so I'm really, really not happy to see a Camera being picked while the draft is being rounded out by the Professor with the Muriel. So like they kind of picked the exact same thing as the previous match with a few change. Of course, Quang is replaced by the Steel, Grim like the Drongo by the Grim, but it's the same identity and that worked well for them.
Different comp, same font. And that's going to be the story here for Professors, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why would you decide to change your drafting plan if it was so successful? And I'm going to ask you the same question, guys, here. Professors are looking to get their second victory that sends them to semifinals. Who do we have our money on?
Oh, if they did not pick up the Chimera there, I mean, this team would have been just fine, especially with the way how the Terra and the Quang want to dive in there.
picking up that gadget, like Miki said, is just a huge kind of just blocker of like anything that you want to do. But the fact that the rest of their team, they have that mural in there to have a little bit more sustain, kind of allows them to be a little bit more scary to dive that back line with that reversal of fortune. So I'm definitely gonna be going with the Professors once again, but it's still kind of close in the aspect of both these drafts.
And on my side, I'm going to go for Professor as well, solely on the pick of Chimera. Because to be honest, like Professors, they still have some trouble against Top Physique. They need to be smart about the engage. You cannot just jump in and hoping it's gonna go well, because the reception of Aura, Gadget, Drongo is a bit too strong. But that Chimera is like almost the sole frontline with that Aura, and so like this Chimera is gonna be a non-factor as soon as we start to enter the later stage of the game.
To give some faith here to our friends on Top Physique, I will say we've seen Wily comps before. We've seen some off-meta stuff. I think of like there with that Muriel off lane that saw some success earlier in a different set. You never know what someone could be cooking behind the scenes. Gotta hope it's successful, and also gotta hope that we see a bit of a change in terms of that early game syndrome where we were kind of just playing two separate games instead of all trying to actually look for combat. That might be the key for Top Physique to get a bit more active early. Try to look for those picks instead of just kind of playing your own Farmville by yourself and then recognizing 20 minutes in there's actually another team to fight. That being said, we've got our drafts locked in as we wait for the caster to get on started here. Do we think that this comp is a bit more flashy? Have we succeeded on that fact that it's a bit less boring, perchance? What are our thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, not on the side of Professors. Like we pointed out to, the comp is essentially the same on the playstyle that they're trying to accomplish. But with the Top Physique, though, Chicken playing on the Decker is a little bit more on his comfort pick side, where he kind of just pops off with this. And if he's allowed to play his game, he's going to make these rotations to mid lane. He's going to be a little bit more active throughout that early game to potentially put that lead that they need in place to carry them to the mid game, to allow them to try and win this game early. Yes, the Chimera's not in a strong spot, but if he's able to get some resources out of the enemy team to force them into a different kind of fight, it might be Top Physique coming out top in this game if Professors make that mistake.
On the side of Professor, I would be saying like slightly more flashier, simply because we have Grim over Drongo, and Grim can just explode people in 1 second, while Drongo you still have to wait for the end of the rad round animation. On the side of Top Physique though, there is potential, like flash called by Chimera into like wombo combo of the gadget plus Drongo Gat Grenade. People can explode, that can like teamfight can go very, very fast, but the execution and the coordination like needs to be absolutely perfect. I don't know if Top Physique can pull it off, but there is definitely potential for flashy plays there.
We're looking for flash, we're looking for bang, we're looking for that awe factor. We're just going to step back and watch the fireworks. It's HD Philly B, it's Dr. Shadow, it's Tricks in the Sky. Guys, it's all you.
All right, D'Lo and the desk. We are hopping right into it here. 30 seconds in. Doc, that Chimera pick is definitely going to be that point of contention here. I mean, there's a prize pool, $4,500 on the line. There's no time to mess around here in game 2.
Yeah, this is a very surprising pick. Chimera is a hero we just don't see very often because he's known for being really a pub stomper who gets shut down by coordinated, focused, directional teams. But I will say I'm not fully opposed to it. I'm going to be really watching how he plays around against the Grim from the Professors with Survivor on the Grim. Grim hates having people on top of him. He hates having to like use his refrigerator aiming system or whatever he does to try to aim and hit people who are on top of his physical body. And Chimera gets on top of his physical body, which makes it quite challenging. Obviously, Survivor's very skilled in terms of hitting his aim and hitting his shots, but it's still something that makes playing the game very, very difficult. And that might be all they need to edge out a win and make it to a game 3. So I guess we're going to see how that plays out. But over here on the side of Professors in the offlane with switches, he's going to be rocking the Terra. So he's going to be the one who is lacking a little bit of that flash, because as we talked about, Terra doesn't really do anything flashy. She just kind of runs at her targets and is an impressive piece of violence. But Violence won't be playing Terra this time.
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe the jungle tempo is going to be a little bit faster here for the Chimera. They are going to be able to clear a lot quicker. They're going to be able to contest those river buffs, which maybe could be a way to shut down Involve here. Make sure he doesn't get first blood again. Oh, Papaya playing that one dangerously close there, Doc.
I am going to come back and watch this replay just to see how Involved plays, because as a Gideon player, I want to be as oppressive as he is. He is absolutely showcasing he's level 2 and you got first blood last game, and this game he's just oppressing one of the, in my opinion, strongest mid laners in the game. So yeah, this is incredible. Oh, but on the back line there, Violence comes in and brings the violence against Papaya. Again, a victim of first blood going the way of Professors. Will they get a retaliation kill? No, Mercy might go down here on the Chimera, and they're forcing his blink out. He's going to blink behind the tier 1. He should be safe. Cut your losses. They got first blood. They got your blink. Back off. Back off. Don't give too much away. Mercy needs to reset. He needs to hit creeps. He needs to get strong. But over here in the off lane, Pyrex might be in danger because he's not playing against Steel this time. He's up against a Terra, which does do quite a bit of damage.
And terrifying is that hero. D-Lo asked for it, and the fireworks have commenced out here in Game 2 of our final quarterfinals of the day. Once again, the script is the same here, Doc. A 2-minute gank onto the mid lane, and we secure it.
Yeah, as I mentioned, applying pressure to Papaya is going to set you up for success as a team on the side of Professors. He's a very strong mid laner. He might not be as, I guess, quote-unquote, highly power ranked as some of the other mid laners that we see, like Appy Picker, I don't know, other players like Appy Picker, but he is definitely one to be feared, and especially that Gadget. If you can set Gadget back a little bit, then those Tesla Domes become less of a cook fest. Because Tesla Dome is insane, and they need to do everything they can to keep that from being an issue, especially seeing the value of these big objective fights that Gadget loves being a part of.
And something that Des talked about was kind of that anti-dive that the Tesla Dome provides, right? Because you don't want to dive into the Tesla Dome. So do you think that Top Physique is going to try to play a little bit more defensively, try to have the other team engage into them and then take the fight from there? Or do you think they're going to try to press the issue in some of these team fight situations, like around Fangtooth, around Prime?
I think that's an interesting question. I think their game plan needs to be leverage Mercy on the Chimera as kind of a bait. Make them focus their efforts on stopping the Chimera from getting. Hold that thought. There's an engage here. Survivor might be in danger.
Oh my god, a cluster F in here in the jungle, and people are going down left and right. Chicken is flying the coop. Can they get out? Yes, they take the flower to safety, but my goodness, the jungler, the Chimera, once again goes down.
Mercy is straight up not having a good time, but they got... Oh, we might be having some technical... No, we're good. Violence does stop Simba from backing, which does delay his ability to heal up, get resources, get back on the map. But Survivor goes down there, though. That is a very, very valuable kill from the side of Top Physique, despite losing their Chimera, because not only did you kill the Grim.exe, but you burned his Blink as well. So that is just immense value, and a Grim without Blink is just a giant target waiting to be hit. So I think Mercy, there's a lot of pressure on him to apply that pressure.
And now there's pressure onto Switches, pressing all the right buttons his last Pyrex, but Switches is barely able to back to the tower, to the safety. But folks at home, I'm going to be looking for Mercy on that Chimera to try to pressure this duo lane once again, knowing that the Flash has been burned out. If they get a good ambush and then a couple good chops on the Survivor, I mean, he could be finished. So definitely something to be looking out for. You can see the amount of wards they have on this left or on this river side here to kind of protect themselves from any of those ambushes.
Yeah, it looks like Mercy's going to grab his red buff and then either look to rotate toward for the first Fangtooth of the game, or he's going to look to try to get a gank onto the Survivor who does not have Blink. Again, this is the perfect opportunity right now. They have a 4-minute window, and that's exactly what's happening.
And there it is, the gang comes through the ambushes and the chops all the damage in the world on a Survivor, and they shut him down. Nothing he could do from that, and now could it be Violence who takes the L as well? No, he is able to get the Alacrity and get out of there, and now Mercy and Chicken are on the run. A nice couple parting shots here from Crazy Fool. Do they decide to re-engage this? The bubble now as well, and Involve, the hero from the skies, decides to aggress here and take down Mercy. I don't know what he was doing there, Doc.
But Papaya's here. Oh, his black hole gets stopped by Root. Papaya drops the Tesla Dome. Involve is going to have to blink away, but Chicken is pursuing. Chicken wants to stun him, but no, they're going to disengage. That was an absolute mess of a fight, but fantastic plays from both teams. They both recognize that the opposing ADC does not have blink, so Survivor used Blink to get away and then died. Drongo used Blink to chase Survivor to kill him. And so both junglers recognized that and converged on that duo lane to punish the opposing ADC. So we see both Drongo and Grim both go down as a result of this. And I'm expecting that to happen again, even though Survivor has now rotated to the mid lane, at least temporarily.
The Lion Sense did not come out there. More Simba as switches just from the fog wall, just bashes into him. And that was an easy cleanup, as we know how good Grim is at running people down. A fine kill here in the mid lane.
And he didn't even have to use GTFO. He just waltzes up, and starts auto-attacking the target who's been locked down by a Highland Hurl. That is just the power of the Grim.exe. Just absolutely decimates everybody, especially opposing ADCs who don't have any defensive items. So really well played, great rotation, heads-up play by Survivor to rotate to that mid lane to get that farm while Involve reset from that previous fight.
Mm-hmm. And something I want to point out about the gadget play in that duo lane rotation there, Doc. Something that Mugi Wawa pointed out on his stream this week when he was reviewing streams was like, if you're playing gadget, you better be able to hit that security gate. That is a huge lockdown ability, and sometimes can be tough to do. Papaya doing an excellent job to lock down the Gideon inside the microwave to do a ton of damage to him. So a really well done piece of skill there from Papaya, because that security gate can be tough to hit, and you better do it if you're playing this gadget.
Top the Zeke working on this mini prime. They did just give up the first Fang Tooth of the game, going the way of the Professors. Again, this is a repeat of last game. We see the first Fang Tooth go the way of the Professors, and then we see this first Orb Prime go the way of Top the Zeke, and they're most likely going to leverage that mini prime buff to take an objective. But Involve fighting Obey here. Obey the Papaya, gonna see if he can make Involve bend a knee, but probably not.
And there is the hat as well. Oh, the fashion statement there on Involved. He didn't like that, so decides to jump away. But we have a number of members here waiting to put the pressure on this unsuspecting gadget. Maybe it could be a good time to head back to the garage here, as Violence is waiting in the wings.
Back to the garage. And Violence is going to see if he can.
Oh my gosh, there it is. A nice tether, though, and the Tesla Dome has to be forced out for the retreat. Papaya just hopping away to safety there, but a ton of cooldowns expended for them. Now some more fighting happening over here in the fog wall. The duo lane, all the cooldowns for Crazy Fool to help Survivor get out, and it's Mercy once again looking for the ambush, decides, not worth it this time.
Survivor does have Blink back up on the Grim.exe, so he's not feeling as scared as he should when a Mercy Chimera with a mini prime buff is running at him, but he should still be a little bit worried, because that is still a very scary situation. I do want to point out that Top the Zeke has not claimed any objectives with this mini prime buff. They are currently, Mercy's currently farming his 2 camp near middle. He will likely look to make a rotation either onto his duo or mid lane, but the timer's ticking, man. They need to get something with this objective to make it worth it.
Doc, I agree, but the lanes are kind of all maybe in the neutral state. Like, nothing's really going his way, so is Chimera really the one you want to kind of force the issue in a lane? So it's going to be kind of tough. What's his way in here to make an impact with that prime buff?
Yeah, it looks like Pyrex is actually going to be shouting and screaming for some help. Will Switches be able... Oh, Switches locked under the tower getting hit. They're both limit testing, but Black Hole is going to pop. Looks like Papaya is going to go down. Violence is just bullying Papaya here. Locked him in a tether during the Black Hole. Just violated him with Violence, and Involve is going to be forced to torn space away from Mercy, who just jumps on top of him, but he should be okay. Involve should be fine. And that's the weakness that we generally see. Oh, hold that thought. Switches diving this tier 1 tower. Last Pyrex is going to get Highland hurled and finished off by Switches. They are over here limit testing, and I think Switches just pulled the W.
My goodness, yes. Switch is feeling very comfortable in that matchup, just constantly pressuring that Aurora down, and this time sending her back to spawn. But Doc, I think in that mid lane gank with the Chimera, that's another showcase is why was that the pick for your jungler? Like, you know that the Gideon can just torn space away from any ambush, so it's like you're wasting your time there trying to do anything with that. So it's just a really tough matchup there for that Chimera to once again get anything done.
See a CS advantage slightly in favor of the side of Professors, but as you know, they are up in terms of kill participation. They have 15 kill, or sorry, 60. I can't math. Whoa, 15 kill participation on the side of Professors, and I think it was like 6 kill participation on the side of Top Physique. So just net worth for the teams right now is pretty solidly in favor of the Professors by several hundred gold, and they're also up a Fang Tooth, so they also have that long-lasting bonus heading into this mid game. So right now the game state is the Professor's game to lose, but Top Physique still has a chance to kind of make something happen. I think with this torn space from Involve, and they're going to jump on him.
Oh, and there it is. Once again, the lockdown just not quick enough. I mean, Chicken doing a really great job to jump boot up there, Stasis Bomb, try to get the Ion Strike in too, but just not enough to get this Shifty Gideon into place.
They did burn his Blink, so that's a slight victory. However, they did also burn the Chimera ultimate, so he doesn't have a stun for about 65 seconds or so. So it is going to be rough kind of capitalizing on that Blink, that no Blink Gideon, because he, as you know, has a get out of jail free card with Torn Space. So it is a tough hero to gank. It's not impossible, but it's all about the angles in which you approach that fight. We've previously seen Mercy coming from his own side of the jungle to try and get involved on the Gideon, and Gideon can just do a 180, turn around, and torn space away. What we need to be seeing is 90-degree angle adjacent angles where Mercy's coming from the river, coming from behind the tier 1 tower to try to cut off that angle of escape from Involve. But we just haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, so it's all about angles. The geometry must be right here to make this Chimera work, and for now the Fangtooth is up and the Professors are the first to jump upon it. This would be the second for them, that all-important movement speed, but the Top Physique does not want to give this one out without a fight, and Mercy trying to find somebody to jump on is the Gideon once again, and he just gets blown up. The counter dive Tesla Dome now expended, dropped upon them, but they just walk right out of it, and an easy Fangtooth take there for the side of the Professors. This is disastrous here for Top Physique. They're looking like they've eaten too many McDonald's burgers, and they're finally a trade there from Simba, gets his counterpart number, and the rest decide to retreat here for the side of the Professors. But through the rift, Simba goes and finds Involved. That is absolutely a massive pickoff here at the end. The fight still goes on. Violence overstays his welcome, and Simba with a triple kill. Doc, this could be exactly what they need to get back into this.
This was an absolute mess of a fight, but Simba coming out on top somehow, perfectly positioning himself, perfectly getting peeled by his support team members, especially the Decker, locking cages, hitting stasis bombs. Really fantastic heads-up play to chase into the pit, to go after the torn space, to follow up and clean up the Gideon. Then he just wrapped around and got a free kill on the Quang, on Violence's Quang. That fight, sure, they lost second Fangtooth, so they're down in movement speed, but they just got back into this game. Things were looking really dire for Top Physique, in my opinion, just in terms of net worth across the map, but your carry just got 3 kills. Simba is feeling great right now, and I think they're going to capitalize on that with aiming to get the second prime. This is going to define this game right here.
That's a massive play from Pyrex to deny any advance into that pit here. Now they're looking to turn the tables with Mercy. It does have that mini buff prime on them. A nice stasis bomb, a parting gift there from Chicken. A little happy meal, but no, he gets fried up from the side of Involved, tossing the pebble and the rock, and switches, taking that as the go button here. Tries to advance forward. Simba now is the target, and Mercy is the one to find the kill, but Simba does go down on the back end here. Another black hole from the side of Involved. It could be massive as he locks one in place, and now it's Pyrex who's running for the hills.
Oh man, Pyrex doing everything in his power to really just enable his team to isolate the Terra and isolate the targets and really try to keep them safe with those glacial charges. Fantastic plays by him, but unfortunately the Terra, the Gideon's able to torn space over those walls. It's not enough. It's too little, too late. And as a result, they do give up a nice bounty Simba had a 3-kill bounty at least on him, and they give that up. Involve gets a massive black hole that results in 2 kills and almost a 3rd kill. So that gate, I think, as I mentioned before, the mini prime went down. That objective is going to, I think, define the rest of this game. As a result of that fight, the survivor on the Grim.exe is over on that duo lane. He just shoved the tower. He's just farming away. He's 20, 25 CS up on, sorry, I can't read. He's 40 CS up on Simba. So he's feeling pretty good. He might be 2 and 3, but he is a Grim. He is still going to hit like a truck no matter what. So he was able to secure an objective for his team, get that gold into the pockets of the professors, and ultimately the rest of the professors still won the team fight. So really favorable exchange going the way of the profs.
Yeah, a nice trade there. The meme that says you get this, I get this, and it's all going the way of the professors there. The gold buff to boot here for Survivor as well, so they're going to be looking to put the pressure on. Switch is feeling very strong as well with the Mutilator and the Tainted Blade. We know that's kind of the first 2 starting items for the Terror no matter where you slice it. So in a really good game state here. Now, folks, we are in the neutral where folks are just going to try to farm up a little bit before the next objectives come online. And a massive Highland hurl into the displacement shop. Papaya has to force out the blink, and there's nothing that Mercy on this Chimera can do to even approach this front line.
GTFO to follow up on Papaya's gadget, forcing a stasis out of him, forcing the Tesla Dome to try to keep them off that tier 1 tower, and it still isn't enough. They don't get a kill, but they get a blink, they get a stasis, they get a Tesla Dome, they get a tier 1 tower, and now they're going to look to just really secure map control over here around the Fangtooth, since it will be spawning in approximately 45-ish seconds.
Doc, this is looking really dire for Top Zeke. They don't have any towers down. You can see those little blue semicircle. I mean, there's like maybe, 1/8 damage on all towers? That's not nearly enough at this stage of the game. I mean, the pressure is mounting upon them to stay in this quarterfinal match with that $4,500 on the line.
Yeah, the side of Top Zeke, they're going to need to inject some steroids or something to really get that 6-pack if they really want to compete against the professors right now, because they're just big braining their way to victory here. Professors are being systematic with their objectives. They're being systematic with the fights they're picking. That's why we're seeing such a small scoreboard on both sides, but they are just, they're galaxy brain mode right now, and it is showing as they move to secure the 3rd Fangtooth of the game.
And every kill is impactful. That is how systematic they are playing. And every hit from Survivor just doing a massive amount of work. The Riftwalker Ion Strike there from Chicken locks down so many. And now Mercy comes in with the Culling Blade. The black hole into the Tesla Dome. That has got to hurt for the side of Involved, but he takes down his opposite number as well. And now 2 down for the side of Top Physique. That was the perfect engage. That was exactly what they wanted, but they come up short once again.
Oh no, and it looks like Simba's going to get caught. Maybe last Pyrex too, unless Violence can hit a tether. I don't know. It's pretty close. But no, Simba's going to try to retaliate and try to pop him down with Rad Rounds. Violence is going to go down for that greed. He will be punished. That is, it's welcome gold into the pockets of Top Zeke, but it is very minimal compared to the fact that professors will be claiming the tier 2 in the duo and in the middle lane, which is an insane amount of gold, on top of the fact that they got the 3rd Fangtooth of the game, might I add, which means that they have bonuses to their offenses and their defenses, which means they're stronger, they're faster, they're wealthier. That was just a disaster. As you mentioned, it started out perfect for Top Zeke. They got the Riftwalker into the double Iron Strike, into the Tesla Dome, and Involve on the Gideon just tanked it. He used his ultimate, which gave him an overshield from the True Silver bracelet, and then he procced his Soul Bearer to get additional shield, so he just stood in the Tesla Dome and channeled his black hole, and really was not deterred at all by it. And that black hole is what allowed his team to just clean up. Crazy Fool might be caught out here, though.
Yeah, that support, it happens as a support player myself. Sometimes you die for the vision, and a very important vision at that is the Prime will be the next objective on the board. But now Violence without a sword in his hand, running for his life. Mercy, this is the kind of one-on-one engagement that he wants. Chicken just barely missing that stasis bomb. If it connected, that could have spelled doom for Violence, but he's looking pretty healthy here. He might try to re-engage at some point.
and Switches, he might be down a fifth of HP, but he is still very healthy and in a good position to fight last Pyrex. But we'll ultimately pop out with the comms coming that Top Physique was on their way to that fog wall by Prime. As a result, it looks like they should reset and kind of all get healthy before they re-engage around this Orb Prime, because we're now at 21 minutes into the game, which means we're now a minute and 40 seconds in from since Orb Prime has spawned, and this is the next objective that professors are going to look to just be able to systematically shove in the waves and destroy the core.
All right, so Violence just doing a little bit of janitorial duty, sweeping up any of the vision. He doesn't see that one on the high ground of that Prime pit, though, so everything is being seen by this top side of Top Physique. They know that this Prime is going down, and it's once again Mercy just caught out somewhere in the ether, just getting blown up from the other side, and a Prime once again easily taken here for the side of Professors. Now with the Prime buff in hand, they're looking to put pressure on the Iron Strike, tries to lock people down, but Chicken once again melted, and Switch is just putting in a ton of work here in the mid lane.
Holy cow, this Muriel Terra combination, and they're not done yet. Oh, they're just going to wrap up last Pyrex there. Holy, Cryoseism is not enough to just even deter them from touching him. They get the Orb Prime buff as a result of Mercy getting caught out in the backline by Switch's Terra, and then Terra's pressure and oppression plus Muriel's Reversal of Fortune just instantly ends the game. Like that, yeah. They found a groove, and they're just ending it. Wow.
That was a GG angle there, Doc. I mean, nothing that the Top Physique could do as Professors with the finger in the air, wagging Matumbo style, say, "You will not get this victory," and they claim it for themselves. They move on to face the Doctors tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. The Professors, they honed in how to write a good test, and they administered it. Top Physique failed it with flying colors, and they're going to have to go to summer school after that. The Terra Muriel combo, way too strong right now. I feel like that Terra oppression on the backline followed up by the shield and the knockup, allowing her to get off more of her Q and more of her pure damage. That's the star of this series, in my opinion, is the Terra Muriel combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And every tournament seems to have a meta evolve within it. And I think after this game, a lot of folks might be seeing that Terra Muriel combination and will be trying it out themselves, especially as we move into our quarterfinals and finals tomorrow. An absolutely immaculate combination between these squads. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our final game of the day. I'm HD Philly B with Dr. Shadow. We have way more matches for you tomorrow, but for now, we're going to head back to D-Lo and the desk.
Thank you very much there, cast and lads. A final stomp completes our day. The Professors take it in 2. Top Physique's honeymoon is over, and now they're trying to annul the marriage. F6, Mugi, walk me through this game.
The Professors just completely negated what Chimera wanted to do. We talked about how it wasn't strong into this meta, wasn't going to be doing a lot. And I mean, Professors just were able to just control this entire game. Big shout out to Wards of Violence. He was an absolute menace. See here, he's just very aggressive. Him and Switches on the Terra just did not care. They just were completely fighting everybody.
And if we look at the match overall, it seems that every single lane was winning. Like Involve against Papaya, once again, like with the presence of Violence, they dominated that zone. Like Switchies was super strong on the Terra, and also like Survivor and Crazy Fool kind of having a good time onto the dual lane. So at some point, if you win every single lane, every time like Top Physique was getting something going, it was like a trade at best. And so in the end, it's just like Professor were stronger with the better mantles going into that match, and they end up taking the W in a very, very fast fashion, with Switches winning a 1v3 at the end with the All Prime, and just like it's game like that.
Professors will be tomorrow stepping up against the Doctors to prove wrong the age-old phrase that those who can't win PCCs teach. What do we need to see from them to see another Professors W?
I mean, the Doctors are a whole entire other battle. We did talk about a little bit earlier how the Doctors needed to step up from the mistakes that they made today, but not to shy away from. The Doctors are an excellent team. They're a great team, and they will contend to the Professors. And it's going to be a lot tougher than playing top physique when it comes on the Professors end. They're going to need to come out strong. They're going to need to be able to play perfect, because the Doctors, one thing they do know how to do is draft, and that is when the game start is in that draft screen.
And speaking of draft, I think it's going to be very interesting because we have seen like Professors super duper strong with the Gideon or the Terra. Two pick that also Docs love to run. So I think they're going to have like a lot of priority back and forth trying to fight for the better comp. And that's going to be super interesting, since on top of that, this time I won't have the Joker card of saying like the team that practiced the most win, because those two teams actually practice a lot getting into that final stage.
Absolutely. I mean, you both mentioned it, the fact that these P's and B's, especially from the Pressure side, were quite consistent. You got to imagine Doctors, they're going to study up, they're going to research, they've got the PhDs for a reason, so it's going to be interesting to see that scrap for the Gideon, scrap for the mids, and have to find out tomorrow how it all shakes out. But that being said, guys, the games have been played. The violence has ended, and the curtain must finally fall. F6, Mugi, final thoughts, final statements before we finish things off for tonight.
I mean, today was just an exceptional day for games. We did see 2-0s all across the board, but it was hard fought. I mean, a lot of these top 8 teams are just here to be great. A lot of them were newer as well, so we can definitely see them in the next PCC and these later going on tournaments. They're definitely going to be shining, especially top, being a newer team. Definitely see them coming in the next PCC with a different psyche, different mental, and a ready game plan to really come out on top. But all around, though, great job. Everybody just had fun time here being here.
And I want to take the chance to kind of thank all the players, because like, to be honest, it's just a hobby for all of us at that point. And it's also a hobby for the players, and I have to invest a lot of time to be at the top so we can get those great games. And sometimes we forget because they're on our screen, but like without them, we weren't having like all this good time and all those good plays that's probably gonna step up even more tomorrow. So I can't wait for tomorrow's semifinal. Like the 4 teams that remain are actually like top quality. And that's gonna be like some very, very tooth and nail matches. And I'm always like getting super excited and stoked, and always happy to have those matches that push the competitive level of Predecessor to the next stage.
Looking forward to tomorrow. It's gonna be a good one to round out all of PCC8. I want to give huge thanks to our production, Choice Plays, and Anne, our admin, Stranger Monarch, and Aprilis, our graphics folks, Hot Sauce, Noctisera, and Corvin, our observers, Trix, Shift AC for those lovely screenshots as well. Appreciate you, buddy. And all, and I mean all, of our on-screen talent. Please, everyone, make sure to drop thanks in the chat for all of these people's amazing work. We can't do it without every single one of them. I want to personally thank our dog for her work across the season and the wisdom that she gave me that really helped me fill her very large shoes today. We look forward to having you back, Miga. Looking forward to seeing you back in the saddle. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these sets just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for semis and finals tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard. I'll be taking the day off, but we'll have Lance as your lovely host. With that, everyone, good games and good night.